Chapter 1051. This is just the regular fleet of the Reapers. Back then, such a fleet had no chance of fighting back against the Awakeners. The Dia civilization knew the composition of the Reaper fleet. Above the regular fleet, there was an elite fleet, which was composed of warships driven by pseudo-lifeforms. The most powerful were the warships driven by individual lifeforms of the Reaper civilization itself. And none of those warships were the opponents of the Awakeners. But the Awakeners had no way to deal with the electronic warships. But now, their warships are only facing the most ordinary power of the Harvesters. And they can only fight a 50-50 result. Such a situation has dealt a heavy blow to the Dia civilization. At the beginning, they always thought that their biological brain domain connected to the warship information interface related technology was very powerful. In addition, humans and Shinju civilization did not have this technology. They almost thought it was their own special technology. But they did not expect that they could not even play an advantage against the ordinary combat power of the Harvesters. However, this time, the Dia civilization was self-deprecating. In fact, the conventional combat power of the Reapers is also very strong. Their presence is not high mainly because the opponents they faced back then were all ancient civilizations, such as the Galactic Alliance, the Silicon-based Federation, and the Awakeners, especially the Awakeners. In fact, as a civilization that has dominated the galaxy for tens of millions of years, the combat power of the ordinary warships of the Reapers is stronger than that of many level 6 civilizations. The reason, in addition to their tens of millions of years of development, is the result of their long-term harvest of other civilizations' technology. Those warships have used conventional technology to the extreme, and the Dia civilization is already very powerful if it can fight them on equal terms. Such combat power can already beat many ordinary level 6 civilizations. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. The Dia civilization just compared the wrong object. In other words, due to various reasons, this encounter did not turn into a large-scale war. But the peripheral battlefield was in full swing. The Reaper fleets in the front and rear directions turned into a battle of expulsion. They fought and retreated. And after running for a while, they saw the fleets of the Shinju civilization and human civilization stopped. And then, they turned around and moved towards the direction of the three civilization fleets. When the fleets of the Shinju civilization and human civilization started again, they fought and retreated again. But they did not retreat completely. And they were completely advancing when the enemy retreated, and retreating when the enemy advanced. Seeing this, the fleets of the three civilizations did not hesitate, and rushed directly to the target at high speed. At the same time, the peripheral battles and the expulsion battles continued. The two sides fought and marched all the way. The interference of the Reapers was quite effective. They kept harassing nearby, and the original voyage of 70 to 80 years was reduced to 100 years by the three civilization fleets. Of course, the strategy of the three civilizations was not ineffective. At least during the 100-year voyage, more than 90% of the wandering Reaper fleets were eliminated. But the Reaper fleets still did not run away after being beaten. They broke up the whole into pieces, dispersed the remaining warships into individual ships, acted as exploration ships, and continued to wander around the nearby star field. Faced with this situation, Shinju civilization had no good solution. It could only follow the previous practice and let Dia civilization be responsible for fighting these flies, and at the same time be responsible for expanding the alert range to prevent being suddenly attacked by electronic warships. Galactic Heart Alliance. We are Shinju civilization. We are here mainly to discuss with you about forming a united front against the Reapers in the Milky Way. We should be clear about our special technology. We know you are here. As soon as they arrived at the destination, Shinju civilization used gravitational waves to make a directional call in a certain direction. This starry sky looks normal. But the Shinju civilization has clearly detected that the small universe of the Ancient Alliance is hidden in this starry sky. And they are very sure that the Ancient Alliance is hiding in it. It seems that the Shinju civilization has detected the gravitational reaction caused by the Ancient Alliance's activities in the small universe. It turned out to be you, the Shinju civilization. You have been hiding for more than 5,000 years. But you have caused us trouble. Since your neutron battle star was defeated, the Harvesters have been harvesting exposed level 6 civilizations everywhere like crazy. If we didn't have a backup plan, we would probably follow the footsteps of those level 6 civilizations. The information was transmitted to the location of the fleet of the Shinju civilization through the void starry sky in the form of strange gravitational fluctuations. The Silver Heart Alliance was indeed here, The Silver Heart Alliance said angrily. You still have the nerve to come to us and talk about a united front. Who was it that said to start a great voyage, but hid yourself after the failure? Huh? Suddenly, the Silver Heart Alliance seemed to have discovered something and said in a very angry mood, Damn it, Shinju civilization. You are really bastards. You actually attracted the attention of the harvesters here. We have all been screwed by you. The Shinju civilization did not deny it. Hey, your detection technology is really powerful. The battle between the Dia civilization and the harvester conventional warships was so far away in the starry sky. But you could still detect it. Silver Heart Alliance, you actually lured the devils here. Shinju civilization, yes. It was us who did it. The Shinju civilization naturally did not come to anger the Silver Heart Alliance. They did not care whether the Silver Heart Alliance agreed or not. Next, they directly told the Silver Heart Alliance about the current situation of the United Front. That is, the situation in which human civilization and Dia civilization were already involved, and emphasized that human civilization is a powerful civilization with unique technology. However, after such an introduction, what came out of the microcosm was not the answer from the Galactic Heart Alliance, but a message with a clearly different identification method. Human civilization? Is the human civilization you are talking about the civilization that was born in the Orion Spiral Arm? Have they reached the 6th level of civilization? Did they upgrade to the 6th level of civilization by themselves? Because the communication code of the Galactic Heart Alliance was used, the Shinju civilization could identify the content of the information. But the identification methods representing different civilizations in the information told them that this was not a message sent by the Galactic Heart Alliance. And the content did not sound like what the Galactic Heart Alliance said. You are? We are the Awakener civilization. Well, you can call me the Awakener Phantom. You said human civilization is here too? You forward the information to them, and say I am the Awakener Phantom. If it is really them, they must know me. Also, the Divine Principle civilization. Right? I warn you. Human civilization had better voluntarily join your so-called United Front as you said. Perhaps the Awakener Phantom thought that humans were being taken in by the Divine Principle civilization. So his words were quite unkind. However, the conversations are open without the need for the Shinju civilization to transfer. Not only can humans synchronize the information exchange between the Shinju civilization and the Ancient Alliance, but the words of the Awakener Huan are also naturally received by the Tianqin. Huan. Great. You are still alive. I am Yu Yuan. You may still remember me. I am very happy to talk to you again on behalf of the human interstellar government. I really didn't expect to meet you here. Yes. We have reached the 6th level of civilization. Yu Yuan said excitedly to the communication equipment. He was really excited. The Awakener Huan was the first friendly individual life that humans encountered after they set foot in the starry sky. It was the Awakener Huan who brought human civilization to a safe star field. Before leaving, he also thoughtfully built a small universe for humans to protect them, and gave them 3,000 sets of consciousness linking equipment. After hearing about the situation of that war, Yu Yuan and other humans thought that the Awakener Huan was in danger, but they didn't expect to meet him here. It was really a pleasant surprise. Chapter 1052. Well, you are still here. Not bad. It seems that your life science has also made great progress. It seems that you have entered the life science anti-entropy factor technology. Very good. Very good. Great. We are not wrong. You have also mastered special technology. Very good. Very good. Huan seemed very happy. He thought that was such a short time. Humans would at most reach the 5th level of civilization. But he didn't expect to reach his expectations so quickly. The Awakener civilization said at the beginning that they would wait at the 6th level of civilization. And when human civilization reached the 6th level of civilization, they would go on a long voyage together. Now that humans have reached the 6th level of civilization, they appear here again and join the United Front. Isn't this just right? Defeat the Reapers, and then start a long voyage to leave the Milky Way. Isn't this what they, the Awakeners, want to do after arriving in the Milky Way? Thinking of this, the Awakener Huan continued. But this time, his words were full of worry. Leader of human civilization, Yu Yuan, you have mastered special technologies. But the Reapers are unimaginably powerful. Your special technologies are no different from ours. We have no resistance to electronic warships. Even if you have mastered special technologies, I'm afraid you will be in danger. The matter of fighting against the Reaper still needs to be considered carefully. We don't want you to follow in our footsteps. It seems that the Awakener Juan thought that the talents of humans were the same as their Awakeners. And the special technology they obtained was also the third-person driving mode. Yu Yuan on the Tianqin thought about it, and felt that it was necessary to tell the Awakener Juan the truth to increase the Awakener's confidence. But it was not the time. After all, the call was public, and it was not the right time. So some things were better not to be revealed. The Shinju civilization obviously thought so too. After hearing what the Awakener Juan said, they also reminded the human side privately. But it was not that they could not say anything. They just felt that the Ancient Alliance had not agreed to join the United Front. So they could not say anything. We know. Juan. By the way, what's your situation now? Why did you go to the Galaxy Alliance microcosm? Humans don't know much about the situation of the Awakeners. So Yu Yuan consulted on behalf of the Interstellar government. This has to start from the Orion War. The Awakener Juan did not hide anything, and simply told a brief story about how he built a microcosm for humans to take refuge. Went to challenge the Harvesters. And now is in the Galaxy Alliance microcosm. The Shinju civilization also wants to understand the process. So they also listen to the Awakener Juan quietly like the human civilization. Juan's story. Awakener. Illusion. It starts with them being defeated by the electronic warships. Then the Awakener civilization almost falling apart. Then encountering the 6th level Gaia creature. And finally how to reach a cooperation agreement with the Silver Heart Alliance. The short story gave Yu Yuan a lot of understanding of the situation of the Awakener civilization since its defeat. His own story is naturally more accurate than the news heard from other civilizations. Similarly, Yu Yuan also understood the relationship between the Awakener civilization and the Silver Heart Alliance. The two are in a cooperative relationship. It is probably that the Silver Heart Alliance helps the Awakener find the lost Awakener individuals through its own galactic network. And the Awakener civilization needs to help the Silver Heart Alliance fight against the conventional combat power of the Reapers. The two sides have become familiar with each other through cooperation. During this period, they have carried out many attacks on the Reaper microcosm and gained a lot. Especially in the past 5,000 years. Many Reaper fleets cruising in the Milky Way were destroyed by them. But because of this, they became the main target of the Reaper. As long as the existence of the Silver Heart Alliance and the Awakener is discovered, the electronic warship will definitely kill them in the first time. Finally, under the pressure of the electronic warship, the Silver Heart Alliance and the Awakener had no choice but to run to this ancient hidden microcosm to hide. They wanted to take a breath first. But they didn't expect the Shinju civilization to come with the Reaper fleet. It is for this reason that the Silver Heart Alliance did not treat the Shinju civilization well. Of course, the Silver Heart Alliance does have a large number of small universes in the Milky Way. But with the battle between the neutron battle star and the electronic battleship, many small universes were exposed. The probability of newly opened small universes being exposed is even greater. The Harvesters can analyze where new small universes may appear by detecting and changing the space of the Milky Way. The Harvesters rely on this technology to find those hidden level 6 civilizations, and then turn the living environment of the advanced civilizations in the Milky Way into what it is today. And now this small universe is also one of the few refuges of the Silver Heart Alliance. Now it has been exposed again. It seems that the Silver Heart Alliance will have nowhere to hide soon. At this moment, the Awakeners and human civilization are still talking to each other, just like friends who have met after a long time and reminiscing about the past. And there seems to be endless things to say. Now that humans have reached the 6th level of civilization, they are naturally more confident when speaking. Although they still respect the Awakeners as they did in the past. They psychologically put themselves on an equal footing. The Awakener Juan also felt this change. And he was very pleased and happy about it. Perhaps because the humans and the Awakeners could not finish talking for a while. And talked about some past memories. Such as you admire me. I thank you. Etc. The Shinju civilization was a little annoyed by this. But did not shut up the human civilization. But let the two build a channel to communicate by themselves. If it were the Dia civilization, they would probably just shut up. After letting the two old friends reminisce about the past and chat privately, Shinjuan sent a communication message to the Silver Heart Alliance in a businesslike manner. Silver Heart Alliance. Do you know the situation of the Silicon-based Federation? Our united front must gather civilizations with unique technologies in the Milky Way. Of course, it is best to gather all those ancient level 6 civilizations. We must unite to fight against the Reapers together. Ancient Level 6 Civilization? Haha. It seems that you haven't paid any attention to the Milky Way in recent years. The tone of the Silver Heart Alliance was a little sarcastic. The Shinju civilization turned a blind eye and asked, "What's going on?" Could it be that they, after sailing all the way, the Shinju civilization naturally felt the strangeness of the Milky Way, especially after encountering the battlefield ruins at the end of the Orion spiral arm. Before the decision-makers of the Shinju civilization thought more, the Silver Heart Alliance sent out another message. Let's not talk about the Silicon-based Federation for now. Just don't count on those so-called ancient Level 6 civilizations. At the Awakener Station, many Level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way joined the war. And you must have known the final result. And those ancient Level 6 civilizations, thanks to your great divine principle civilization, believed in you. Believed that your neutron battle star could win. And then exposed themselves. As a result, now, I don't know if there are enough civilizations to survive. Chapter 1053. Galactic Heart Alliance. 4,000 of years. Under the continuous attacks of the Reapers, most of the original Level 6 civilizations have been destroyed. At least there are only a few Level 6 civilizations that we know of. There may be some Level 6 civilizations that have been hiding in their own small universes for tens of millions of years. But there is no hope for such civilizations. They may have destroyed themselves. What about the Silicon-based Federation? Also, we heard that there is a Level 6 Gaia creature. The Divine Matrix civilization asked. The Silicon-based Federation can't protect itself. And perhaps it can no longer be called the Silicon-based Federation. More than 3,000 years ago, their headquarters was discovered by the Reapers. And soon after, the electronic warships attacked them. Needless to say, the frightened Silicon-based Federation directly scattered like birds and beasts. Countless Silicon-based civilizations in the Federation were directly taken away by the electronic warships. The main civilization took advantage of the chaos to escape, but still could not escape the pursuit of the electronic warships. Thousands of years of pursuit directly caused the entire powerful Silicon-based Federation to fall apart, and their main civilization became fewer and fewer. They sacrificed waves of rear-end fleets in exchange for a few days of survival. But the Harvesters didn't let them go like they did in the past, but pursued them relentlessly. Fortunately, when they were at their wits' end, the Level 6 Gaia life helped them. And there was also the Awakener civilization. They and the Gaia life arranged many space maze structures in the starry sky in advance, which saved their last strength. In order to get this information, the Harvesters discovered 3 hidden small universes. Now, except for this small universe that is considered the headquarters, there is only the last ancient hidden small universe left. Shinju civilization was overjoyed when they saw the news. Oh! Level 6 Gaia life. So now Level 6 Gaia life and Silicon-based consortium are also here. It is really a case of searching for something without any effort. Shinju civilization felt that with these civilizations around, and some more development time, they would be enough to form the main body of the United Front. Especially Gaia life. Shinju civilization knew that Gaia life, together with the remnants, was called the 2 special life forms in the Milky Way. After the battle with the electronic warship, the Shinju civilization also has a great understanding of it. They now also believe that Gaia life, a special life form, has a great effect on electronic warships. It's a pity that the survivors were killed by the Silver Heart Alliance. Otherwise there would be greater hope. Unexpectedly, the Silver Heart Alliance replied, "No. Gaia life has its own way of survival. And the Silicon-based consortium you want to win over is already scared. So there is no need to look for them. Now when they hear the name of the electronic warship, they may be scared to the point of disorder in their circuits. They are a group of cowards. And it's really a waste of time to save them." According to the latest detection information, part of the main civilization of the Silicon-based Federation has been incorporated by the Reapers. Yes, you heard it right. That group of cowards surrendered because the special technological products they placed in their microcosm headquarters were captured by the Reapers. Although the remaining Silicon-based life forms escaped the disaster due to the actions of the Awakeners and Gaia life forms, it is impossible to gather them together. All they can do is to linger on and foolishly pray that they will not be found by the Reapers. And the fall of the Silicon-based Federation has indirectly made the Reapers more powerful. In the past 2,000 years, we have found that their fleet has fully transformable warships. That is undoubtedly the characteristic technology of the Silicon-based Federation. Our chances of winning are getting smaller and smaller. And we can't even see hope. The words of the Silver Heart Alliance are full of despair. We have made many plans, but we can't avoid electronic warships anyway. Now the Reapers have the characteristic technology of the Silicon-based Federation. The longer the time, the more fully transformable warships they will have. You should know the fighting power of the Silicon-based Federation. Although they are restrained by the electronic warships, their full transformation technology is not weak. Only our galaxy and the Awakener can deal with it. Based on this, we have to hide in this hidden small universe and find another way. The Silver Heart Alliance did not mention that they wanted to make the neutron battle star and the electronic warship lose both. And then they were ready to run away. At this moment, they could not say what they would do, because no method can avoid the electronic warships. And as far as the Silver Heart Alliance knows, the most promising person in the Milky Way to contain the electronic warships is the 6th level Gaia Life. But the Gaia Life is as cowardly as anything. And no matter how much they talk, they will not give a positive answer. If it weren't for the Awakener acting as a lubricant in the middle, the Gaia Life would not even pay attention to them. And if the Shinju civilization came to the door 4,000 years ago, the Silver Heart Alliance would definitely be extremely happy, and would discuss the matter of a united front with them with great enthusiasm. But now, the Silver Heart civilization always feels that they have no chance of winning, and it is useless to discuss more. What Awakeners? What Silicon-based consortium? What divine civilization, including the galaxy, which the Silver Heart Alliance is proud of, are all defeated by the electronic warship. And the current situation is like a group of defeated soldiers gathered together for a meeting. The Silver Heart Alliance really feels that there is no hope. If this continues, it is better to survive while there is still a hidden small universe, until the harvesters leave the Milky Way themselves, or until a civilization from other galaxies travels to the Milky Way. The Silver Heart Alliance feels that as long as civilization still exists, there is still a chance. The death of the survivor made the level 6 Gaia life form extremely cautious, and it did not trust the Galactic Heart Alliance at all. Similarly, the Shinju civilization arrogantly broadcast a large broadcast to challenge the electronic warship, but in the end it fled in order to save its own neutron war star, causing a group of ancient level 6 civilizations to be liquidated by the harvesters. As a result, the Shinju civilization also lost the trust of those level 6 civilizations that were lucky enough not to perish. And it was unlikely that the Shinju civilization would take the lead in gathering them again. No, we still have hope. Believe us. Seeing that the Silver Heart Alliance has made so many efforts, and now still shows some willingness to cooperate, at least the Shinju civilization believes that they have not given up. So they persuaded, this time it's not just us, but also human civilization. Their special technology is beyond your imagination. At least we think it can deal with electronic warships. Besides, our neutron battle star cannot be destroyed by a wave of attacks from electronic warships. At that time, our neutron battle star and level 6 Gaia life will contain it. And your galaxy will be responsible for helping to stop those fully transformed fleets. And the Awakeners will be responsible for dealing with their regular and elite fleets. Then human civilization will focus on attacking electronic warships. We will win. The Shinju civilization was just about to reveal some information about the special technologies of human civilization, when the Ancient Alliance said in a gloomy tone, "Huh? Human civilization? I've never heard of it. It's the civilization that Awakener 1 just called out. Right? It seems to be a newly promoted level 6 civilization. According to Awakener 1, their special technologies seem to be the same as Awakeners. You Shinju civilization. Don't you know about the war that Awakener fought in the past? If Awakener can't do it, how can they take on the responsibility of the main attack? You, the Divine Principle civilization, are really unreliable. In our opinion, it is better to run away now, while the electronic warships have not arrived. The Milky Way is so big that we can still hide for a while." As if they felt that saying this made their organization look too spineless, the Silver Heart Alliance added, "Besides, even if we fight to the death, the main target should not be human civilization, but level 6 Gaia life." Chapter 1054. Seeing the Silver Heart Alliance say this, the Shinju civilization knew that there was a chance for a united front. So it also stepped up to send messages. Anyway, this is our last chance. No civilization knows the situation in the Milky Way better than your Silver Heart Alliance. If we don't unite, the Milky Way will really be harvested by the Reapers. By then, we will all become stepping stones for the Reapers' great voyage. It is true that each of our civilizations has a gene lock to protect our individual lives. But the reason why the Reapers are called Reapers is that they rely not only on electronic warships, but also on some technologies that may crack our gene locks. 1 or 2 samples may not work, but as long as there are enough samples, they will eventually crack it. By then, all of our civilizations will probably not be able to escape the fate of being harvested and then destroyed. The harvesters could have used the power of their electronic warships to call on many of the 6th-level civilizations in our galaxy to embark on a long voyage. But they believed that all the 6th-level civilizations were not qualified, and they were the only ones who were qualified. So they wanted to harvest all the 6th-level civilizations before embarking on a long voyage themselves. The harvesters won't give us any way to survive. Even if we can escape the first day, we can't escape the 15th day. While they haven't completed too many new fleets with the unique technology of the Silicon-based Federation, and while we still have strength, we should unite. The Shinju civilization talked a lot, and finally brought the topic to human civilization. After communicating with human civilization and getting their consent, they began to give a general introduction to human civilization to the Galaxy Heart Alliance. After listening, the Galaxy Heart Alliance was also a little surprised. For this reason, they also sent a message to the Awakener to inquire about the situation. When they learned that when the Awakener came to the Milky Way, humans were only a 2nd-level civilization, they immediately sighed. They lamented that they had not encountered human civilization in the past. If they had, they could have brought human civilization into the Silver Heart Alliance. Now the Silver Heart Alliance would have one more special technology. According to the Shinju civilization, this special human technology is quite powerful. It is said to be related to the macro and micro. It is simply unheard of. For thousands of years, no 6th-level civilization has ever had this kind of special technology. Macro and micro. No wonder the Shinju civilization is so confident. It seems that there is still some hope for this matter. Moreover, the Silver Heart Alliance had communicated with each other and felt that the Awakener in their own small universe was obviously acquainted with the human civilization that came with the Shinju civilization. It seemed that the Awakener would join even if they did not agree. Once the Awakener left, wouldn't they be alone and weak? Moreover, the Silver Heart Alliance had seen the powerful combat power of the Awakener and was very envious. In the entire Silver Heart Alliance, except for the galaxy, no warship was stronger than the Awakener in terms of combat power. More importantly, if the Awakener joined, the United Front would be successful in the end, and the Silver Heart Alliance would have no chance to participate. Maybe they would even destroy themselves at that time. This is possible. There will be no place to complain when the time comes. Even if they are not destroyed, they will definitely not be able to follow the large army to the long voyage. The Galactic Heart Alliance is not confident that it can reach the destination of the long voyage by relying on its own civilization. The reason they wanted to leave the Milky Way alone was entirely because of the pressure from the electronic warships. Now that there are better options, they are definitely not willing to take risks. We can join the United Front, but the relationship between us is not a subordinate relationship, but a cooperative relationship. And the purpose of cooperation is only one: to destroy the electronic warships of the Reapers. The Silver Heart Alliance had no choice but to join the United Front. However, they still doubted that the United Front could defeat the electronic warships, Shinju civilization. We have no control over your trust in human civilization, but we have our own assessments. We still think it is inappropriate to pin our hopes on a newly promoted level 6 civilization. Therefore, we must attract more level 6 civilizations to join the United Front. Of course, this is exactly why we came here to find you. The decision makers of the Shinju civilization were very happy. At this moment, the Awakener Juan, who had been communicating with humans, also joined the common communication channel. We, the Awakener civilization, have also joined the United Front. But I believe you should also know that we are not your subordinates, and we have our own judgment. Of course, no problem. The reputation of the Awakener civilization has resounded throughout the Milky Way, and you have the qualifications. The Shinju civilization spoke with qualifications as always, but it was greeted with a cold snort from the Awakener Juan, as if to say to the Shinju civilization, the Awakener civilization is qualified. This statement shows a little dissatisfaction. Then the Awakener Juan sent another message, as the Silver Heart Alliance said, there are only 4 of us in the United Front, and our strength is still too small. This message is still continuing, and the Shinju civilization corrected it. Well, in fact, we also have the Dia civilization. They are also a level 6 civilization. So we should now have the power of 5 level 6 civilizations. The Silver Heart Alliance in the microcosm also disagreed with the words of the Awakener Juan. I think we only have the power of 3 level 6 civilizations now. Our Silver Heart Alliance counts as 1. The Shinju civilization counts as 1. And the Awakener civilization counts as 1. Those who have not faced electronic warships directly should stand in the second echelon. As soon as the Silver Heart Alliance joined the United Front, they immediately entered the state. They continued to publish information. Since we want to establish a united front to fight against the Reapers, we need a communication platform to facilitate communication and formulate some strategies to fight against the Reapers. As a united front, we should have a nominal unified command organization. Otherwise we will be no different from a pile of loose sand if we fight separately. Therefore, we suggest the establishment of a unified command headquarters, which will be composed of us, the Shinju civilization, and the Awakeners. We are all civilizations that have truly fought against electronic warships and have the qualifications. What this means is that humans and Dia civilization are not qualified. How can they only have this wisdom when they are already level 6 civilizations? And now is not the time to engage in these struggles. Dia civilization, which also saw the common information, remained silent. In front of these top level 6 civilizations, they really didn't dare to say too much. As the leader of human civilization, Yu Yuan was about to say something. But he saw the Awakener Juan first sent a message. The unified command must have human civilization. Otherwise, there is no possibility of success. The Shinju civilization also sent a message. There must be human civilization. The Shinju civilization knows very well what the special technology of human beings is. The Awakener Juan also learned about it in a private communication not long ago. But the Ancient Alliance knows very little. But seeing that both civilizations are like this, the Ancient Alliance also knows that there are things they don't know. At the same time, its internal leadership is secretly angry and feels that they are excluded from the small group. The possible effects of the so-called macro-micro special technology are also discussed within the Ancient Alliance. At the same time, they also openly questioned, since we are all united, there should be at least some trust. And we must know the effects of the unique technology of human civilization. This matter should have been known to them after the Silver Heart Alliance agreed to join the United Front. And the Shinju civilization and human civilization naturally stopped hiding it. Chapter 1055. After several rounds of consultations, the 4 civilizations or organizations announced the official establishment of the United Front against the Reapers. Since the United Front was aimed at the Reapers, there were not so many rules. That is, it was established once it was established. And it was a cross-civilization organization. So there was almost no sense of ceremony. In other words, several civilizations entered the virtual world through the internet, held a face-to-face exchange meeting in it, and established the United Front Command Center. And then it ended. It is worth mentioning that the Dia civilization also participated in the virtual meeting. But they are not yet qualified to join the United Front Command Center to make decisions. But they can make various suggestions to the Command Center as a permanent important member. Although the Dia civilization is angry, they still have self-awareness. In fact, it is still a problem of civilization hard power. And there are not many complaints. These are all bigwigs among the 6th level civilizations, especially the Silver Heart Alliance, which is a well-known existence in the Milky Way. So rather than being angry, their top leaders are actually more jealous of human civilization. Of course, there is also bitterness, specialized technology. When can our Dia civilization have its own special technology? The full name of the United Front is the Galaxy 6 Civilization Anti-Reaper United Front, which is a temporary organization. But if successful, it will become the basic organization for the future Great Voyage. The Dia civilization cherishes such an opportunity because it is the only way to the 7th level civilization. Their top leaders think that even if the Dia civilization cannot master special technology, as long as they have the opportunity to step into the 7th level civilization, it is enough. Special technology is just something that cannot be achieved by the current level of wisdom. As long as we step into the 7th level of civilization, the advantages of the 6th level civilization special technology will disappear, and everyone will be at the same starting line. This idea is good, and it has been supporting the forward belief of Dia civilization for a long time. After the establishment of the United Front Command, the Silver Heart Alliance no longer hides in the small universe. On the one hand, this small universe has been exposed to the Harvester's vision due to the arrival of the Shinju civilization. And on the other hand, They have to go out to find other sixth-level civilizations and let them join the United Front. After 2 wars, countless level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way were destroyed. In the first war, many level 6 civilizations were slaughtered by the Reapers. In the second war, many ancient level 6 civilizations suffered disasters. Although there are not many left now, there are still some level 6 civilizations that are relatively good at hiding. The most important one among them is the level 6 Gaia Life. It is also the next action target of the United Front organization. Level 6 Gaia Life is very good at hiding. On the one hand, it is really very cautious. And on the other hand, it rarely participates in the level 6 civilization war in the Milky Way. But this time, it may really have to participate. The Galaxy Heart Alliance's detection network throughout the Milky Way can find its traces. But this time they don't need to take action, because the Awakener 1 knows where the 6th level Gaia Life is. At this time, humans also know that the Awakener 1 actually has some friendship with the 6th level Gaia Life that they have never met. Now that Gaia is hiding in the void far away from the edge of the Milky Way's silver disk. As long as you go to that star field to broadcast and shout, it will definitely be able to receive it. The 5th headquarters of the United Front organization is reserved for the 6th level Gaia Life. After the joint consultation of the Divine Moment Civilization, the Silver Heart Alliance, the Awakener, and the Human Civilization, the 4 plus the level 6 Gaia Life, the headquarters of the United Front will be composed of these 5 beings. And the other level 6 civilizations can only be member civilizations. As for the Silicon-based Federation, it is no longer considered. The special technological products they have built for many years have been taken away by the Harvesters. And many individual lives of the main civilization have surrendered to the Harvesters. So they are already finished. Even if the remaining individuals escape, they may fall into depravity and gradually die out. The main life of the Silicon-based consortium is with the Harvesters. They are being analyzed by the Harvesters and are also cooperating with the Harvesters. Perhaps they have already taken the initiative to unlock the gene lock and let the Harvesters study it. The electronic warship plus the fully transformed warship cluster is undoubtedly a powerful combination. The situation in the Milky Way is getting more and more serious. As for other level 6 civilizations, in the eyes of the Galactic Heart Alliance, they have only 2 choices. One is to join, and the other is to perish. In this regard, human civilization, awakeners, and divine civilization have no objection. As long as they find other level 6 civilizations, they will be directly destroyed if they are unwilling to join. And there is no need for the Harvesters to take action, because in the eyes of the Galactic Heart Alliance, the Awakener, and the Divine Principle Civilization, this must be the last fight. And no level 6 civilization in the Milky Way can ignore it. If you win, everyone is happy. And if you lose, everyone will become food for the Harvester. If you join, there is still hope to survive. If you don't join, you will die immediately. Until now, humans have realized how powerful the detection system of the Galactic Heart Alliance is. They are currently the only civilization in the Milky Way that can make their broadcast signals have simple intelligence. And their communication technology is almost more advanced than all level 6 civilizations. At the same time, because they need to deal with the Reapers for a long time, they have also established countless tachyon network anchors in various spiral arms of the Milky Way. Some of those anchors are just suspended in the void. Some are hidden in gas planets, rocky planets, and even in stars. The main purpose is to detect tachyon signals passing nearby, warp traces, etc. Through these detections, communication network anchors, and various small universes as intelligence stations. The Galactic Heart Alliance can be said to be the most well-informed organization in the Milky Way. Relying on such a news network, they have gathered a lot of low-level civilizations. However, many of the low-level civilizations in other microcosms have perished with the Harvester's attack on the Silver Heart Alliance. And now there are no less than 3,000 low-level civilizations in this microcosm. There are civilizations from level 1 to level 5, most of which are at the level of first-level civilization. They also live a life at the level of first-level civilization technology in the Silver Heart Alliance microcosm. And the same is true for civilizations at other levels. However, their individual lives can complete class crossing by completing various alliance tasks and demonstrating their scientific value such as high IQ, and even become a top scientist valued by the Silver Heart Alliance. The Silver Heart Alliance uses this method of cultivating individual lives of different races in an attempt to master more special technologies. Now that the Silver Heart Alliance has left the microcosm, It has also taken these low-level civilizations with it, since it was discovered that human civilization and Dia civilization also have their own small organizations. The Silver Heart Alliance has specially communicated and discussed with both in this regard. So humans were surprised to find that there were actually people from the Red Flame civilization in the Silver Heart Alliance. After some inquiries, it was discovered that the civilization was originally a part of the Silver Heart Alliance. But for some unknown reason, a fleet of the Alliance mission was lost in the exploration of a high-level civilization ruins, and later they were declared dead. Unexpectedly, those Red Flame people were not dead, and were taken to a certain place in the Milky Way by some kind of spatial structure of the ruins. Later, they relied on their super reproduction ability to become a population again, and slowly developed into a third-level civilization. But it is a pity that they, like the Kuntai people who were taken away by the Silver Heart Alliance, have been destroyed in a certain harvester attack along with a small universe of the Silver Heart Alliance. The Silver Heart Alliance has collected too many low-level civilizations. If it weren't for them, the Milky Way would probably be more lively. The reason why the Reapers have been targeting the Galactic Heart Alliance is actually due to this. After all, from the perspective of the Reapers, they definitely hope that more level 6 civilizations will appear in the Milky Way. But the Galactic Heart Alliance is stifling the development of those low-level civilizations. If the Galactic Heart Alliance had not been well informed, it would probably have been destroyed by electronic warships countless times. It has to be said that the Reapers and the Galactic Heart Alliance are simply the two major cancers of the Milky Way civilization. Chapter 1056. This time the four civilizations gathered together, and the fleet was extremely large, especially the Silver Heart Alliance, which had the largest number of ships among the four civilizations, more than the Shinju civilization. It seems that they have not stopped building new fleets in recent years. The second is the Shinju civilization, which has 80 billion ships of various types, including 10 billion main battleships. That is, a fleet composed of sub-civilization level battleships. According to the recognized battleship level classification of the Great Civilization, the Neutron Battlestar belongs to the civilization level, and the Shinju civilization has only one civilization level battleship. The Silver Heart Alliance also has only one ship, which is their galaxy. The Awakeners are special because each of their warships is equipped with the product of their unique technology. In theory, they have a lot of civilization-level warships. But in fact, neither the Silver Heart Alliance nor the Shinju civilization thinks that those warships have reached the civilization level. They think that only the warship where the Awakener 1 is located, because he is now the leader of the Awakeners, and that warship almost uses the most advanced technology of the Awakener civilization. Of course, this is just what they think. In fact, no matter how it is defined, it does not affect the combat effectiveness of the Awakeners. Unfortunately, like the characteristic technologies of other civilizations, the Awakeners cannot mass-produce their consciousness link equipment. Their 1.7 billion warships were the result of millions of years of accumulation. After arriving in the Milky Way, they were hit by the Reapers and then hunted down. Now the Awakeners only have about 3 million warships left. Because of the structure of civilization, it can also be said that there are only 3 million Awakeners left in the Awakener civilization. It stands to reason that a level 6 civilization with such a small population should have already experienced technological regression. But the Awakener Juan did not seem to be in a hurry. He did not even think about asking humans for people. If the Awakener Juan had not mentioned it, the human interstellar government would naturally not know that the Awakener could do this. In other words, this is the last combat power of the Awakener. And it is also the Awakener found by the Silver Heart Alliance over the years. And the only elite humans now have is the Lyra and 30,000 consciousness-linked warships. Many other ordinary warships have been newly built in recent years, and the number has reached a huge number of 5 million. But 3 million of them are star-level warships. And the remaining sub-civilization level are all conventional warships, driven by individuals of the Red Flame civilization. The Dia civilization is similar to humans. After all, the two civilizations developed at the level of level 6 civilization at about the same time. After the Silver Heart Alliance learned about the situation of several civilizations, they also secretly cursed the Shinju civilization for being useless. They gathered two newly promoted level 6 civilizations and clamored for a united front. But in the end, they had to work hard to find other level 6 civilizations. The huge fleet composed of the four major civilizations finally sailed into the starry sky again. But this time it was the route provided by the Awakener. and the destination was the void outside the outer arm of the Milky Way. When leaving, the Shinju civilization originally proposed to first destroy all the fleets of the Reapers that were wandering in the nearby star fields. But the Silver Heart Alliance either wasted time and rejected it. According to the latest intelligence from our information network, 70 years ago, electronic warships appeared in the Perseus Arm, near the civilization ruins that we explored with the Silicon-based Federation. The Reaper should have gone to explore that civilization ruins. The Silver Heart Alliance explained to the Shinju civilization, and also shared information about the Reapers at the United Front Command. Time was tight, so we didn't complete the exploration. Maybe the ruins were just empty shells. But the Reapers didn't seem to give up. Well, what we want to say is that the electronic warship is not far from here. If we delay for one more day, the danger will be greater. You are also aware of the situation of the United Front now. In addition to us and the Divine Principle civilization, the situation of the Awakeners is special. But the power of human civilization is too weak. We must buy more time. This little power is really disturbing. The explanation was given. But in fact the Galactic Heart Alliance also had selfish motives. And they were very confident in their detection capabilities. They felt that they should let the level 6 Gaia Life know that the Reaper had followed. And he had no choice. It must be said that what the Galactic Heart Alliance said made sense. And the Divine Hour civilization no longer hesitated. Decades later, the United Front camp led by the 4 major civilizations finally arrived at the void outside the outer arm of the Milky Way. And there was nothingness ahead. During the voyage, several major civilizations of the United Front discovered that the conventional fleet of the Reaper had been following far behind, and had fought countless battles with it at the level of detection spacecraft. However, in the United Front, the Dia civilization is in charge of such battles. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a battle between the Dia civilization and the Harvester exploration spacecraft and scattered warships. Knowing their position, the Dia civilization does not complain. On the contrary, they try their best every time. In the absence of the Harvester elite fleet, they have achieved a rare advantage. Such an advantage, and the victory of a local single-ship battle have increased the confidence of the entire Dia civilization. On the other hand, when the large fleet arrived at the void of the outer arm of the galaxy, the Awakener 1 called out to the 6th level Gaia Life in the form of a broadcast. As the Awakener 1 said, the 6th level Gaia Life is indeed here. Not long after the broadcast was sent out, the 4 major civilizations detected a beam of information from the void. 1. You are here after all. You brought some other friends with you. It seems that this place is not safe. You came to me at this time. Are you ready to face the Harvester directly? The Awakener 1 immediately sent another space broadcast back. We are not ready. But we have no choice. Gaia, maybe you have been here without knowing the current situation in the Milky Way. The Reapers have accelerated the harvesting speed. Only 1 out of 10 ancient level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way survives. If we delay any longer, we will all perish. At this point, we have to fight for success or failure. I know you don't want to take risks and want to be sure before you act. But things don't always go as planned. I am very grateful for your help. But Gaia, we really have no choice now. Join us and launch the final battle against the Reapers together. After years of getting along, the Awakener 1 still knows this Gaia Life well. He doesn't seem to want to make the situation too awkward. So he persuades Gaia Life right away. The 4 major civilizations have already agreed at the United Front Command that no one can escape this decisive battle against the Reaper. If they don't join, they will send him off in advance. I understand. It's a pity for the remnant. If he is still here, our chances of winning will be at least 50%. Gaia Life is not stupid when seeing several major civilizations coming together, and immediately stated its position. At the same time, he also said, in fact, it doesn't matter whether I'm there or not. It won't increase the chance of winning. If possible, I would rather stay here and wait for the Reapers to leave the galaxy on their own, rather than waiting here for a group of losers to pull me into their group. But as an intelligent life, I always have some pursuits. Right? I do want to go on a long voyage. Chapter 1057. Seeing that the Awakeners came with the Silver Heart Alliance, the Shinju civilization that was very popular a while ago, and a few civilizations that they didn't know at all and didn't look strong at all from the scale of their warships. The level 6 Gaia Life felt that he had been tricked by the Awakener. He felt that he shouldn't have told the Awakener where he was hiding. All of the civilizations were defeated by the Harvester, And even if they joined together, they were still no match for the electronic warships. But the level 6 Gaia Life also knew that he had to join. There is an old saying in Xia that a man who knows the current situation is a hero. The senior interstellar government officials on the Tianqin looked at the shared communication information and could not help but sigh at the wisdom of their ancestors. Welcome, Gaia. The 5th headquarters seat of the United Front is reserved for you. Seeing the 6th level Gaia Life express its position, the Ancient Alliance immediately welcomed it over the Shinji civilization, the initiator of the United Front. Then it sent a message to the 6th level Gaia Life, which contained the information channel and negotiation platform for accessing the United Front headquarters. Although the 6th level Gaia Life is not a technological civilization, he can easily access the public information exchange platform. Would you like to introduce the great members of your organization? Gaia asked. As soon as this information appeared, the humans with the fleet saw through the third-person perspective that new changes had occurred in the void. A figure gradually appeared in the void where the information came from. To be precise, it was not a figure, but a dynamic cloud-like phantom. Of course, it was not a cloud, but a Gaia Life. He seemed to have no entity, but could be detected. The amazing thing was that even optical means could see him. In the void, the body of the 6th level Gaia Life was like a shadow of a hydrogen molecular cloud. The edges of his shape were always moving, giving people the feeling of cotton candy moving. But Gaia Life was very huge. By comparison, it was found that his current appearance was larger than the sun. It is a conscious life. In the third-person driving mode, humans quickly discovered the life form of Gaia Life. It's rude to spy on others. Unknown civilization. But he didn't expect that such spying was actually noticed by Gaia Life. He sent such a message in the form of a broadcast, and then sent a message that was obviously addressed to the Awakener. 1. Is this a new member of your Awakeners? Why is he spying everywhere? Don't you teach them basic etiquette when you recruit new members? Juan was also stunned by this. Then he realized that this was talking about human civilization. No. This is human civilization. One of the seats in the United Front Command. You probably know the other few, so I won't say more. The Awakener Juan explained. Human civilization? Sounds familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. The 6th level Gaia Life quickly approached the fleet from the depths of the void, while sending a public broadcast message. Oh, it's the civilization you mentioned before. It turned out to be them. They have reached the 6th level civilization level so quickly. That's how it is. It turns out that they have the same talent as you Awakeners. No wonder you were so optimistic about them. That's how it is. That's how it is. So they are qualified to have a seat in the United Front Command. As he spoke, he once again manipulated the human civilization. After all, he was not optimistic about the human civilization mentioned by the Awakener at that time. Or he was sure that technological civilization could not defeat electronic warships. Sure enough, the next moment, Gaia Life continued. Technological civilization cannot defeat electronic warships. Juan, I told you at the beginning that when you find your companions again, we will return to your galaxy along the route you came from. In fact, the long voyage does not need to pass through the Milky Way. Although there may be star gates left by the 7th level civilization in the Milky Way, the harvesters will not allow us to find them safely and leave through them. It's different if we go back to the Triangulum Galaxy from the star gate you came from. Only you Awakeners know the location of that star gate. We can go to the Triangulum Galaxy from the star gate, and then complete the preparations for the long voyage in the Triangulum Galaxy, and then embark on the long voyage. By the time the harvesters react, we will have already embarked on the long voyage. I think this is the safest way, rather than relying on your technological civilizations to confront the harvesters head-on. Good guy. Gaia Life still insists on the escape strategy he told the Awakener Juan back then. The difference is that he only told Juan back then, and now he is telling it to the 5 civilizations of the United Front. Knowing that the purpose of establishing the United Front is to fight the Reapers, he still said so. A complete runaway. The most surprising thing is that this statement is actually very popular. As soon as Gaia Life finished speaking, the Galactic Heart Alliance immediately became interested. Oh? Is there a Stargate leading to the Triangulum Galaxy in the Milky Way? Where is it? Awakener Juan. Why haven't I heard you talk about this? If there is a Stargate in the Milky Way, you can leave without anyone noticing. Who would fight the Reapers? That would be courting death. The abandoned escape plan of the Galaxy Heart Alliance came to the minds of their top leaders again. They complained about the Awakener illusion in private. and even judged the Awakener illusion by their own standards, saying that it was a way out that the Awakener civilization secretly left for them, and it might be a preparation for escape. It is estimated that when everyone is fighting fiercely, the Awakener civilization will escape first. Fortunately, the 6th level Gaia lifeform exposed this matter. It turns out that the civilization of the extragalactic galaxy is unreliable. Is there a Stargate? The Shinju civilization was also very curious. They were also an ancient level 6 civilization. So why didn't they find a Stargate leading to the Triangulum galaxy? Suddenly, the leadership of the Shinju civilization was also a little shaken. They had seen the power of electronic warships. Even though they knew the unique technology of humans, they still felt that it was a gamble, and it would be safer to just run away. Leaving the Milky Way normally requires a long time of sufficient preparation, collecting a large amount of materials, etc. But it is different with a Stargate. However, the Awakener one gave a disappointing answer to several civilizations. There is indeed a Stargate, but that Stargate is not in the Milky Way. It is still very far away from the farthest dark matter halo outside the Milky Way, about 700,000 light-years away. We almost couldn't get to the Milky Way because of this. When this was said, the leaders of the Silver Heart Alliance and the Divine Principle civilization were disappointed, and the 6th level Gaia life was silent. They knew what 700,000 light-years meant, which meant that they still needed a long preparation time, needed to build transport ships, and then fill those transport ships with materials, so that it would be possible to cross such a long distance. To prepare these things, they must dig into the dark matter mines in the Milky Way on a large scale, or even directly capture many stars, so that they will inevitably be discovered by the harvesters. The Milky Way is so vast, and there are no walls blocking it. But none of the 6th-level civilizations in the Milky Way dare to leave. In fact, this is the reason. At the same time, the words of the Awakener One are also reminding them that even if they find a Stargate in the Milky Way, they must make sufficient preparations before daring to enter. Otherwise, what if there is an endless void on the other side of the Stargate? It seems that we really have no way out, Gaia Life said silently. He was very unwilling. If possible, he didn't want to face the electronic warship. Next, we will go to find the main civilization of the Silicon-based consortium. The leadership of the Silver Heart Alliance also felt a sense of frustration, so they turned the topic to the construction of a united front. They didn't want to let go of any force, even if the main civilization of the Silicon-based consortium was already scared. They had to join. If the nest is destroyed, there will be no eggs left intact. If it is to be destroyed, everyone will be destroyed together, and no one can hide. Besides, the Silver Heart Alliance also has its own little tricks in mind. They also want to take this opportunity to take down the main civilization of the Silicon-based consortium. Their own race cannot master the special technology of the Silicon-based consortium, but they can master their individual lives. Isn't that what the harvesters are doing now? Chapter 1058. Although the key to the Great Voyage is to defeat the electronic warships, and for tens of thousands of years, the Silicon-based Federation has proved countless times that the full transformation technology is of no help in this regard. Warships with full transformation technology are no different from ordinary warships in front of electronic warships. But the Silver Heart Alliance knows the power of this technology. Using it in war is only one of its uses. The Silver Heart Alliance has seen the Silicon-based Federation warships transform into various tools. But I don't know if the Silicon-based Federation fleet will also have that kind of technology. But no matter what, get it first. As long as their race is controlled and given enough time, I believe they can still create a second set of special technological creations. The focus of special technology is its creations, but the root is the race that created the creations. The Silver Heart Alliance did not say its intentions, but only said that it wanted to find the Silicon-based joint fleet to strengthen the power of the United Front organization. Of course, no civilization objected to this statement. After all, the purpose of the decisive battle with the Reapers is not only to destroy the electronic warships, but also to destroy the conventional forces of the entire Reaper civilization. And it would be best to destroy the entire civilization. As the saying goes, if you don't remove the grass at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Of course, this is just a slogan. As far as the Galaxy Heart Alliance is concerned, if they really win, they may still want to collect the individual lives of the harvesters. Just relying on their unique technology of manufacturing macroelectronics is enough to attract the Galaxy Heart Alliance to do so. But it is not easy. Just like those Awakeners who were defeated in the war. They would rather die than be used by other civilizations. Having said that, the addition of Gaia life can be regarded as making the United Front a real united front. According to the plan of the five beings, the next step is to find the remaining fleet of the Silicon-based Federation and look for traces of other level 6 civilizations on the way, and then persuade them to join the United Front. Because of the Silver Heart Alliance, the difficulty of finding other level 6 civilizations is much lower. But the situation in the Milky Way has changed a lot now. Many well-known level 6 civilization microcosms have been found and slaughtered by the harvesters. The civilizations that survive by chance are either still surviving or have left their own microcosms, trying to reduce the probability of being found by wandering. The former is not so bad. The Silver Heart Alliance has the most well-informed information network in the Milky Way, and they know the location of many small universes of ancient level 6 civilizations. The latter is troublesome, and can only be found slowly through the information detection anchor points of the Silver Heart Alliance throughout the Milky Way. And to achieve all this, the United Front organization's top priority is to cut off the tail that follows. That is, the regular fleet of the Reapers. Only by solving them can the surveillance of the Reapers be cut off, and there can be a period of peace and stability. Otherwise, it will not be long before they have to face the electronic warships. Although no traces of electronic warships have been observed so far, the Silver Heart Alliance is very experienced in this matter. According to their estimation, if no measures are taken, the electronic warships will arrive in 100 years at most. For this matter, the Silver Heart Alliance also pointed out the mistakes of the previous decision of the Shinju civilization at the United Front Command. They expressed dissatisfaction with the Shinju civilization for letting those regular fleets of the harvesters follow them all the time. The response of the Shinju civilization was also very tough. What's the use of complaining now? It is right for everyone to work together to destroy those fleets. That's right. The United Front organization has no other choice. The 5 civilizations agreed unanimously. And then they immediately divided the work and cooperated. And each civilization received its own tasks in the headquarters meeting room. At this time, there was no such thing as a war that was about to break out, because war has always existed. But this time the 5 civilizations all dispatched their main fleets. The human civilization fleet was small, so all the consciousness-linked warships were dispatched directly, and the Tianqin also went out with them. Other conventional warships stayed at the civilization headquarters, responsible for the safety of the residential spacecraft and various spacecraft. The Dia civilization worked even harder. They sent out all the warships that could fight, as if they wanted to prove their worth. The Awakener civilization also went all out. They didn't have a cluster of living spaceships, and all 3 million warships were dispatched. The most arrogant ones were the Divine Principle civilization and the Silver Heart Alliance. They directly divided their huge fleets into several fleets of more than 1 billion warships and crushed them towards the target. Among the 5 major civilizations, only the 6th level Gaia life did not move. In addition to not needing him to take action, there was another reason. That is, during this period of time, he discovered Adley, who was with the human civilization, and showed great curiosity about Adley's existence. After learning that Adley was actually the product of a level 5 civilization experiment, the level 6 Gaia life became even more curious. But he was more shocked. He didn't expect that a level 5 technological civilization could actually create a being like Adley. Adley looked like a Gaia life, but after a careful feeling, he knew it was not. It stands to reason that a level 5 civilization cannot create real life. But Adley has clearly shown the breadth of an independent and special life, which Gaia life is very clear about. Because of this, he developed a strong interest in Adley. At the same time, he had doubts about his own existence since the birth of consciousness and wisdom. Where did I come from? Why am I the only life form like me in the Milky Way? What is the connection between Adley's existence and my existence? After understanding Adley's birth and his predecessor, Gaia life asked himself several questions in the depths of his mind and tried to find answers. He even thought that Adley could become a being like himself one day. Gaia life was shocked by his own thoughts. Doesn't that mean that he might also be the product of some kind of experiment? No. No. Definitely not. Since I became conscious, I have been a planetary consciousness. Even though I have long since left the planet, I still remember my origins. This is correct. Gaia life suddenly began to doubt itself. I am a true Gaia life. The moment I was able to leave the planet and exist, I knew that I had reached the peak of my ability, and my ability just happened to match the level of level 6 civilization. Is this a coincidence? No, this is not a coincidence. But I can't make any more progress. The same is true for technological civilization at this level. It is the cosmic environment that restricts us. Wasn't it the same for the survivors back then? That's why we need to make a long voyage. Yes, that's right. It must be like this. The war ended while Gaia was still doubting itself. Except for the Dia civilization, which was evenly matched. The other civilizations on the United Front all won a crushing victory. Of course, it was only a victory, not a complete annihilation. After all, the galaxy is so vast that the Harvester fleet can run around. And they didn't want to fight the civilization they were following head-on. Chapter 1059. The United Front's crushing victory was actually achieved by using their numbers and combat power advantages to encircle and suppress the Harvester's conventional fleet. For those warships that fled as soon as they were discovered, the United Front still had to face the choice of whether to chase or not. If they kept chasing, they would definitely catch up and kill them all. After all, the number advantage was there. Even if the speed was the same, the difference in supply speed could gradually shorten the time and shorten the distance until they came into close combat. But the major civilizations of the United Front did not dare to chase too far. Nor did they dare to leave their main fleet too far. It was because of this concern that the Shinju civilization did not keep crushing the Harvester fleet that was following. After all, what if the electronic warships suddenly came while fighting? The current situation is that the enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. This situation will be maintained until the Silver Heart Alliance detects the traces of the electronic warship. Of course, there is another way to break the deadlock, which is to eliminate all the spies of the Harvester. The United Front Command chose to take a two-pronged approach. On the one hand, the Silver Heart Alliance increased its detection efforts. And on the other hand, it formulated a strategy to eliminate the eyes of the Harvesters. Everyone was already tied to the same boat. And the Silver Heart Alliance was also very clear about the current situation. So they had to make up their minds to do it. At the decision-making meeting, the Silver Heart Alliance also told the other four civilizations their approximate action strategy. In short, the Silver Heart Alliance would not hesitate to expose the risk of the few remaining small universes in other parts of the Milky Way, and frequently dispatch fleets to broadcast across the Milky Way to attract the attention of the Harvesters. At the same time, it also passed on the message to the remaining small universes, dispatched more echelon detection fleets, and conducted regional carpet-style detection of the Harvesters' traces. Another thing is to directly dispatch a large-scale exploration fleet to the lair of the Harvesters to find out. This is undoubtedly a desperate act. The Shinju civilization praised the Ancient Alliance for this rare sentence at the headquarters meeting. The Ancient Alliance told the Shinju civilization and other four civilizations in the United Front very seriously, "We have always been the main force against the Harvesters in the Milky Way. We don't need your praise. Moreover, since we have decided to fight to the death, we must be willing to sacrifice ourselves. I hope that you civilizations will do the same. This is to say, we have already made efforts in the field we are good at, and even burned our boats. And you, the partners, should also express your attitude. As the Silver Heart Alliance said, we are already in the same boat, so we must go all out. At least for now. So in the issue of destroying the Reaper Outpost fleet and its detection fleet, humans propose their own strategy, which is to send a large number of unmanned warships to encircle and suppress them. The sixth-level civilization basically has its own strong artificial intelligence fleet. The human proposal is to make each civilization sacrifice its own strong artificial intelligence warships to complete the destruction of the Reaper Outpost fleet, so as to achieve the purpose of concealing its own huge fleet. Because the strategic goal is to conceal the United Front headquarters fleet, the strong artificial intelligence warships sent out to fight will definitely not come back, which is equivalent to a one-time product. The same is true for the ships sent out to smooth the warp track. After completing the mission, they can self-destruct. Regarding this proposal, Awakener Juan said, "I agree with it wholeheartedly. Because the Awakener civilization does not have strong artificial intelligence warships at all. All their warships are manned, and one person per ship. Because humans and Dia civilizations have not yet completed the construction of large-scale warships. They do not have strong artificial intelligence warships that can participate in the sixth-level civilization war. Gaia is the only life, and it is even more impossible for him to do these things. So in the end it still falls to the Ancient civilization and the Shinju civilization. The Silver Heart Alliance has already taken on the main task of information collection, and is certainly unwilling to contribute in this regard. Obviously, Only the Shinju civilization can do so. In response, the Shinju civilization was also very straightforward, directly dividing 200 million strong artificial intelligence warships from the large fleet to cover the rear. Uneven contribution will definitely lead to internal conflicts. In order to ease internal conflicts, human civilization took the initiative to undertake the task of erasing the warp speed track of the large fleet. Of course, it did not use the already scarce sub-civilization level warships to complete the task, but used those transformed star-level warships. It is also driven by strong artificial intelligence. This time, humans basically used up all the strong artificial intelligence that they had produced and saved before. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, there is still the cannon fodder of the Red Flame civilization. So there is no need to worry about ordinary sub-civilization level warships without personnel to drive. Interstellar wars cause great losses to individual technological life. Unless absolutely necessary, each civilization is unwilling to use the lives of their own race as cannon fodder, including human civilization and Dia civilization. Not to mention the Silver Heart Alliance. They have the most cannon fodder. Only the Awakeners, a special existence, use individual lives of their own civilization to drive each warship. They are considered to be elite soldiers. In fact, after learning about the composition of the Awakener fleet, human civilization also considered this aspect. But there are still some problems that have not been solved. For example, humans have not yet been able to let one person bear the load brought by the third person driving of consciousness link. And after solving the single person load problem, it is not the end of the problem. This also requires that this person has a super amount of knowledge, and his comprehensive quality must be ridiculously strong. In short, this person must be a scientist in various disciplines, an engineer, a warrior, a tactical expert, and an ace warship pilot. Only in this way can he be guaranteed to bring out the powerful performance of the warship. This is possible because the Awakener is like this. Humans currently have this intention because the elite soldier strategy is too beneficial for long-distance voyages. With fewer warships, the demand for starting supplies is bound to be less. If a fleet of the same size is turned into a transport fleet, the supplies it carries will surely allow the entire civilization to go further without affecting combat effectiveness. It is simply the best fleet structure for long voyages. The reason why special life forms dare not go on long voyages by themselves is that they are afraid that they will die on the way without energy sources. After all, in terms of the ability to carry supplies, special life forms are certainly far inferior to technological civilizations. In other words, except for the two special existences of Awakener and Gaia Life, the United Front organization is doing its best for the next strategy. The effect is also very good. In just a few decades, the large fleet of the United Front organization successfully escaped from the Reaper's vision. But the Reaper still knew the general direction of the large fleet, because the Reaper's outpost fleet and detection fleet were not isolated. During the period of following several major civilizations, they were also constantly updating information to their main civilization. But no matter what, the tense situation of the enemy in the dark and us in the light has finally eased. It was under this circumstance that human civilization finally found the opportunity to consult the Silver Heart Alliance about the Tianqing civilization. Chapter 1060. The human beings asked the right question. The Galactic Alliance is indeed the most proficient organization in the Milky Way. They do know something about the Tianqing civilization and quickly responded. The Tianqing civilization, as far as we know, should be a newly emerged 6th level civilization. They once appeared in the middle of the shield arm. It was then that we knew that there was such a 6th level civilization in the Milky Way. If you are talking about them, well, they are not bad. If we can bring them into a united front, we can also increase our advantage in eliminating the conventional forces of the Reapers. You actually know them too. When human civilization asks questions, it is impossible to just say Tianqing civilization. The description of a civilization needs to include its civilization name, creation characteristics, civilization level, communication identification information, etc. Because each civilization may call other civilizations differently. Just like humans call some civilizations according to their own habits. Like the previous dynamic picture civilization. In fact, many civilizations call them Gurgi civilization. This information must be identified before the two sides communicate. Otherwise other civilizations will not know what you are talking about. As for the consultation of humans, the Silver Heart Alliance seemed to have misunderstood, thinking that humans were thinking about expanding the United Front. Shinju civilization and Dia civilization knew the reason. But the former did not want to say it. And the latter did not dare to say it. Humans did not take the initiative to reveal such things. So it was best not to interfere. However, the Awakener of One spoke on the public channel at this time. Now we have temporarily gotten rid of the Reaper's eyes. The most urgent task is indeed what humans have done. We, the Awakener civilization, are not familiar with the Milky Way. But you two ancient civilizations should know some 6th-level civilizations. Our suggestion is to bring them all to the united front. It seems that the Awakener of One also misunderstood. After hearing this, humans did not react much. But the leaders of the Shinju civilization had other opinions. They suddenly felt that the relationship between the Awakeners and humans was not as good as they imagined. Because the Awakeners did not even know that the human mother planet was destroyed by the Tianqing civilization. It's them. The 6th-level civilization is our target. After finding the Silicon-based consortium, we will go to find the Tianqing civilization. Yu Yuan said on behalf of human civilization through the channel. It's just a misunderstanding. Anyway, it's hard to do anything in this situation. What do you think? The Silver Heart Alliance replied in the public channel, obviously asking other civilizations for their opinions. Shinju civilization, it's feasible. Level 6 Gaia life, I do whatever I want. The Awakener, it's the best. Anyway, we have to find those level 6 civilizations. So it doesn't matter which one we find first or later. And everyone has no opinion. Only the Shinju civilization is a little worried about this. Because when they learned about this before, they didn't think much about it. But now that they heard humans asking this question, they felt that if they found the Tianqing civilization, human civilization might ignore the united front and the situation in the galaxy and rashly launch an attack on the Tianqing civilization. The leaders of the Shinju civilization thought so, and were about to send a private message to remind humans to put the overall situation first. But before the message was sent, the inquiry message from the human civilization appeared again in the public channel. Silver Heart Alliance. Do you know anything else about the Tianqing civilization? Do they have any special technology? The Silver Heart Alliance did not doubt him, and quickly replied, we don't know much. We just encountered them once by chance. Because we have never encountered them before. We think they should be a recently promoted 6th-level civilization. What special technology can a newly promoted 6th-level civilization have? Except for you. Let's not talk about whether they have special technology or not. In fact, after so many years, it is unknown whether they are still in that star field. If our microcosm over there is still there, we may be able to capture their traces. Unfortunately, our microcosm in the shield arm was destroyed by the harvester 3,000 years ago. I hope we can find it. Yu Yuan also replied silently. He knew the difficulty of finding a civilization in the vast sea of stars. Unless the other party made a big move, it would not be easy. This is different from the harvester's sweeps over the past few thousand years. The way the harvesters search for other civilizations mainly relies on the traces of other civilizations' activities they discovered at the time, as well as the new microcosm detection technology brought by the newly harvested technology. They sweep with the goal of discovering newly open microcosms. But if it is an ancient microcosm, or the 6th-level civilization has never opened up a microcosm to hide in, it will be difficult to find. Yes, before the harvesters mastered the new microcosm detection technology, the 6th-level civilization was safe hiding in its newly open microcosm. But now it is safer to hide in the interstellar space. When the Galactic Heart Alliance discovered that the Reapers had new detection technology, they launched a wave of galactic radio propaganda to let other level 6 civilizations know about it. It is precisely because of this that the level 6 civilizations in the galaxy have been able to survive since the Neutron Battlestar Wars. It must be said that the Galactic Heart Alliance did a good thing in this regard. At least their actions bought precious time for humans and the Shinju civilization back then. On the Tianqing, Yu Yuan had just finished speaking when he found that the communication channel with the Shinju civilization was lit up. Human civilization. Revenge still needs to be considered in the long run. Don't worry. We know the limits. Seeing the human civilization's response, the high-level officials of the Shinju civilization were also a little puzzled. At the beginning, they did not understand the human brain circuit, and they had a hard time with the human insistence on revenge. Many years have passed, and the Shinju civilization even believes that today's humans are different from the humans in the original planetary era. Why take revenge if they are different? Didn't your human civilization not become extinct? Maybe if there was no bombing of the mother planet, your human civilization might not have developed so fast. Yes, the Shinju civilization still believes that humans only developed a certain will to develop after their home planet was bombed. And it was that will that influenced human civilization, which made human civilization develop so quickly. However, even if they don't understand, they still respect humans' obsession with revenge. However, they think that they must first solve the problem of the Reapers, and then humans can do whatever they want. The consultation was a small episode on the way of the large fleet's evacuation, and did not cause much trouble. In order to avoid the eyes of the Reapers, the United Front Fleet chose to go under the Silver Plate first, and after confirming that the fleet was really hidden, it would make a detour and return to the stars of the Milky Way to continue sailing. As time went by, things seemed to be going smoothly. After the United Front Fleet circled back to the stars of the Milky Way, it did not find any trace of the Reaper probe ship. The United Front Fleet had expanded its detection radius to 300 light-years away, but still found nothing. This meant that the United Front Fleet had escaped the Reaper's pursuit, but the same was true in reverse. Chapter 1061. But there are still some differences between the two. Since the Silver Heart Alliance gave up the microcosm, they are now a wandering civilization. But the Harvesters are still holding on to their microcosm headquarters. If they continue to do so, they will now become the party in the open. Based on this judgment, the Awakener one suddenly said in the United Front Camp channel, "Why don't we go directly to the Harvester microcosm headquarters and attack Huanglong directly?" Of course. This needs to be done after the location of the electronic warship is discovered. As long as we can destroy the Harvester microcosm headquarters, no matter how powerful the electronic warship is, it will become a commander without troops. An electronic warship that has lost its main civilization will not last long. In fact, after discovering the electronic warship, it has been discussed long ago to divide a large force to exterminate the main civilization of the Harvester. Everyone thinks it is feasible, but the question is whether the Harvester is so stupid. Everyone understands what the Awakener illusion means. The microscopic electrons of the electronic warship are the creation of the 7th level civilization. Maybe they don't need maintenance, but the macroscopic electrons should be needed, since they need maintenance. Without the support of the main civilization, the electronic warship will break down one day. However, the several civilizations in the United Front were not sure how long the electronic warships without maintenance could last. Maybe the electronic warships would destroy all their civilizations before they needed maintenance. After all, it was still inevitable to talk about the electronic warships. Seeing that no one responded, the Awakener probably guessed something, so he changed the subject. However, before Huan could finish his words, the Silver Heart Alliance sent a message on the public channel, "Shinju Civilization. I heard that when your neutron war star was in a stalemate with the electronic warships, your neutron war star was suddenly hit by some kind of attack. As the party involved, you should know what the attack method was. Right? Well, I don't mean anything else. We have all been defeated by the electronic warship. But only you can force the electronic warship to use that kind of means. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and knowing the enemy will ensure victory in every battle. We have united to fight against the Reapers. And we believe that it is necessary to understand each other. To be honest, our detection spacecraft was also present at the time. But we did not detect how the electronic warship moved. We only saw that after your neutron battle star suddenly burst out with violent energy, the electronic warship seemed to be stunned and stagnated in the void for a long time. It was because of the sudden daze of the electronic warship that we saw the end of the battle. Later, through the information of the battle and the analysis of the actions of the Reapers over the next 1,000 years, we found that the pause of the electronic warship was definitely not intentional. It should have occurred after launching that unknown attack method. It must have cost a lot to use that unknown attack method, because we have never seen the electronic warship perform like this. Upon hearing this, the Shinju civilization also looked at the Ancient Alliance with new eyes, and also sent a message in the common channel to reply, "We don't know the specific situation of the electronic warship. We only know the situation of the neutron battle star that suddenly appeared at that time." When it comes to the issue of fighting the Reapers, the Shinju civilization did not hide anything and gave a brief account of the sudden appearance of the neutron battle star. Of course, excluding the secret information about the neutron battle star. I see. Seeing the description of the Shinju civilization, the Awakener one also sighed on behalf of the Awakener civilization. What do you mean? Do you know what kind of attack method that is? The representative of the Silver Heart Alliance asked. Awakener 1, I was not sure at first, because for us that kind of observation is more like a feeling. But after listening to the description of the Shinju civilization, we are sure that it is a means of attack from the microscopic world. Isn't this nonsense? Although we can't detect it, we are not blind to the situation back then. Hearing such words, the senior leaders of the Shinju civilization and the Ancient Alliance complained in their hearts. Even the 6th level Gaia Life, who had been silent, couldn't help but say in the channel, "Tell me what the specific means are." Awakener 1, according to our members, he seemed to see waves of quantum energy fluctuations in the void quantum sea, as if to engulf the entire macroelectronic battleship. But in the end, it was offset by its microscopic electrons in some unknown way. That should be the change in the microscopic world caused by the electronic warship launching that unknown attack. The so-called unknown attack is a means of changing the properties of electrons. My companions did not see the specific process clearly, but based on the description of the Shinju civilization, we can roughly guess that it should be a way of attack that changes some physical rules. Change the physical rules. As soon as these words came out, the Shinju civilization suddenly realized that now they finally understood why the neutron battle star suddenly had a huge amount of antimatter annihilation energy. It must be that the electronic warship used some means to change part of the electron group that had been pressed together into positrons, changing the laws of physics. That is a means that only level 7 civilizations have. Fortunately, that means seems to be unable to be used continuously, and the Reaper only has one electronic warship. Then, the 3 major civilizations conducted various analyses on the capabilities of the electronic warships. Because of the information exchange between the various civilizations, they really guessed roughly, except for not knowing that it was using the identical spin properties of microscopic particles. Basically everything was speculated. In this process, human civilization also gained a deeper understanding of the legendary electronic warships. At the same time, human scientists also analyzed the attack methods of electronic warships and evaluated whether the Tianqin could withstand the attack of electronic warships. Unfortunately, the answer given by all scientists was negative. Like other civilization warships, the Tianqin has various electronic equipment inside. Once it is hit by the conventional electronic destructive attack of the electronic warship, it will be destroyed, and it does not need to perform the same spin attack. Because countless level 6 civilizations have proven that battleship shields are useless against electronic battleships. Nowadays, only neutron battle stars can withstand the conventional electronic destruction attacks of electronic battleships. So if they can't withstand it, can they hide? Electronic battleships have a displacement movement method that is like teleportation. And if you want to hide, you must first observe its attack method. Thinking of this, humans consulted the Awakener in the channel. If the Awakener can see it, then humans should be able to see it too. The Awakener's reply gave humans some confidence. The Awakeners can indeed see the path that the microscopic electrons jump over when the electronic warship launches an attack. But they also tell humans that the path of the microscopic electrons is uncertain. A quantum uncertainty. And there is no time to hide. You can't do it. But we may not be unable to do it. Listening to the introduction of the Awakener 1, Yu Yuan said in his heart, and then turned his head to look at the number on the Tianqin that was fixed at 100%. That was the sign that the preparation for quantum macro tunneling was complete. Chapter 1062. Before it was activated, no one thought that the Pioneer's special technological creations had such hidden functions. Now that I think about it, the Pioneers also spent a lot of money. They left behind so many special technological creations in this small universe. You know, there were 10 sets. And in the end only one set was successfully preserved and then obtained by humans. At present, it is as difficult for a level 6 civilization to create special technological products as it is to create wonders. The Awakeners and Silicon-based consortium seem to be relatively easy. But the special technological products of the Shinju civilization are difficult. It takes almost all the power of the entire civilization, and takes a lot of time and effort to create a neutron battle star. The same is true for the special technological products of human beings. It was thought that the equipment installed on the warship would be easier to realize. But in fact it took human beings 5,000 years. If it were placed in the Earth era, the things would not be made, and the various parts would be worn out by time. And this set of Pioneer special technological equipment after activation. Human beings are quite satisfied. Although no one knows how it is realized. They can use it. Moreover, the Pioneers also left a simple maintenance manual. It will self-check for small problems and detect the problems. Human beings only need to follow the instructions and build a certain force field for it on time according to the method required by the manual to repair some small problems. But if the core is damaged, there is no way to fix it. It is estimated that only the pioneers can repair it. The pioneer-specific technology equipment on the Tianqin is already old equipment, hundreds of millions of years old. But as long as humans maintain it according to requirements, it should not be a problem to use it for millions of years. As for its function, Yu Yuan listened to the introduction of the electronic warship in the public channel while looking at the system operation UI unique to the pioneer-specific technology equipment. It can not only realize the quantum macro tunneling of the entire Tianqin, but also perform macro tunneling movement of the personnel on the Tianqin within a certain range. Of course, this needs to be set up in advance on the system. This function is very powerful and practical. Simply put, the personnel on the Tianqin can achieve the kind of quantum transmission in science fiction movies within the specific range of the Tianqin. After that, if the people on the Tianqin want to land on a planet, they don't need any landing spacecraft at all. Instead, they can directly put on tactical armor on the Tianqin and perform fixed-point transmission between the Tianqin and the surface of the planet. And they can go and come back. In other words, when humans conduct planetary landing activities in the future, such as non-resource mining activities, they can be directly teleported to a fixed point. When they come back, they only need to operate on the Tianqin to be teleported back through quantum macro tunneling. When they first saw such a function, the entire senior staff was excited. After all, the Tianqin is so large that it can accommodate hundreds of millions of people. Doesn't it mean that as long as the system completes the analysis, everyone on the Tianqin can freely macro tunnel? Ideals are full, but reality is skinny. The capacity of the Pioneer's quantum macro tunneling system is limited, and it can only meet the data loading of 1 million humans, which has become the number of people on the Tianqin. If the number exceeds this, he will be left in place when the Tianqin performs quantum macro tunneling. This teleportation function for individual lives cannot be teleported to any place, such as to the interior of a planet or other warships, because it is essentially a tunneling completed through the quantum world, not a four-dimensional jump. The matter formed by the aggregation of fermions has a corresponding quantum field in the quantum world. For quantum tunneling, their quantum fields are as difficult to cross as mountains, so it is impossible to teleport people to the opponent's warship for hand-to-hand combat. Similarly, the main function of the Pioneer quantum macro tunneling technology is not to allow warships to pass through matter and enter the interior. The ability of the diamond crystal before was entirely because human warships were too simple, so it could enter and exit at will. But if it is the current Tianqin, it is different. Unless humans open the door, the rhombus crystals of the Pioneers cannot enter the warship through the tunnel. Quark material is not in vain, and all these functions need to be commanded from the Tianqin. It is worth mentioning that the effective range of this tunnel is as far as 3 light-years away. And this is also the safe distance of the quantum macro tunneling of the Tianqin. The limit distance will be farther, but it is easy to have problems, such as finding that something is missing from your warship after completing the tunnel. After various comparative analyses, human experts believe that although the quantum macro tunneling range of the Tianqin is 1 light-year shorter than the attack range of the electronic warship, it should not be inferior in terms of speed and reaction, even if it is not as good as the electronic warship in short-distance movement. The Tianqin with a warp enhancement device must be as good as the electronic warship in terms of rushing, and even more powerful. These are explained in the system after the Pioneer's special technology is activated. Although the Tianqin has not yet faced the electronic warship, there are naturally no specific comparison parameters. But these weapons and equipment have also brought great confidence to humans. It can be said that the absolute military strength of mankind is now all reflected in the Tianqin. As the saying goes, the greatest advantage of technology is mass production. It is indeed abnormal for a technological civilization to have a warship that is difficult to mass produce. But they are special technological products, which should not be mastered by civilization at this stage. But the great wisdom of life has forced it into reality. In addition to the technology of the Pioneers, the Tianqin also has the special technological products of the Awakeners, as well as the human being's own microscopic quantum world exile attack method. It can be said that mobility, speed, dodge, attack, and all kinds of ability values are maxed out. If other civilizations also have special technologies, it is not an exaggeration to say that humans are cheating. However, There is one thing that the Tianqin does not have. That is the shield. The reason is that before the quantum macro tunneling is activated, the shield must be turned off, which will undoubtedly greatly affect the instantaneous reaction ability of the Tianqin. So humans simply do not install the shield. Anyway, with the super dodge ability of the third-person observation perspective and the instantaneous mobility of the quantum macro tunneling, there are few attacks that can hit. Besides, the quark material armor of the Lyra is not fake. In this universe full of dangers, the hard power of civilization is crucial, and human civilization, with just this Lyra, is enough to make itself the first echelon of the 6th level civilization in the Milky Way. On the other hand, after several rounds of meetings, the unified battleship fleet returned to the stars of the Milky Way again, and the subsequent voyage was quite smooth, and no Reaper detection spacecraft was encountered again until many years later, when the fleet came to the Shield Arm. Chapter 1063. For a level 6 civilization, there is actually no necessary place to go from the extended outer area of the outer arm of the Milky Way to the Shield Arm. After all, the universe is three-dimensional, and the spiral arms of the Milky Way are not flat. A level 6 civilization with a star map of the entire Milky Way can completely specify the target and then start the cruise mode, and only needs to replenish supplies at the appropriate time. After joining the United Front, humans also obtained a map of the entire Milky Way. It is not the kind of semi-imaginary map of the Milky Way in the human Earth era, but a precise star map obtained by multidirectional observation. This map was created by the Silver Heart Alliance. They shared their star map with several civilizations in the United Front, which was also a statement of the United Front. However, it is unknown whether there are no problems at all. For this reason, humans also specially found the Shinju civilization and took a Milky Way star map from them as a comparison. The star map is a war need, and the Shinju civilization is willing to share it. But like the Silver Heart Alliance, it is unknown how accurate the star map is. Star maps are a reflection of a civilization's observation and measurement technology. People are willing to share them for free, so humans don't say much. Moreover, the star maps of the two civilizations are indeed much more accurate than those of humans. The Dia civilization, which is also a newly promoted 6th level civilization, also benefited and got a copy of the Milky Way star map. After the fleet returned to the interior of the galactic disk, it went straight to the Shield Arm. Its full name is the Shield Cross Arm, which is located in the inner circle of the Orion Spiral Arm. The section close to the galactic core is called the Shield Arm, and the section outside the middle section is called the Cross Arm. This is the division of human civilization. In fact, other civilizations have different names. For example, the Shinju civilization simply and roughly divides the Milky Way into 4 regions, and then uses the center of the Milky Way as the coordinate axis to mark the coordinates of these regions to identify the Milky Way star map. Therefore, in the Shinju civilization, the purpose of this trip is not Shield Arm, but the XXX YYY ZZZ coordinate star field of the first division of the Milky Way. From the void of the outer arm of the Milky Way to the Shield Arm, the large fleet directly passed through the Perseus Arm and the Carina Arm, spanning 70,000 light-years, and took 329 years. This is the navigation technology of the 6th level civilization, and it is no problem to cross the entire Milky Way. After arriving at the Shield Arm, the Galactic Heart Alliance began their performance. They spread a large number of detectors in the interruption area of the Shield Arm, and then carried out various directional and fixed-distance broadcasts to find the main civilization fleet of the Silicon-based Federation. If they are still here, they should respond, because the Galactic Heart Alliance made it clear in the broadcast that this is the last time for the 6th level civilization in the Milky Way to fight against the Reapers. If it succeeds, everyone will be happy. And if it fails, everyone will die. Not only that, the Galactic Heart Alliance also said that civilizations that do not come after receiving the broadcast will also be liquidated in the future. They have already put this kind of words on the table. If you don't come, we lose, and the Reapers will not let you go. If we win, we will not let you go. We must settle accounts before the long voyage. I just ask you if you will join us. If other civilizations say this, it really has no deterrent power. But the Galactic Heart Alliance's detection capabilities have been famous in the galaxy for thousands of years, and those level 6 civilizations have to think twice. Silver Heart Alliance? You actually found this place. Alas, it seems that we can't escape. Some of our main civilizations have surrendered to the Reapers. Logically, they have obtained our special technology. They have achieved their goals, and should not waste time on us. But I didn't expect you to not give them a chance to live. To the surprise of several major civilizations, the Silver Heart Alliance had only been broadcasting for less than 30 years. But they actually received a response. And it was indeed a silicon-based consortium. The major civilizations were prepared to come up empty-handed. This contrast made the leaders of the major civilizations happy, but also worried, because it was too smooth. From getting rid of the Reaper tracking fleet to now, everything has been smooth, and no Reaper fleet has been encountered in the middle of the journey. In fact, everyone thinks it is normal that there was no Reaper fleet in the middle of the voyage. After all, the Milky Way is really big. But when we arrived here, we actually encountered another main civilization of the silicon-based Federation, which made people feel a little uneasy. This feeling is like the silicon-based Federation is waiting for everyone here, which is very strange, because the United Front Command has been established. The Silver Heart Alliance synchronizes its detection information in real time, so the information replied by the silicon-based Federation can be seen by several Level 6 civilizations. It seems to be wrong. General Yu. On the Tianqin, a staff officer's words sounded in the internal channel of the human military command. It went so smoothly. Yes. It went so smoothly. Yeah. Yu Yuan also felt something was wrong. They pondered for a moment and immediately issued an order to alert the cluster of spaceships inhabited by human civilization and to raise the alert of 30,000 warships equipped with consciousness links. At this time, the Awakener 1 suddenly sent a private message to Tianqin, human civilization. Do you feel that something is wrong? Do you feel the same way? Yu Yuan looked at the golden section rectangle representing Huan on the screen and replied. Yes. We felt that it was too quiet along the way. Awakener Huan said thoughtfully. Yu Yuan said quickly, You mean? Our trip might be a trap? Awakener Huan, it's not certain yet. Let's wait and see. At this point, Awakener 1 cut off the private chat channel. The next moment, the private chat channel of the Shinju civilization lit up, and Yu Yuan immediately gave the system a command to connect. Soon, the message from the Shinju civilization appeared. Human civilization. We feel that something is wrong. Don't get me wrong. We are not saying that there is a problem within us, but that there is a problem with this silicon-based joint fleet. Yu Yuan raised his eyelids. Too smooth? Shinju civilization reminded. Yes. You should be careful. Shinju civilization has not cut off the private chat communication, and the public channel of the United Front Command has appeared the communication information between the Silver Heart Alliance and the Silicon-based Federation. Silicon-based Federation. Have you been in this star field? Silicon-based Federation fleet. Yes. Wandering around will increase the risk of exposure. It will be safer for us to stop here. The Silver Heart Alliance seemed to have sensed a strange atmosphere. They sent a message to the Silicon-based Federation fleet several light years away. No. We mean, you seem to be waiting for us? Wait for you. We don't understand what it means. We just think it's safer to stay in this star field. The Silicon-based Federation fleet really doesn't seem to know what the Silver Heart Alliance means. This time, the Silver Heart Alliance, humans, the Divine Principle civilization, and the Awakeners are all confused. Are we overthinking it? The latest intelligence shows that this Silicon-based Federation fleet has only about 1 million warships, which is consistent with the impression of the major civilizations of the United Front on participating in the Silicon-based Federation fleet. All this is so reasonable. Are we really overthinking it? Representatives of several major civilizations of the United Front quickly gathered on the public channel of the headquarters and showed the puzzled expressions of their respective races, looking at each other on the communication screen. There must be a problem. The 6th level Gaia Life, who rarely expressed his opinions, said, seeing that he rarely expressed his opinions and was so sure. The representatives of several major civilizations showed an expression of I would like to hear more about it. But because of their different races, such expressions were only understood by the representatives of their respective civilizations. Chapter 1064. I also feel that this journey has been too smooth. That's it. The 6th level Gaia Life thought about it, but couldn't explain it. So he repeated the content on the public channel of the United Front. At this time, after a quick discussion among humans, some insights have been obtained. So after listening to their opinions, Yu Yuan spoke on the public channel. In this case, in our opinion, the biggest possibility is the conspiracy of the Reapers. Conspiracy? How can you say that? The Awakener saw that human civilization seemed to have really seen something. So he cooperated. Yu Yuan nodded and said first, before that, I would like to ask the Galactic Heart Alliance. Are you sure we have gotten rid of the Reaper's tracking at that time? It is certain that we released several batches of disposable detectors at the time. But we did not find them. Nor did we find any traces of warp speed. Besides, we actually have some detection equipment hidden in some star regions. There are hundreds of information anchor points in the starry sky along the way. But we have not seen any feedback. We dare to say that we are indeed not being tracked. The Silver Heart Alliance replied confidently. Well, if that's the case, then if there's really something wrong with this silicon-based fleet, there's only one possibility left. Yu Yuan's words appeared again in the public channel, and were converted into the languages of several major civilizations by the built-in system. The Reapers anticipated our actions. Or rather, they made the right bet. Think about it. If you were the Reapers, where would you most likely go after discovering that your opponents were determined to get rid of tracking at all costs? The Milky Way is so big, it's possible to go anywhere, said the 6th level Gaia Life. The Galactic Heart Alliance and the Awakener were silent. I don't know if they didn't come up with an answer or were just silent. Instead, the leader of the Divine Moment civilization sent a message: look for the Silicon-based Federation. Because they know we are trying to gather other 6th level civilizations in the Milky Way to deal with them. When they followed us to the outer arm of the Milky Way and found the Galactic Heart Alliance, they knew our intention. So they bet right. They bet that the next thing we should look for is the main civilization fleet of the Silicon-based Federation. Because the most effective way to enhance the combat effectiveness of an organization is to pull a civilization with unique technology to join. And now the only one with unique technology in the Milky Way is the Silicon-based Federation. Then the most likely direction of action for the United Front is the star field where the Silicon-based Federation disappeared. Coincidentally, the Silicon-based Federation was defeated by the Reapers. And they roughly know which star field it was. If this is true, then the estimated Federation fleet that appeared here is likely to be a fake fleet pulled out by the Reaper civilization from its own fleet. This makes sense. But the Silver Heart Alliance has a different view. That being said, if we are the Reapers, there is no need for us to pretend to be the Silicon-based Federation fleet. Wouldn't it be more reasonable to directly send out the electronic warships to harvest? So some people in our group think that we are overthinking. And this fleet is actually the remaining fleet of the Silicon-based Federation, not the Reaper's conspiracy. It is more reasonable. Yu Yuan nodded and said seriously, but don't forget the vastness of the starry sky. Even if the Reaper really bets right, it may not be able to accurately deploy the fleet. So they are probably still some distance away from here. And this Silicon-based Federation fleet is their means of delaying time. This statement is a bit reluctant. In fact, so far, the United Front organization has no direct evidence to prove that there is a problem with the Silicon-based Federation fleet that responded. These doubts are nothing more than speculations after several civilizations spontaneously doubted each other. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are groundless speculations. It is like suspecting that the neighbor stole your hoe, and then thinking that the neighbor is the thief. Seeing this, the Shinju civilization stated, we don't have to guess here. Hasn't the Silicon-based Federation fleet responded? We will know if we conduct a deeper investigation. If they really have problems, we don't mind sending them on their way first. That being said, it is almost impossible to conduct so-called in-depth investigations in the starry sky, because you can't go inside other civilization fleets to search for their main computers. Judging from the features of the creation, this is undoubtedly a silicon-based consortium, because the detector of the Silver Heart Alliance has already contacted it. And this silicon-based consortium warship also cooperated very well to perform a full transformation demonstration in front of the Silver Heart Alliance detector. It is definitely a special technology of the silicon-based consortium. So the Shinju civilization meant to let several civilizations expand the detection range to see if there are any suspicious places in this star field. Of course, everyone knows this truth. So while waiting for the silicon-based consortium fleet to approach, several civilizations launched a large number of detections into the deep starry sky. This move is also gradually expanding the scope of vision of the United Front. The communication between the Silver Heart Alliance and the Silicon-based Federation fleet soon produced results. But in the end, nothing was found. Because no matter how decadent the Silicon-based Federation was, it would never agree to other civilizations to scan the main computer of its civilization. In this way, the Silicon-based Federation fleet came to the vicinity of the large fleet amid the suspicion of several civilizations. In the process, they also told several major civilizations about what happened after their small universe headquarters was discovered by the Harvesters, and the reason why they hid in this star field. The story was flawless and more detailed than what the Silver Heart Alliance understood. After all, they were the parties involved. Not only that, they also tried to apply to join the command center after understanding the goals and organizational structure of the United Front. In this regard, the major civilizations could not directly refuse. After all, the Silicon-based Federation also had unique technology. Although its creations had been taken to the Reapers by another group, their warships still had full transformation capabilities, and their combat effectiveness was there. But in a short period of time, they could not create fully transformable warships again. The United Front speaks with strength. Based on this, several major civilizations negotiated for a while, and worked out an observer quota. In name, it has higher power than the Dia civilization. But in fact, it only makes suggestions in the command center, and has no decision-making power. Surprisingly, the Silicon-based Federation actually agreed to such a request. After getting these done, the United Front also expanded the detection range to more than 100 light-years, but did not find any abnormalities. Seeing this, Yu Yuan spoke again on the public channel. It seems that there is no problem. Should we go to the Tianqing civilization for our next plan? That's the plan. But there happens to be a level 6 civilization microcosm on the route we're heading to. We can go and see if they're still there. One more civilization means one more force. The Silver Heart Alliance checked the star map information of their own civilization. Are we really overthinking it? Seeing that things haven't gotten worse. The several civilizations in the United Front all think that they've really overthought it, and are scaring themselves. Chapter 1065. 1 year. 2 years. 3 years. 10 years passed quietly. The United Front civilizations, who always felt that it was not suitable to stay here for a long time, had already set off again. At this moment, they were already 2,000 light-years away from where they encountered the Silicon-based Federation fleet. However, because the route this time was roughly towards the Milky Way, the star density in the starry sky did not decrease much, but became denser, and did not leave the shield arm. Born in the Milky Way and raised in the Milky Way, this was the first time that human civilization came to a place so close to the Milky Way. There are many stars here, and the distance between them is much closer than that in the Orion spiral arm, with an average distance of only 2.3 light-years. No matter which direction you look, you will see stars everywhere, looking towards the center of the Milky Way. It is even more amazing. That is the area covered by light, which is the brightest place in the Milky Way. Conventional optical detectors cannot see its true situation at all. The center of the Milky Way is of course a supermassive black hole, and black holes do not emit light. So the light seen at this location is actually the accretion disk of the supermassive black hole. After billions of years, the Milky Way's black hole is still very active. The huge power makes the humans far away in the shield arm feel that their fleets are very small. The entire United Front fleet is also like a few small boats drifting in the vast ocean compared to the power of the supermassive black hole. Even with the 6th level civilization, it still seems small in front of the might of nature. Just as Yu Yuan was looking at the starry sky through the large screen display, a message on the public channel brought him back to reality. It was a message sent by the Milky Way Alliance, and it seemed very urgent. Something's going on. Turning his head, he saw the Galaxy Core Alliance continuing the message that hadn't been finished. Something big has happened. It's the Reaper fleet. Our probe ship encountered the Reaper fleet and has been destroyed by them. They seem to have deliberately reduced the detection radius of their probe ships. Our probe ships directly met their fleet. The last information sent back showed that they came from the direction of the Silver Core, 189 light-years away. The number of warships is unknown, and no trace of electronic warships was found. Then, another exploration fleet of the Silver Heart Alliance brought another message to the United Front, calling the headquarters. An unknown fleet was found in the direction coordinates XXXX. Not the Reaper fleet, 176 light-years away. And our civilization's exploration spacecraft has already engaged in a firefight with it. The information brought by the Silver Heart Alliance was immediately synchronized to the systems of various civilizations in the United Front. And then a three-dimensional star map of the galaxy appeared in each civilization's command center. The star map, which originally only had the starry sky, also showed information about the Reaper fleet after a refresh. Yu Yuan took a look. 2 fleets of Reapers came, and both were heading for the United Front fleet. And the distance was less than 200 light-years. And a level 6 civilization could reach it in less than a year. The first mate of the Tianqin looked at Yu Yuan. General Yu. Something is wrong. The Reaper fleet seems to have a clear purpose, and is heading for us. I don't believe they didn't find us. Prepare for war. Consciousness link driver in place. Yu Yuan also realized that something was wrong. So he immediately announced that human civilization had entered a state of war. After thinking for a while, he issued several orders to each fleet. The order was very simple. All the conventional fleets followed the Tianqin to prepare for battle. The remaining 30,000 elite consciousness-linked warships, 20,000 of which were left to protect the main civilization's residential spaceship cluster, and the remaining 10,000 were in the conventional fleet, acting as command ships for the conventional warships according to the organization. Use consciousness-linked warships as command ships to lead conventional warships to fight. When it was the 5th level civilization, humans used this model to defeat the 5th level civilization alliance with fewer people. This is the best way to improve the combat effectiveness of the entire civilization when the number of consciousness-linked warships is insufficient. The human fleet started moving at once, and other civilizations did not stand still, and also made their own arrangements. Those with residential spaceship clusters, such as the Shinju civilization, the Dia civilization, and the Silver Heart Alliance, reacted similarly to humans. All of them separated a part of the fleet to protect the residential spaceship cluster, and then immediately released batches of exploration spaceships from the fleet. The main battle fleet was also preparing quickly. The war came so suddenly that the United Front camp was not ready yet. And the Reapers came. The appearance of the Reaper fleet made the major civilizations realize that the aberration they had felt before was really aberration. But they still felt that it was not a problem with the Silicon Federation fleet. But as human civilization said, the actions of the United Front were gambled by the Reapers. The Reapers should have deployed a fleet in the shield arm, trying to wait for the enemy to arrive. But the starry sky was too vast, and they could not accurately squat on the large fleet of the United Front organization. So they had never met before. And now, it should be that the warp traces of the United Front organization's large fleet were discovered by them. After all, since getting rid of the Reapers' tracking, the major civilizations have not continued to erase the warp traces. It's not that the major civilizations are unwilling to do so, but the work of erasing warp traces requires sacrificing part of the fleet. This is easy to understand, because the spacecraft or creation that goes to erase the warp traces will also leave warp traces, so the tools can only be disposable. Having said that, the major civilizations have experienced wars, and did not fall into chaos due to such emergencies. However, each civilization is not selfless. Even if they form a united front, they will still put the interests of their own civilization first. This can be seen from the actions of each civilization to protect its own residential spaceship cluster. It is certain that if the electronic warships had not been found, the residential spaceship clusters of several civilizations would have already fled and moved away from the Reaper fleet. Now they have not fled. It is entirely because they do not know from which direction the electronic warships may appear. If you really choose a direction at random, what should you do if you happen to encounter electronic warships? In this case, it is better to stay and wait for the situation to become clear before making a decision. The latest intelligence is that both fleets are elite Reaper fleets, with a total number of about 5 billion. It is still unknown whether there are fully transformable warships of the Silicon-based consortium. Soon, the Silver Heart Alliance sent more intelligence. Then the leader of the Silver Heart Alliance said on the command center channel, "Leaders of civilizations, we can't sit and wait for death. This is definitely not an encounter battle. The previous judgment of human civilization was correct. The Reapers bet on our intentions, and this battle is inevitable. Now we can only pray that the electronic warships are not here, or we must destroy the 2 elite fleets of the Reapers before the electronic warships appear. Otherwise none of us can escape." Hearing that the Silver Heart Alliance still wanted to run, the leader of the Shinju civilization couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Run? I'm afraid it's too late. If it's true as human civilization said, then the electronic warship must be in this star field, and the Reapers have already sent out their elite troops. It's difficult for us to destroy these 2 fleets before the electronic warships arrive. The only solution now is to fight, because if we run away, we will not have the opportunity to reorganize again. I believe everyone knows this. It's a pity that we are not ready for a decisive battle. But it doesn't matter. As long as we can take down the electronic warships, the Reapers are nothing to worry about. In my opinion, we should fight according to the deployment of the decisive battle. Our neutron battle star, the human Lyra, Gaia, and your Galaxy Alliance's galaxy. Once the electronic battleship appears, we must face it and defeat it. Only in this way can we have a chance. Otherwise it will be all over if the electronic battleship rushes into our conventional fleet formation. And the conventional fleets of several of our technological civilizations will work with the Awakener to destroy the Reaper's conventional fleet as quickly as possible. Kill them all. And then go to their small universe headquarters and destroy them all. Everyone must understand that we have no way out. The galaxy is so big, but there is no way out. It is indeed as the Shinju civilization said. Since the Harvesters have sent out their elite fleet, they will definitely pursue them relentlessly. Similarly, since they have made the right bet, the electronic warships must be here. Chapter 1066. The Divine Element Civilization is right. We have nowhere to retreat. The civilizations and races you are from are all the most advanced and outstanding in the Milky Way. I believe that everyone is unwilling to be destroyed by the Reapers. The Awakener Juan said. At the same time, the warships of the Awakener civilization also began to deploy into a skirmish formation, which is their usual battle formation. Of course. Otherwise, why would we fight the Reapers for tens of millions of years? The Silver Heart Alliance also stated, all of us here are the most advanced civilizations in the Milky Way. And also the most powerful civilizations in the Milky Way. In fact, it is not very useful to look for those ordinary level 6 civilizations. The final victory or defeat still depends on our civilizations. We also agree with what the Shinju civilization said. If we retreat, I believe everyone will understand that even if we still want to get together, the Harvesters will never give us another chance. We will definitely be defeated one by one. At that time, all of our civilizations will become the nutrient of the Harvesters. Just like the Silicon-based consortium in the past 6,000 years. The Silicon-based consortium was not happy with this. What do you mean by like us? Although we suffered heavy losses, we are not extinct. We agreed that as long as we are not allowed to deal with the electronic warships, everything is fine. We just need to wipe out those damn surrender cowards. Level 6 Gaia life. Then let's fight. Yu Yuan also expressed his opinion on behalf of human civilization. Although our human civilization has just been promoted to level 6 civilization, we haven't even had time to build a large fleet. But we can still see the situation in the galaxy clearly. From the moment we mastered the special technology, our human civilization became the natural enemy of the Reapers. The current situation is just as the Silver Heart Alliance said. The key to defeating the Reapers is the electronic warships. And the key to defeating the electronic warships is our civilizations with unique technologies. If we want to sail far, we must overcome the Reapers. Although our human civilization did not participate in or witness the first two wars, we still know some of the situation. This time is indeed our last fight. Let us destroy the Reapers together. Daya civilization, we are the same. As the initiator of the United Front, the leader of the Shinju civilization, after seeing everyone express their opinions, first pointed out the situation on the star map of the public communication channel. Okay. Now everyone has seen the situation from the star map. The Harvester's regular first and second fleets are from these two directions. Since we have to act according to the plan. In our opinion, before the Harvester's electronic warships appear, the flagships of several civilizations should not be deployed. If the enemy does not move, we will not move. Now the outer detection fleets of both sides have already started fighting. But here at the headquarters of several major civilizations, there is still plenty of time for everyone to discuss. After all, the United Front is still more than 100 light years away from the two Reaper fleets. And there are still several months of sailing. The Galactic Heart Alliance also agreed with this view. And they added, we would like to add that given the particularity of our technological civilizations, we must consider the safety of our main civilization. So we suggest that the residential spacecraft cluster should leave the warships as soon as possible and try to avoid becoming the target of the Reapers. We have dispatched a large number of detectors to expand the detection range. For now, the route we have taken is safe, and the residential spacecraft cluster can temporarily retreat in that direction. Level 6 Gaia life. It's really troublesome. Needless to say, you will do it even if we don't agree. Let's act quickly. Gaia life is the absolute main force to deal with the electronic warships this time. At least the Silver Heart Alliance thinks so. They also put their hopes on Gaia life. So although this is unpleasant to hear, the Silver Heart Alliance does not say anything. At this time, the people of the Shinju civilization continue to gesture on the star map. The Harvesters have two regular fleets. The first fleet has about 3 billion people, and the second fleet has 2 billion people. The difference is not big. According to our original plan, we should send out conventional forces to deal with them. But now the human civilization and the Dia civilization have not yet completed the construction of the 6th level civilization fleet. So we can only deal with it with the Silver Heart Alliance. I believe everyone has no objection to this. Of course there is no objection, especially the human and Dia civilizations, who agree with it. The Shinju civilization has 9.7 billion conventional main battleships. They have not experienced any major wars in the past 5,000 years, and the integrity rate is very high. The Silver Heart Alliance has a huge main fleet of 10.4 billion. If you add various exploration ships, engineering ships, residential ships and other ships, their total number of ships is no less than 80 billion. In terms of fleet numbers, the Silver Heart Alliance and the Shinju civilization are the two giants of the United Front. However, they are not doing charity. After seeing that everyone agreed, the Shinju civilization changed the subject. Of course, we can't do it all. As far as I know, the Awakener civilization has strong combat power in a single soldier. One warship is enough to match our tens of millions of conventional warships. I also heard that the Awakeners once said that the warships of the fleets of major civilizations in our galaxy are grass. Sorry, I don't mean to mock. I just want to invite the Awakener fleet to join us in attacking the Reaper First Fleet. How can this be done? Then won't we have to face the Harvester Second Fleet alone? The Silver Heart Alliance was immediately unhappy. But before they could speak, the leader of the Divine Hour civilization continued. As for the Second Fleet, the Silicon-based Consortium Fleet will assist the Silver Heart Alliance. The two major civilizations in the Milky Way will be able to deal with the Harvester's regular fleet without any problems. Hey, this arrangement really thinks he is the leader. We don't agree. The Silver Heart Alliance is very clear about the combat effectiveness of the Awakeners. If the Awakeners help their regular fleet, it will definitely reduce a lot of losses. The combat effectiveness of the Awakeners is obvious to all. We think it will be more effective if their fleet is divided into two parts to cooperate with us to attack the two conventional fleets of the Reapers. You must know that the Reapers definitely have more than 5 billion warships. Even if they fight all year round, there are not many opponents who can cause losses to them. Even if they don't have 10 billion now, they still have 700 million or 800 million. Moreover, we need to be wary of the Reapers mixing in the fleet with the rebellious warships of the Silicon-based Federation. This makes sense. After all, the combat effectiveness of the warships of the Silicon-based Federation is also very strong. If there are really a lot of them mixed in, they may suffer a hidden loss. According to the remaining fleet of the Silicon-based Federation, the number of surrendered warships is at least 10 million, which is more than the fleet they have left now. And it is a force that cannot be ignored. What the leaders of the two civilizations said makes sense. But the Awakener civilization feels uncomfortable no matter how they look at it. Why are you arranging everything for me? Chapter 1067. Okay. We the Awakener civilization have our action plan. It's true that we are in the same United Front camp. But that doesn't mean we will hand over the command to you. The Awakener Juan couldn't stand it anymore. But he also knew that this was a discussion about how to fight, and which civilization was responsible for what. So he added, just follow what the Divine Principle civilization said. All of our 3 million Awakener warships will go with them to deal with the Harvester First Fleet. As for the Second Fleet, let the 10,000 elite fleets of the human civilization act with you. You must know that their warships have the same technology as ours. And one ship is worth 10,000 ships. As for the main fleet of Dia civilization, let's go with human civilization to deal with the Second Fleet of the Reapers. It's better than nothing. Now it's a war between our entire United Front and the Reapers. Every civilization must contribute as much as possible. The first and second fleets of the Reapers were named by the United Front according to the two fleets. It was to distinguish the battlefield situation. Not because the Reaper fleet had such a name. Human civilization had no objection to the Awakener's proposal. Anyway, 20,000 of the 30,000 consciousness-linked warships were protecting the civilization headquarters. Now the human civilization's combat power was only 1 Lyra and 10,000 consciousness-linked warships, plus 2 million sub-civilization class warships and 3 million star-class warships. These forces must be deployed in the war. It is better to join the Shinju civilization or the Ancient Alliance, which can also reduce the probability of being activated. As for which fleet to fight, it is actually the same, as long as the 10,000 elite warships of mankind are not allowed to go it alone. So Yu Yuan said, we have no objection. Now in the United Front camp, the Shinju civilization, as the initiator and the civilization with powerful warships such as the Neutron Battle Star, is considered the top leader. But the Ancient Alliance obviously does not think so. They often regard themselves as fighting against the Reapers for thousands of years, and often challenge the right to speak of the Shinju civilization. Even when the war was about to begin, they still did so. Of course, because the detection was timely, there was plenty of time for the United Front to prepare. So such a discussion was actually harmless. But it also made several civilizations realize that this United Front would not last long. If they lost, they would disband. And if they won, they would disband as well. But now was not the time to think about these things, because the real-time updated detection information made several major civilizations realize that their pre-war discussion seemed redundant. The reason was that the two fleets of the Reapers gradually approached each other during the voyage, and there was a trend of gradually merging into a large fleet. It is obvious from the real-time updated star map that if the approach continues, the Reaper fleet will inevitably merge into a large fleet before reaching the range of the main fleet of the United Front. Now, all the discussions about dividing the troops to block the attack are invalid. Seeing this, the Awakeners sneered, I think we should stop doing so many empty things. It's useless. The Reapers obviously want to kill it in one battle, and have a decisive battle with us. It seems that the previous speculation of human civilization is correct. The Reapers did guess that we would come to this star field, and their move is also forcing us to have a decisive battle. After saying this in the public channel, the human race received a private message from the Awakener, human civilization. Your elite fleet does not need to use your tactical arrangements. Although using elite warships as command ships for conventional warships can improve overall combat effectiveness, you are not the main force in this conventional battlefield. Why don't you follow us? Good guy. Before the battle even starts, each civilization has its own plan. However, the Awakener's words hit the mark of human civilization. In such a decisive battle, the human race's conventional fleet is really nothing. It is better to let the elite fleet follow the Awakener's rhythm, so that they can also learn the Awakener's fighting style. Although human civilization has mastered the third-person driving mode, the Awakeners have already realized this for many years, so they must have something to learn from humans. The Awakener Huan's words were exactly what Yu Yuan wanted. He immediately agreed and conveyed the latest orders to the captains of 10,000 consciousness-linked warships. The Awakener's move was obviously a well-intentioned move, and human civilization also responded to it. Then, Yu Yuan told the Awakener Huan about his and a group of command staff's views on the move of the two Reaper fleets merging together. Huan, we are not exaggerating. The Reaper's move seems to be a simple merger, but we think their move has a deep meaning, and I am afraid there is something fishy in it. Awakener Huan, oh, what do you mean? Electronic warship, Yu Yuan said. We think the reason why the electronic warship didn't show up is not because it didn't arrive, but because it deliberately fell behind the two Reaper fleets. The two Reaper fleets joined forces just to serve the appearance of the electronic warship. We think it might be a bait. Awakener Huan understood immediately. You mean? The electronic warship wants to take advantage of the melee between us and their large fleet, and then use its means of destroying electronic equipment to annihilate our United Front's conventional fleet in one fell swoop. The Reapers are so strong. There is no need to do this. Yu Yuan shook his head and said, Huan, there is an old saying in our human civilization that a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. Now the Reapers are lions, but our United Front may not be rabbits, so they will definitely not take it lightly. You must know that when the electronic warships fought against the Neutron War Star, the Reaper's ultimate move failed to destroy the Neutron War Star in one fell swoop. Now we have gathered almost all civilizations with unique technologies in the Milky Way, facing such a lineup. Even if the Reapers look down on it, they can't be careless in their hearts. Moreover, the war has already broken out. So for the Reapers, they will certainly seek to achieve the greatest victory with the least casualties. Our military experts believe that there is nothing faster than using electronic warships to destroy our conventional warships on a large scale. Hearing this, the Awakener Huan also became distressed. This is not easy to deal with. The Reapers' electronic warships are mixed in their large fleet. How can we fight? After a pause, the Awakener Juan continued to express his concerns. What you said makes sense. I think the Reapers will do this in 9 out of 10 cases. If so, our tactical arrangements will be very problematic. By the way, didn't you tell the Galactic Heart Alliance and the Divine Principle Civilization? Of course not. If you told them, who would dare to engage in a big fight with the Reaper fleet? It is indeed a big problem. Now the strategy of the United Front is that the Neutron Battle Star, the 6th level Gaia Life, the Lyra, and the Galaxy will wait for the electronic warships to appear before attacking. If they really want to watch the big fleet fight first, it will probably be too late when the electronic warships appear from the void behind. But of course humans can't say that. So Yu Yuan said, they are also the top civilizations in the Milky Way. They will think of it. Moreover, as long as we change our strategy, we can basically avoid the situation of being caught off guard after the electronic warship appears. That is, the Neutron Battle Star and our flagship, Gaia and Galaxy are also following the large fleet. Apart from this, we have no other good solutions. I will propose it on the public channel later. With your support, the proposal should be passed. The Awakener Fantasy responded without thinking, okay, we will support you. After a pause, the Awakener Fantasy seemed a little hesitant. But he still asked, to be honest, human civilization, is your flagship really sure to deal with electronic warships? Chapter 1068. Of course I am not sure, Yu Yuan said in his heart. But he said, of course I am sure. Don't worry, Juan. You have waited for us for so long. Our human civilization will definitely not let you down. Our two civilizations still have a long way to go. We still have to travel together on the long voyage. This is what you told us at the beginning. Awakener Juan, that's good. After the victory of this battle, there will be no obstacles to the long voyage. Then our two civilizations will travel together. And together, we will overcome all the obstacles and reach our destination. By the way, Juan, if our Tianqin fails, I would like you to evacuate immediately and try to take our residential spacecraft cluster with you as our request. You are sure of this? Yes, but our ancestors told us that we should be prepared for any eventuality and be prepared for the worst. We understand. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Our two civilizations are partners, and we are also friends. Friends don't have to be so polite. Okay. The Reaper fleet will indeed unite, and there is no time to lose. After communicating with the Awakener Juan, Yu Yuan spoke on the public channel of the United Front Command. The content was what he had said to the Awakener Juan before, that the several warships planned to deal with the electronic warships should follow the large fleet instead of watching from afar. Juan agreed to this proposal very cooperatively. The Shinju civilization and the Ancient Alliance also nodded without saying anything. Obviously, they should have realized something. But the 6th level Gaia Life didn't care. He was not interested in this tactical arrangement. As for the opinions of the Gaia civilization, they are not important. And the same is true for the remaining fleets of the Silicon-based Federation. The Shinju civilization and the Ancient Alliance seem to have thought of it. And the clues can be seen in their subsequent fleet actions. The Neutron Battle Star of the Shinju civilization deliberately moved behind its own fleet, while the Ancient Alliance deliberately reduced the speed of the elite warship cluster in the fleet. At the same time, both civilizations focused their observations on the void behind the Reaper fleet. They gave their own detection fleets a death order to break through the information blockade of the Reaper and take the initiative in the battlefield information situation. Now the two sides are within 100 light years of each other. Although the main fleet has not exchanged fire, the outer detection fleet has already fought fiercely. If the detection fleet of the United Front wants more detailed battlefield information, it needs a detection spacecraft team to penetrate near the Reaper fleet, and vice versa. Therefore, in order to achieve their own goals and prevent the other side's goals, the detection spacecraft fleets of both sides have already fought fiercely on the outer periphery of the battlefield. And even in order to confuse the battlefield detection field of view, both sides have directly attacked the stars. Some United Front exploration ships wanted to circle around the Reapers from outside the battlefield. So they thought of taking advantage of the dense stars in the sky and trying to use the stars to cover their way through. However, they didn't expect that only one exploration fleet was detected, and the Reapers directly destroyed all 7 or 8 stars in that star field. Although the exploration ships of the 6th level civilization are called exploration ships, they are not all C-class ships. There are also many planetary class and star class ships. With the support of the 6th level civilization technology, Star-class ships can blow up stars in a matter of minutes. The same is true for this war between level 6 civilizations. Although the main fleets have not started fighting, the scale of the competition between the detection spacecraft alone is larger than any level 5 civilization war. From a conventional optical perspective, the starry sky is still quiet and bright. But from the perspective of superluminal tachyon detection, the stars have turned into violent novas. And the violent gamma rays that are enough to kill all natural life have spread in all directions at the speed of light. The stars that used to quietly embellish the starry sky have now become the prelude to the war between the two camps, and the fireworks before the war begins. As for whether there are low-level civilizations in these star systems, no one cares, and there is no time to explore them carefully. There is no way. Even the kindest civilization cannot explore all the planets in the star system before deciding whether to blow up the star. At this time, if they still do this, they are afraid that they will fail soon. The dynamics of the outer battlefield are updated to the flagships of various civilizations in real time. On the Tianqin, Yu Yuan can see the current situation outside the battlefield. There are groups of spaceships of various models and levels. The exploration spaceships of human civilization, Dia civilization, Shinju civilization, Incheon Alliance, and several major 6th level civilizations are constantly fighting with the harvesters. Hundreds of millions and billions of ships are crisscrossing the starry sky, constantly attacking each other, and snatching the intelligence rights of the battlefield and the periphery of the battlefield. C-class, planetary class, and star-class ships also participated in the battle. Except for the space-cutting weapons and void strikes that only sub-civilization class warships can carry. They basically have all other weapons. Electromagnetic railguns, tachyon beams, star destroyers, neutron kills, neutron explosions, black hole bombs, and warp missiles equipped with various warheads. The quiet starry sky was suddenly filled with gunpowder smell. Yu Yuan, who was on the Tianqin, even heard the shouts of the Red Flame civilization individuals on some planetary-class warships. Since the information collected by the United Front is shared online, humans are now much more aware of the battlefield situation than when they were fighting on their own. Of course, in terms of detection breadth, because of the detection technology of the Galaxy Heart Alliance, the battlefield perception range of the United Front has now reached hundreds of light years. Within this 100 light years, whether the detection fleet of their own side is destroyed or the detection fleet of the Reaper side is destroyed, it will be updated in real time to the overall star map. Now that the main fleet has not yet exchanged fire, Yu Yuan sat in the captain's room of the Tianqin, watching the extinguished spots on the screen. The extinguishing of the blue spots represents a detection team of his side, and the detection team has been destroyed. If Yu Yuan clicks in to see the details, he will see that the number of ships in that fleet is basically more than 10,000. Which is the number of a detection ship team unit. The red spots naturally represent the Reaper ships. Of course, the paint of the Reaper ships is actually very black. In fact, the Reaper fleet mentioned by the civilizations on the United Front refers specifically to the Reaper's sub-civilization level warship cluster, rather than the total number of ships in the Reaper's large fleet. The Reapers came with 5 billion main battleships, and tens of billions of other types of ships. It seems that they are also a group-living technological civilization composed of individual intelligent life. Through real-time feedback, Yu Yuan saw that the Reapers did not have an advantage over his side in terms of detection spacecraft. In fact, because the United Front had a numerical advantage, it could even suppress the Reapers. It was for this reason that as the battle on the detection spacecraft continued, the detection range of the United Front was further expanded. Chapter 1069. But even so, the United Front still did not discover the existence of the electronic warship. As long as the electronic warship does not appear, the several major civilizations on the United Front side must always pay attention and keep their guard up. Dia Civilization War Report. Battlefield Starfield. Coordinates 124XXYYY found a large number of Reaper scout fleets. Our 236th Exploration Fleet and 237th Exploration Fleet have lost more than half of their 300 exploration spacecraft squadrons and failed to break through the enemy's blockade. The Reaper Exploration Fleet is too powerful. Request support from Headquarters. 455th Exploration Team. 465th Exploration Fleet. Fill in. The assault route has been planned. From the top of the Silver Disk to the back of the Reaper main fleet. Let the so-called first civilization in the Milky Way see how powerful our Dia civilization is. The commander of the Dia civilization in charge of that star field shouted fiercely in the command channel. Under the order, Dia civilization shines in the galaxy. Dia civilization shines in the galaxy. And each exploration fleet, in order to achieve strategic goals, such battlefields are very common. And many individual lives and ships are destroyed before they even have time to shout slogans. If he stood in the perspective of one of the exploration ships, he looked around at this moment, and all he could see were the shadows of war. The surrounding stars were exploding, and the ripples of space and time caused by the gravity bombs were also filling the void. Those radiant tachyon lightsabers were also crisscrossing in the deep void. If he was not careful, he would be hit by a volley of fire from the enemy fleet and then directly turned into cosmic dust. The exploration ships also had shields, and they were all real shields. The Star-class ships were equipped with multiple shields, such as real shields and void shields. The former could theoretically withstand all attacks on fermions, and the latter was specifically used to defend against void attacks. But even if such a spaceship is directly hit by a salvo, its shield system will be instantly overloaded, and then the ship will be destroyed and the people will die. This is the case in large-scale combat. The commanders of each side are looking to destroy the opponent's ships with one blow. So multiple ships coordinating salvos are routine operations. This tactic has been used in low-level civilizations. On the battlefield of the 6th-level civilization, it is not only not outdated, but also more extreme, because the number of ships has increased and computer technology has advanced. More ships will be able to form coordinated action formations, and the coverage and power of salvos will be greater than before. Even with a shield, it cannot resist the damage of being hit by a large-scale volley. Of course, the shield is not useless. At least it prevents the warship from being taken away by the opponent's gunfire during the maneuver. Judging from the situation on the battlefield, the combat effectiveness of the detection spacecraft of the Dia civilization is the lowest, followed by humans, and then the Shinju civilization and the Harvester are evenly matched, and the Silver Heart Alliance is the strongest. However, this is only the combat effectiveness shown by the detection spacecraft. That is, the scouts of several civilizations. As we all know, scouts must have combat effectiveness. But the most important ability of scouts is the ability to spy on intelligence. And the Silver Heart Alliance is also unique in this regard. So if we talk about the comprehensive strength of detection ships, the Silver Heart Alliance is indeed the strongest. Gradually, against the background of shining stars, the main fleets of both sides are getting closer and closer. As the saying goes, the brave wins when they meet on a narrow road. Now the only way out is to destroy the enemy opposite to them, and win. At this time, the Shinju civilization also sent a message on the public channel. Advance. 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 17.5 light years away from the target fleet. Everyone. For the future of the Milky Way, let us work together to eliminate the Reapers. Victory belongs to the Anti-Reaper United Front. The Union of Silver Pay also sent out such a message. But in fact, their fleet still quietly slowed down a little. They acted like this, but they looked righteous in their words. When the Silver Heart Alliance discovered the Reaper fleet, it launched many wide-area broadcast spacecraft into the surrounding void. Now, these spacecrafts are transmitting more information to the information anchor points in this star field, and are also broadcasting in the Milky Way. Those information anchor points that receive the broadcast information instructions also broadcast in each spiral arm regardless of the risk of exposure. All the remaining level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way. We are the Galactic Axis Alliance. We are now fighting a decisive battle with the Reapers. We are located in the Shield Arm, 15,000 light years away from the center of the Milky Way. The specific coordinates are as follows: XXXX, YYYY, ZZZ. Fighting alongside us are the Shinju civilization with the neutron battle star, the Awakener from the Triangulum Galaxy, Gaia, a special life form in our Milky Way, the Silicon-based Federation, and the human civilization with special technology. We have established a united front against the Reapers. All the level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way. Our decisive battle with the Reapers has begun. This is the last anti-Reaper war. All civilizations in the Milky Way have reached the point of life and death. Please come to the Shield Arm for all the remaining level 6 civilizations. Let us work together to create our own galactic future. Don't be afraid. The electronic warships of the Reapers have been suppressed by several civilizations with special technologies and Gaia. The war has reached the most critical moment. Please come to support as quickly as possible. or go to raid the headquarters of the Reaper's microcosm. That will also help our United Front camp. The specific coordinates of the headquarters of the Reaper's microcosm are as follows. What suppression of electronic warships? There is no such thing. The Silver Heart Alliance said so. Just to reduce the fear of other level 6 civilizations about electronic warships. The broadcast of the Galactic Heart Alliance appeared in various places in the Milky Way. And naturally it could be received by the Harvesters. However, the Harvesters did not respond to multiple broadcasts within the Milky Way, but only sent a broadcast message in the battlefield star field. Galactic Heart Alliance, Shinju Civilization, Gaia Life, and the lingering silicon-based consortium. You have gathered together so tactfully that we have saved a lot of effort. Just in time to destroy them all. Speaking of which, with such an ugly race like you, you are really not worthy of embarking on the great voyage. If you go, you will fall on the road of the great voyage. But why can't you? The defeated enemies. Rest assured and let us harvest the technology? It is really puzzling that you insist on making a futile resistance. Well, it doesn't matter. Your civilization will eventually disappear after this war. But don't worry. Your civilization name will survive in our database in another way. When we reach the 7th level of civilization, the traces of your civilization will be remembered by the universe. This is much better than you falling on the long voyage. Thank us quickly. The Harvesters knew that there was human civilization in the broadcast of the Silver Heart Alliance. But they disdained this civilization that they had never heard of. They didn't even mention human civilization in their response. Let alone Dia civilization. Chapter 1070. The activities of civilizations always bring about changes in the environment. Both on Earth and in the Milky Way. The stars cannot be shaken. But the technological power is insufficient. From the words of the Reapers, it can be seen that they feel that they have all the advantages and are sure to win. Similarly, such words also make the United Front more certain that the electronic warships must be there, and will appear when the main fleets of both sides start fighting. The fact that the Reapers frantically resisted the United Front's detection ships, which were twice as large as their own, is another proof. In addition, the Silver Heart Alliance is not weaker than the Reapers in terms of conventional combat power. In addition, the United Front also has the Awakeners and the Divine Principle civilization. It is impossible for the Reapers to be so confident despite this. Everyone knows this. But it is like an open conspiracy. Even if you know it, there is nothing you can do. Because it is impossible to retreat now. Not to mention that retreating will turn into a passive situation. Just the clusters of residential spacecraft that have already retreated are enough to prevent several major civilizations from retreating. The current situation is very unfavorable to the United Front. Everyone knows that the electronic warships will appear in the melee. But they have to fight. When the front-end warships of both sides are only 10 light-years apart, it is time for the final adjustment. In order to prevent their fleets from being passive, the civilizations on the United Front side made the final adjustments at this time. The main fleet of the Shinju civilization changed from a compact formation to a dispersed array. The 9.7 billion main battleships of the entire fleet were separated from each other, with thousands of ships as a unit, and dispersed in echelons. With this arrangement, the main fleet of the Shinju civilization has a coverage area of more than 10 light-years. The Shinju civilization tried to deal with the electronic warships that were about to appear in this way. The Ancient Alliance divided the fleet into front and back batches, intending to use the front and back teams to leave enough reaction time for the fleet behind them. As for the human civilization and Dia civilization, this is not necessary, because the number of warships of the two civilizations is too small. Besides, the elite fleet of mankind has followed the Awakener and dispersed from the beginning. Even if the electronic warships jumped out, it would be impossible to kill all the warships at once. The Reapers naturally saw the reaction of the United Front, but they chose to remain unchanged in the face of change. The Reapers' main fleet in the starry sky formed a compact cone formation and rushed straight to the center of the United Front's main fleet. In the current starry sky battlefield, the number of Reapers' main battleships is half that of the United Front. But in such a formation, the United Front cannot play its military advantage. Instead, the Reapers' main battleships formed a situation of concentrating superior forces to attack the United Front's fleet. But what else can they do? Before the electronic warships appeared, the United Front did not dare to gather together. The Reapers used this mentality to turn the overall disadvantage of military strength into a local advantage of military strength. For the future of the galaxy, for the future of civilization, for the great voyage, for victory, kill all the Reapers. The main fleets of both sides finally entered the range of each other. The Tachyon light sword with the longest effective range roared first. With the blessing of the 6th level civilization technology, the effective range of the Tachyon light sword was further increased. But not much. Only from 3 light years to 3.5 light years. Of course, not every weapon has the same precise distance. It will fluctuate within a range depending on the input power. Yes, the strike range of the 6th level civilization has not improved much. But the combat power is incomparable. Hundreds of billions of Tachyon lightsabers rushed out. And in an instant, the entire starry sky turned into a sea of light. They were like deadly lasers sweeping across the bright starry sky, instantly turning the deep starry sky into neon lights at a disco scene. The next moment, a warship was hit. Countless real shields belonging to the warships lit up frantically, resisting the opponent's death cannon for themselves. More warships avoided these attacks by moving left and right quickly and entering and exiting warp speed. Of course, there were also unlucky ones, who were directly hit by hundreds of Tachyon lightsabers, and their real shields were directly blown up, and then turned into the first firework in the starry sky. The individual lives on the front line of conventional warships also knew that they were cannon fodder. But as long as they operated properly and had a little luck, they might have hope of survival. Furthermore, the level 6 civilizations here basically have memory storage technology. The memories of those warriors were stored before the war, and most of them will be stored on the flagship. Therefore, as long as the flagship is not destroyed, they have a chance to be reborn. Of course, there are some other technologies. In general, as a crew member driving an ordinary warship, there is almost no cowardice. Not to mention the warship driven by strong artificial intelligence. Because of the existence of these technologies, these level 6 technological civilizations do not care about the loss of ordinary crew members at all. Even those dead crew members can see the scene of their heroic sacrifice through some video records after their memories are revived. The 6th level civilization warships have very fast movement capabilities. The warp speed is more than 200 times the speed of light, and the ability to quickly enter and exit the warp speed allows them to switch between different attack and evasion postures in a short period of time. Such rapid movement also caused the main fleets of both sides to collide quickly. The frontline fleets quickly rushed into each other's formations, and then all kinds of weapons for short-range exchanges of fire appeared on the battlefield. A warship detachment just entered the warp speed here, and where they entered the warp speed, a powerful gravity bomb exploded immediately. If they were a step later, they would not be able to enter the warp speed, and then a salvo would take them away. Some warships just exited the warp state and found several gravity bombs exploding in front of them. Then, countless rays of light burst out in the warship's field of vision. And then nothing happened. The predicted attack of gravity bombs and the coordination of Tachyon lightsaber weapons became the first weapons used in this large-scale group battle. At this moment, above the starry sky of the battle group, due to the large-scale use of high-power gravity bombs, the gravity ripples rippled, and the entire starry sky background was distorted like ripples due to the turbulence of time and space. It was like looking at an object through a glass tank filled with water, coupled with the crisscrossing Tachyon lightsabers. The battlefield soon became chaotic, and casualties quickly rose sharply. However, it was obvious that for a level 6 civilization, the killing efficiency and power of the Tachyon lightsabers were still too low. So when the warships got closer, another weapon appeared. Chapter 1071. A conventional warship of the Shinju civilization suddenly lost half of its original size. Just like cutting out that part of the warship with a cutout software, which was very abrupt. If this phenomenon happened in the Earth era, many people would probably immediately call it a miracle. But in fact, it was caused by a level 6 civilization weapon, which was a void strike. The warship was directly hit by the void strike, and the part that was hit turned into space matter. And the warship that was hit also triggered a series of malfunction reactions, and soon turned into a large piece of scrap metal. The warship was gone before it could even put up the void shield. The void strike's striking distance is basically only 3 light years. But to reach 3 light years, it takes several seconds to recharge the energy. So more level 6 civilizations will not fire at this range, but will get closer. The warship of the Divine Matrix civilization just now was killed by the enemy, because it found that there were no harvester warships around it. The appearance of the void strike made the battles between some warships invisible. The battlefield has become 2 dimensions, visible and invisible. The visible battlefield is dominated by Tachyon lightsabers and real shields. The fight is very explosive. Light swords can travel across light years at any time. Or real shields and tachyon lightsabers collide to burst into brilliant light. The other battlefield is a battle of void strike weapons. This weapon is invisible to optics. And the route it is fired is also invisible. Although this weapon is slower than the tachyon lightsaber in the process of firing and hitting the target, its power is more than twice as great. Because it is invisible. From the perspective of visible light, one can only see a warship suddenly exit the warp, then point the main gun at another enemy ship. And then it props up the warp bubble again and escapes into the warp transfer position. The warship pointed at by the main gun has quietly developed a large gap, or even lost half of its size, becoming a lifeless wreck. The direct collision of the main fleet directly escalated the war. The Battle of the Shield Arm, which was later recorded in the history of the Milky Way by the advanced civilization of the Milky Way, officially kicked off. All the level 6 civilizations, and even the races involved in this war have been recorded in the historical archives of many civilizations. In this war, which was later called the Battle of the Shield Arm, the psychological tactics of the Reapers were very effective, and they successfully avoided the situation of fighting with fewer people at the beginning. This prevented the United Front from taking advantage of the number of warships. If the official start of the war is counted from the main fleets of both sides, it has been 1 year and 7 months so far. But the main flagships of the United Front are still watching and have not directly joined the melee. The main forces, including the Lyra, Neutron Battlestar, Galaxy, and Level 6 Gaia Life, were still quietly watching the warships of both sides being destroyed behind the fleet, as if those destroyed warships were indifferent. What are the Reapers waiting for? The leader of the Shinju civilization looked at the battlefield situation and said something silently in his heart. He said it to himself, because he knew clearly that the Reapers were waiting for the scattered fleets of the Shinju civilization to gather together to attack the group of conventional Reaper warships concentrated in a star field. Of course, they were also waiting for the subsequent echelon fleets of the Silver Heart Alliance to join the battlefield. By then, when the electronic warships appear again, they will be able to destroy the largest number of warships on the United Front at the fastest speed. You wait. We wait too. To see who can't help it first. On the galaxy of the Silver Heart Alliance, there was also a thought that was secretly determined. Obviously, he was the supreme commander of the Silver Heart Alliance, and he also saw the Reaper's plan, so it was even more impossible for him to send all the main fleets to the battlefield at once. The Reaper obviously used the 500 million main battleships as bait, imagining that when they fought with the Legacy, they lured the fleets of other civilizations to approach. The Reapers have used this trick many times, but it has always worked. It's not that other civilizations are too stupid. It's really that the Reapers took advantage of the information gap. Sometimes they really deceived other level 6 civilizations, such as the battle with the Legacy, and sometimes it was an open conspiracy. Just like this time, the United Front guessed the Reapers' plan, and therefore the major civilizations now told themselves in their hearts to hold back. Whoever loses his temper first will lose the initiative. In this case, the Awakener warships did not dare to rush directly into the Reaper fleet, because they were also afraid that they would not be able to escape in time. The Awakeners are not stupid. They are just fighting a guerrilla war now. 3 million Awakener warships are separated, and they are cruising around the battlefield with 10,000 elite warships of the human race. Fighting happily? Yes, they are fighting happily. After all, I am the only one hitting you. But you can't hit me. The conventional warships of the Reapers can't hit the warships of the Awakeners and the human race at all. If they were not afraid of being swept into the large fleet, the Awakeners would probably have killed everyone by now. But we have to be patient. But strangely, up to now, the United Front has not found any traces of the fully transformed warships of the Reapers. Maybe the Reapers used them as their trump cards. The leaders of several civilizations all thought so. As time went on, the distance between the two sides became closer. Some brave warships had already rushed to the other side's face, and then opened up new means of attack on this battlefield. When the warships of each other were about 1 light year away, space-cutting weapons appeared on the battlefield for the first time. One by one, the sharp blades that cut through space were emitted from the sub-civilization level warships, and then slashed outward like flying blades. Well, maybe it should be called extend. It is more appropriate to describe it, because the mechanism of these black lines is not flying in space, but the black lines themselves are cracks in space, and the movement of the black lines is actually the movement of the space cracks forward. and the force that drives them comes from the space-cutting weapons system of the warship. The so-called space-cutting weapon is naturally of spatial nature, and any object relying on space can be cut by it, because it does not cut objects, but space itself. However, due to the stable nature of the three-dimensional universe, once the space is cut, it will automatically close in the next Planck time. For this reason, the black lines extending forward of the space-cutting weapon are actually a kind of extension of energy that destroys the stability of space. When this initial energy is exhausted, the black lines will automatically disappear. Space weapons involving the concept of Planck time. Their extended speed must be faster than the speed of light, and their range is relatively short. So as soon as the black line appeared on the battlefield, many warships that could not escape were cut into many sections. The broken parts of the matter will be crushed together with the energy that destroys the space, and will be converted into energy in an instant, and then cause secondary energy impact damage. Therefore, the warships cut by the black line will experience violent energy expansion with the appearance of the black line, which is simply called explosion. The application of space weapons instantly turned the battlefield into a real meat grinder. Oh no! An iron grinder, where countless warships were crushed. The battlefield, which was originally filled with white light, also had many deep black lines engraved on the background. Watching the war enter the next white-hot stage, the leaders of several major civilizations were still watching quietly. Fight. If you don't come out, we are not in a hurry. Just fight a war of attrition, and see who can't stand it first. From the current situation, the conventional combat power of the Reapers is obviously not the opponent of the United Front. Even if they can't play the advantage of numbers, the United Front still has the advantage in terms of the loss ratio. Chapter 1072. If the situation continues to develop like this, the conventional fleet of the Reapers will definitely be defeated. However, several civilizations on the United Front side know that as a sixth-level civilization that has dominated the Milky Way for tens of millions of years, the conventional fleet of the Reapers is definitely more than this. There is no upper limit on the number of warships a civilization can have. The reason why the scale of ships of a sixth-level civilization is said to be about 100 billion is that if there are more, it will be affected by comprehensive factors such as maintenance costs, resources required to maintain the scale, human resources, and the degree of technological popularization of individual civilizations, social conditions, etc. Even if it is a level 6 civilization, it is impossible for every intelligent life to be a scientist or engineer. The same is true for the size of the main battleships. Take the Shinju civilization as an example. As a level 6 civilization that has existed for countless thousands of years, if they had continued to build main battleships, they would definitely have more than what they have now. But their fleet size has basically stopped growing after it has developed to this extent. Its population size also remains at a relatively stable number. The reason for this is, on the one hand, the influence of each civilization's management model, and on the other hand, the cosmic environment factors in which this civilization is located. In the past, the Milky Way had civilizations that expanded infinitely, but they were slaughtered by electronic warships without any suspense. The Reapers did not expand to the entire Milky Way, but the number of their main battleships was definitely no less than 10 billion. And now there are only more than 5 billion battleships here. It is conceivable that they must have other fleets. Maybe they are hidden in the deep void behind. Or maybe they have not arrived yet. The Milky Way is so vast that the Reapers cannot teleport here all at once. But the existence of those warships is something that the United Front must take into account. So since the beginning of the war, the Shinju civilization and the Ancient Alliance, which are the main conventional combat forces, have not invested all their strength. And this method also happens to avoid the situation where the electronic warships appear and are wiped out in one pot, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Maybe the countermeasures of the United Front worked. Or maybe it was the plan of the Reaper. As time went on, the battle between the two sides became more and more intense. And such large-scale group battles also made the warships of both sides seem to become consumables. The starry sky of the main battlefield has expanded from a few light years at the beginning to dozens of light years. And the outer battlefield has reached thousands of light years. Within this range, any star is unsafe, because both sides will not hesitate to blow up some stars in order to achieve some strategic or tactical goals. The supernova explosion caused by the weapons of the 6th level civilization is more violent than the natural conditions, because they will basically blow the star to pieces. All the matter will be ejected, And endless energy will also radiate to all parts of the universe in the form of light balls. Indeed, supernova explosions have little impact on the 6th-level civilization's battleships. They can even fight in the light of supernovas. The Awakener and the Reaper fought like that. In this war, the motivation of both sides to blow up stars is mostly to interfere with the other side's detection vision, and to create some blockade barriers that small detectors cannot pass through to reduce the possibility of penetration by the other side's detectors. Tens of thousands of stars have been destroyed by both sides in the battlefield's starry sky. I believe that after the war, this star field will definitely have 1,000 or even tens of thousands of light years of empty area. After 31 years, the battlefield situation finally changed. The exploration team of the Silver Heart Alliance never gave up on rushing to the rear of the Reaper's main fleet. Unfortunately, there has been no progress in more than 10 years. But this is enough to show that there is something fishy behind the main fleet of the Reaper. And this year, an exploration fleet finally succeeded in breaking through the layers of resistance of the Reaper and crossed the previous detection defense line. Although this exploration fleet was quickly destroyed, it also sent the latest news to the Silver Heart Alliance before it was destroyed. The Galaxy Heart Alliance received it, and all the civilizations on the United Front naturally knew about it. That was a fleet of about 1.3 billion people. According to its location, it would probably reach the battlefield in a few years. It was just a support fleet, and the United Front was not afraid. But what the major civilizations on the United Front could not have imagined was that a few months later, a message from the rear detection fleet made several civilizations feel uneasy. It was said that the traces of the Reaper fleet appeared in the direction of the retreat of the residential spacecraft cluster. In order to find out the number of fleets, the United Front had lost no less than 100,000 detection fleets. The final detection result is, the Reaper fleet appeared in the rear, with a number of about 1.5 billion. This result made the human civilization, the Galactic Alliance, the Divine Element civilization, and the Dia civilization very nervous, because they were the only 4 in the United Front that had a large-scale residential spaceship cluster. And this information also indirectly told the United Front that the other main battleships of the Reapers had not appeared because they had not arrived, but had gone around the outer edge of the starry sky to the rear of the battlefield. The sudden appearance of this situation made the several major civilizations very nervous, because that was the foundation of civilization. This is the bad thing about nomadic civilizations. If such a large-scale war occurs, the civilization's residential spaceship cluster will be in danger. Of course, settled civilizations are actually more dangerous. There are so many level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way, and they were all wiped out by the harvesters because the cats were in their own small universes. In the current situation, because the detection level of level 6 civilizations is far higher than the effective range of various weapons of warships, discovering the enemy fleet does not mean being attacked. There is still time to react, and the reaction time requires countless detection fleets to sacrifice their lives. Human civilization, Dia civilization, Shinju civilization, and Ancient Alliance also responded quickly. After receiving the news, they immediately held a quick meeting and then took action. The plan was to let the residential spacecraft cluster return, and then Shinju civilization and Ancient Alliance would each send 1 billion main battleships to support. At the same time, both sides deployed fleets to the main battlefield to put pressure on the main battlefield Reaper battleships and try to force the electronic battleships out. After fighting for so long, the electronic battleships have not appeared, which makes the United Front deeply uneasy. Even the Silver Heart Alliance, an organization that has been fighting against the Reapers for countless years, feels that the situation cannot continue to be so passive, because the Reapers rarely have such tactics. In the past, the Reapers' electronic warships would have appeared long ago, but now they have allowed their main battleships to fall into a passive position. Something abnormal must be a demon. In this decisive battle, from the moment the Reapers bet on the actions of the United Front, the latter fell into a passive position, and all the battlefield situations so far seem to be under the control of the Reapers. And their 2 support fleets that appeared one after the other are enough to prove it, especially the fleet in the rear. It can be said that it is necessary to attack where it must be rescued. Chapter 1073. Thinking of attacking where the enemy must be rescued, Yu Yuan suddenly thought of a possibility. So he immediately spoke to other civilizations on the public channel. Do you think there is a possibility that the reason why the electronic warship has not appeared is that it has the same idea as us? The leader of the Shinju civilization seemed to be impatient. He urged, if you have something to say it quickly. Don't speak so slowly. because the main battlefield has been open for many years. The Awakener one representing the Awakener civilization is no longer here, although the communication is still open. His main focus is on the battle. And the same is true for the Dia civilization. Therefore, in the current public channel, only the flagships of human civilization, Shinju civilization, Ancient Alliance, and Level 6 Gaia Life have been waiting for the electronic warships to appear and are communicating. That is, these few have not moved since the war started. In other words, Yu Yuan didn't intend to pause, but was interrupted by the leader of Shinju civilization. He immediately said, "The reason why the electronic warships of the Reapers have not appeared for a long time. We human civilization believe that there are two reasons. One is that they are waiting for our main battleships to gather in the main battlefield. This is known to everyone. The second is to wait for news about the residential spaceship clusters of several of our civilizations. If we are the Reapers, we will definitely make two plans. If we cannot force the opponent's main fleet to gather on the main battlefield, then we will start from the opponent's weak spot. As long as we hit the main civilization hard, the opponent will have to rescue." The main civilization mentioned by Yu Yuan refers to a civilization, including a cluster of various types of ships, including residential spaceship clusters, which is the foundation for the development and existence of a civilization. Now, because the United Front was in a passive position from the beginning, it did not have time to hide the residential spaceship cluster. But although the United Front organization knew about the Harvester's microcosmic headquarters, it was so far away that the United Front organization could not carry out a surprise attack on their headquarters. According to the original plan, the United Front organization would hide the residential spacecraft clusters of each civilization after gathering enough Level 6 civilizations, and then dispatch all fleet forces to attack the Harvester's microcosmic headquarters. But now the Harvesters have turned the tables. The think tanks of other civilizations are not stupid either. As soon as Yu Yuan expressed his intention, the Shinju civilization and the Ancient Alliance realized that this possibility is very high. Maybe the electronic warship has received the news of the location of the United Front's residential spaceship somewhere in the starry sky. If so, the next move of the Reapers is very clear. That is, the electronic warship will directly raid the United Front's residential spaceship cluster. Damn it! The Reapers have never done this before. The leader of the Silver Heart Alliance complained in a low voice on the public channel in anger. They have been dealing with the Reapers for so many years, and rarely see the Reapers use this tactic in war. On the contrary, the Silver Heart Alliance often uses various sneak attacks, detours, and feints to the east to attack the west to fight against them. The impression that the Reapers gave to the Silver Heart Alliance was just one word: reckless. In the past, they would directly fight head-on, and then the electronic warships would rush in from the starry sky to end the battle. And now, the Reapers actually used this strategy when they took the initiative at the beginning, which was really unexpected. The leader of the Silver Heart Alliance was getting more and more worried. What he wanted to do now was to withdraw the fleet and pull it back to protect his own residential spaceship cluster. But he also understood that this was just a guess of human civilization, and the Reapers might not really do this. What should we choose? The leader of the Silver Heart Alliance said Yu Yuan's words to their think tank. The same is true for the Divine Matrix civilization and the human civilization. Now the three civilizations are facing the same choice. They can withdraw the fleet from the main battlefield, but that will inevitably increase the pressure on the Awakener civilization and also make their own advantages in the main battlefield disappear. And once a large number of fleets are mobilized back for support, the target of the electronic warships will not be the residential spacecraft cluster, but the main battlefield. Then the remaining main fleets in the main battlefield will inevitably be defeated or even wiped out by the electronic warships. At that time, the numerical advantage will be gone. So what should we choose? The leader of the Silver Heart Alliance felt that the United Front organization had been led by the Reapers. Otherwise, it would not be their side that made the choice, but the Reapers. What do you think? The leader of the Silver Heart Alliance said on the public channel, "Our intelligence system has combined the existing information to come up with the following results. The probability that the electronic warships are targeting our residential spaceship cluster is 56.695%. The probability that the target is the main battlefield fleet is 40.345%. And the remaining 2.96% is the probability that the electronic warships have not yet arrived in this star field. Divide the troops." The leader of the Shinju civilization replied, "Our two civilizations definitely have more warships than the Reapers. We only need to leave half of the fleet on the main battlefield. With the Awakeners, the main battlefield will not collapse. As the leader of human civilization, Yu Yuan felt it necessary to remind them. So he also said, the two leaders and everyone, I want to remind you that the focus now is not how many fleets to send, but how to choose the flagships of our civilizations in Gaia. If the electronic warships really want to surprise attack the residential spaceship cluster, then no matter how many fleets are sent, it will be useless. So the key is the choice of the flagship to deal with the electronic warships in these plans. It doesn't make sense. We are confused. According to your human civilization, should we go or not? Or should we directly let the residential spaceship cluster rush to us at full speed? The Silver Heart Alliance proposed a third route. However, it was immediately opposed by the leader of the Shinju civilization. It's too late. It should be too late. If the electronic warships are targeting our residential spaceship cluster, then given the distance between us and the residential spaceship cluster, passive waiting will definitely not be enough. The residential spaceship cluster will definitely be caught up by the electronic warships before arriving here. The leader of the Shinju civilization must have obtained the relevant data calculation results before speaking. The experts of the human civilization also quickly gave Yu Yuan the answer. According to the mobility of the electronic warships, if the harvester's initial target is the residential spaceship cluster, it is indeed too late. So he thought about it and said, this won't work. And that won't work either. We can only act separately. The flagships of our three civilizations plus Gaia make up exactly 4. We can send 2 back to support the residential spacecraft cluster, and the other 2 will continue to watch the main battlefield here. In this way, no matter where the electronic warship appears from, we have a certain ability to contain it until the other side comes to support. As soon as Yu Yuan finished speaking, the leader of the Shinju civilization seemed to be afraid of being separated from the Tianqin, and sent a message on the public channel. That makes sense. Then let's do it. Our neutron battlestar and the Tianqin of mankind will go to support, and the galaxy and Gaia will stay here to watch the main battlefield. This was exactly what the Silver Heart Alliance meant, compared to the newly promoted 6th level civilization, human civilization. The 6th level Gaia life made them feel more secure. Since the 6th level Gaia life did not have a living spaceship cluster, he did not like running around. So he also agreed to this plan. The 4 beings hit it off immediately, and then 2 of them came together. One was divided into 2. 2 went to meet the living spaceship cluster, and the other 2 continued to support the main battlefield. In fact, after discovering the traces of the Reaper fleet in the rear, the 4 civilizations with living spaceship clusters, human civilization, Shinju civilization, Silver Heart Alliance and Dia civilization, all realized that the real main battlefield has always been the living spaceship. Chapter 1074. As soon as the flagships of the human and divine civilizations left, the level 6 Gaia life on the main battlefield suddenly felt that he had made the wrong choice. He felt that he should choose to rush to the aid of the residential spaceship cluster, because when the Lyra and the neutron battlestar left, the human civilization talked about the next plan of splitting up, and what he said made sense. So he couldn't find a reason to refute. According to what the human civilization said, the electronic warships are likely to raid the residential spaceship clusters of several major civilizations. So the Lyra and the neutron battlestar are likely to face the electronic warships directly. In this case, the main battlefield can wait for an opportunity to increase its strength and drag in, and let the Shinju civilization and the Ancient Alliance fleet increase the pressure on the main battlefield Reaper. That is, shrink the battlefield and speed up the elimination of the Reaper's regular fleet. It is to make it look like we are desperate, so that the Reaper's electronic warships can't deal with the residential spacecraft cluster with peace of mind. Throw the choice to the Reaper, and turn the passive into the active. For this strategic purpose, Gaia Life and Galaxy had better seize the opportunity to join the battlefield. Silver Heart Alliance. Do you think that if the electronic warships are targeting the main battlefield, will the human civilization and the divine civilization just run away with their residential spaceship clusters? Gaia Life felt that it was a bit dangerous for them to contain the electronic warships alone, and they were a little reluctant. So they thought about it. At this time, they won't be so stupid, Silver Heart Alliance replied. In fact, after hearing Gaia Life say this, they were also worried about whether their residential spaceship clusters would be in danger. If I had known, I would have chosen to rush to the aid of the residential spaceship cluster. Now that things have come to this, we should put the overall situation first, and not have such bad thoughts. Gaia, this is our last battle against the Reapers. If we lose, Several of our civilizations, including you, will not be able to escape. The Milky Way is indeed very large for a level 6 civilization. But without our detection technology support, it is not that big for you. You can't escape. We must unite. This is our last chance. The Silver Heart Alliance hurried to stabilize Gaia's life. Gaia Life has a criminal record, and the Silver Heart Alliance is really afraid that he will flee in the face of danger. The Silver Heart Alliance believes that it was this guy who broke his promise in the war between the Awakener and the Reaper, which led to the death of the Remainer and the loss of a special life form in the Milky Way. Otherwise, it might not be certain that he would have won the victory. Don't worry. I know the importance of it. Gaia Life gave a positive response. Then, he and the Silver Heart Alliance fell into a long silence. Both beings felt that there was nothing to communicate with about the other person. The battle on the main battlefield finally escalated again when the 1.3 billion main battleships of the Reapers arrived. As soon as the 1.3 billion battleships arrived at the battlefield, the Silver Heart Alliance saw them dispersed and formed into combat teams, and then rushed towards the fleet of the Shinju civilization that had not yet entered the main battlefield. There was no hesitation at all, and this was the rhythm of dragging the regular fleet of the Shinju civilization here. At this time, the Tianqin and the Neutron Battle Star were almost joined by the cluster of residential spacecraft. Seeing the actions of the Reapers, the Silver Heart Alliance wanted to mobilize its fleet to support them. But then, they thought that since the one stuck was the Divine Principle civilization, they should wait and see and let them lose more warships. However, just as this thought came up, an unexpected accident happened. The more than 1 million warships of the Silicon-based Federation that were originally fighting the Reapers suddenly switched to void strike weapons, and then opened fire on them before the more than 1 million Silver Heart Alliance battleships could react. After the war started, more than 1 million warships of the Silicon-based Federation were mixed in the fleet of the Silver Heart Alliance. They were marked as friendly forces, but now they turned against the Silver Heart Alliance, which really caught the Silver Heart Alliance off guard. Those warships that were targeted had no time to make predictions and avoid them, and were buried under the void attack of the Silicon-based Federation warships. You know, although the Silicon-based Federation warships were deadly against electronic warships, their offensive and defensive capabilities are beyond doubt. When they become void attack weapons, they are the most powerful weapons of the same type in the 6th level civilization. When defending, they become shield generators, which are also the strongest defense of single shields. It can be seen that when they attack the battleships of the Silver Heart Alliance, they don't even need a second attack to break the shield of a battleship of the Silver Heart Alliance. The sudden change caused the Silver Heart Alliance to lose millions of battleships in a short period of time. The leader of the Silver Heart Alliance was shocked. Gaia, the time has come. Let's destroy these Reapers together. Of course, before that, we need to clean up those silicon-based traitors. After shouting to the 6th level Gaia Life, the galaxy immediately rushed towards the group of Silicon-based Federation battleships. The Silver Heart Alliance was really angry. We have always been the ones who backstabbed others, but now we are being backstabbed. What is even more hateful is that the group of traitors seemed to be targeting their own warships. They didn't attack even though there were human battleships and Awakeners nearby. What the Silver Heart Alliance didn't know was that it was not that the Silicon-based Federation didn't want to attack, but that they felt they couldn't. After all, the performance of humans and Awakeners since the start of the war was obvious to all, and they felt they couldn't attack even if they launched a sneak attack. In this case, it is asking for trouble, and the only ones left are the regular warships of the Silver Heart Alliance. When the more than 1 million fully transformed warships defected, the 1.3 billion Reaper warships also appeared one by one. Perhaps they were originally sent by the Reapers, and there was no such thing as defection, and the number of fully transformed warships reached an astonishing 300 million. As soon as those warships rushed into the battlefield, they caused huge casualties to the Shinju civilization fleet. More than 300 million fully transformed warships also used the scattered soldier tactics, dispersed like the Awakeners, and then rushed into the Shinju civilization warship group and began their performance. Those warships kept changing their forms. Sometimes they became void strike weapons. Sometimes they became tachyon lightsaber weapons. Sometimes they became space-cutting weapons. After completing the strike, they immediately transformed into a huge warp engine plus integrated shield combination after a wave of metal surges, either for tactical transfer or for anticipatory avoidance. The most troublesome thing is that since the fully transformable warships are often in shield form when defending, sometimes even a salvo attack may not be able to destroy them in one fell swoop. The Silver Heart Alliance suddenly felt that the Silicon-based Federation was so powerful. Seeing this situation, no matter how dumb the Silver Heart Alliance was, it realized that the Silicon-based Federation that responded to them before must be a fleet under the Reaper. And there are probably many such fleets, lurking in the entire shield arm in advance, waiting for the United Front organization to come. Chapter 1075. Hee hee. The Reapers actually use such a despicable trick, which means they also feel the pressure. And the advantage is on me. The Silver Heart Alliance instantly thought of another possibility. And it really makes sense. Of course, this is more used to stabilize the 6th level Gaia Life. Has the electronic warship not appeared yet? The Gaia Life asked. No. But if we are right, it should be soon. The Silver Heart Alliance leader on the galaxy added a sentence in his mind, and then saw the bow of the galaxy disappear. The head of the galaxy, which was originally speeding forward, seemed to have entered a tunnel. The head of the galaxy did not disappear, but appeared somewhere in the starry sky about 0.56 light-years away while disappearing. At this time, the direction of the galaxy had changed by 135 degrees. At the same time, the cannon on the head of the galaxy also fired a space-cutting black line, directly splitting a fully transformed battleship that was turning into a void strike weapon into two. After destroying the fully transformable warship, the entire body of the galaxy emerged from the tunnel. However, the next moment, the galaxy went into the next tunnel and repeated the same trick, extending the muzzle to the side of another fully transformable warship, cutting it in half again. After destroying dozens of fully transformable warships in this way, the Silver Heart Alliance seemed to think that this killing efficiency was too low. So another efficient and strange attack method appeared in the main battlefield. That was another manifestation of the Silver Heart Alliance's characteristic technology. The Silicon-based Federation and the Reapers knew it, but they still couldn't avoid it. The galaxy first shuttled through the three-dimensional tunnel several times to reach their main fleet. And the next moment, thousands of main battleships approached the galaxy. They seemed to be under the unified command of the galaxy, and they were constantly charging their void strike weapons in the process of approaching. When they got within a certain range of the galaxy, they saw that there seemed to be a lot of arbitrary doors opened in the void. What was surprising was that the guns of the warships of the Silver Heart Alliance were not aimed in one direction, nor did they deliberately aim at the enemy ships, but fired in all directions, up and down, left and right, front and back. The void strikes seemed to be fired randomly in all directions, but in fact, at the moment they launched the strikes, three-dimensional space tunnels appeared in front of the muzzles, and countless strikes directly hit the space tunnels. And then the starry sky appeared like a flower scattered by a fairy. Countless void strikes passed through the space tunnels, changed direction and strike angle inside, and then shot out from another position, gate, hitting the enemy ships in the surrounding star fields at a very tricky angle. Obviously, the galaxy had calculated the entrance and exit of each space channel in advance. If the void strike could be seen, it would definitely be seen that the void strike crisscrossed in the starry sky, like a series of short cross beams of light, passing through the bodies of enemy ships at very precise angles. It looked as if the galaxy suddenly stopped in the void and launched an invisible attack. And then the hundreds of thousands of Reaper battleships around it immediately had various gaps, and were eventually destroyed. Such an achievement looks like a miracle. If a low-level civilization sees it, they will definitely shout miracle and impossible. But in fact, this is just the attack effect of the Silver Heart Alliance, using its fleet and its own special technology. Many silicon-based consortiums that are still in the offensive state have also been directly turned into pieces of space scrap metal under such a blow. The galaxy has proved with its actions that its special technology is not in vain. But the Awakener, one who is in the same space battlefield, clearly sees the attack process. And so do the consciousness-linked warships of humans. Both of them knew that the special technology of the Silver Heart Alliance was about three-dimensional space, and that the galaxy was the product of their special technology. But before that they had only seen the galaxy running away. Now, the galaxy's attack method and unexpected killing ability have proved its strength. However, the Awakeners and humans also saw that the galaxy's attack method must be coordinated by many warships. Of course, the Silver Heart Alliance has already had a complete coordinated attack system in the long process of development. It can be seen from their attack just now. Awakener 1 can even be sure that the warships that cooperated with the galaxy to attack, as long as they were in the linkage system of the galaxy. They could also perform three-dimensional space shuttle and evasion like the galaxy. Sure enough, a warship soon showed such ability. The counterattacks from the Silicon-based joint warships were the most difficult space-cutting attacks to defend. But before the black line spread to the warships next to the galaxy, starlight appeared on the surface of the galaxy like stars. Then those dots of starlight dissipated like flames. And then, the warship that was targeted drove into a three-dimensional space door and ran out from the door in other positions in the starry sky. This technology is no different from opening any door in the starry sky. However, the Awakener and the human warship noticed that those doors can only be opened near the galaxy. And that range seems to be only 1 light-year. It is already short, because it is a 1 light-year radius area centered on the galaxy. In order to explore the Star Rivers method, the Awakener paid special attention to its battle during the battle with humans, and then discovered another disadvantage, or limitation, of this attack method. That kind of arbitrary gate seems to be able to only transfer the warship itself, as well as attacks such as void strikes, tachyon lightsabers, and gravity bombs. But it cannot transfer attacks such as warp missiles and space-cutting weapons. In other words, the three-dimensional arbitrary gate of the Silver Heart Alliance will be interfered with by space-related attacks. That is, you can use large-scale gravity bombs and space-cutting weapons to deal with the galaxy. Only this kind of weapon can be used to deal with it, and other weapons can basically be declared ineffective. And it is even possible that it will fire at itself. Many Reaper warships have already attacked themselves. Those warships that came close to the galaxy were transferred to themselves by the three-dimensional arbitrary door of the galaxy when they launched tachyon lightsabers and void attacks at the galaxy. Since the moment it rushed into the main battlefield, the galaxy seemed to have opened a domain. As long as it was within a radius of 1 light-year, all attacks seemed to be under their control. It led a battle group of millions of warships and marched forward like a hot knife through butter. The main battleships of the Reapers and the fully transformed battleships of the Silicon-based Federation were either pierced by the sudden attack or destroyed by their own attacks. They knew that they could use space-cutting weapons to deal with the galaxy. But space-cutting weapons had to be very close. And if they were close, they would enter the galaxy's domain. The galaxy proved with its actions why the Galactic Heart Alliance could become the top existence of the 6th-level civilization in the Milky Way. Chapter 1076. As soon as the galaxy joined, it became the protagonist of the battlefield. The space around it was used by him. Other warships of the Silver Heart Alliance shuttled back and forth near the galaxy. At the same time, their main guns were roaring continuously. And then the galaxy used a three-dimensional space portal to either gather into a salvo attack or disperse into a jamming attack. With many changes, the galaxy and other main battleships of the Silver Heart Alliance seemed to have become a fast-moving space fortress. They galloped all the way in the battlefield, destroying the Reaper's warships like a whirlwind. No warship could cross the domain range of the galaxy. Not even the fully transformable warships with the same special technology. The strength of the Silver Heart Alliance was fully revealed at this moment. The addition of the galaxy turned the local advantage that had originally emerged due to the counterattack of the Silicon-based Federation into a disadvantage again. The fully transformable warships of the Silicon-based Federation were definitely stronger than the Silver Heart Alliance in single-machine combat. But once the Silver Heart Alliance's warships had the galaxy as their backbone, they completely changed qualitatively. Even if the fully transformable warships formed the same battle group, it would be difficult for them to defeat the galaxy. However, the Silicon-based Federation is worthy of being the top civilization of the Milky Way pyramid. Their unique technology is also extremely powerful. Their fully transformable warships can not only transform into various forms to fight alone, but also combine with each other to form a larger combination, and then launch a more powerful attack. Just when the galaxy was the core, and led a group of Silver Heart Alliance battleships to kill all around, a large number of battleships were buried under the attack of the Silicon-based Federation, including the battleships of the Galaxy Formation. Seeing the galaxy being so arrogant, the Silicon-based civilization that had already surrendered to the Reaper naturally couldn't stand it. So they finally activated their trump card. One by one, the fully transformed warships turned into strange things. And then, they quickly assembled together in the starry sky like parts, turning into a super-large space-cutting weapon. This combination technology allowed the Silicon-based civilization to launch an extremely powerful space slash, with a large range and a long range. The space-cutting black line, like a flying slash, directly came from the galaxy field. They not only destroyed many of the space gates generated by the galaxy, but also took away a large number of warships. If the galaxy had not dodged in time, it would have been cut in two. After such an attack, the group of fully transformed warships immediately separated and became a battle group to continue moving and fighting. Because the silicon-based civilization also knew that although their attack method was powerful, they would also become a big target. If they were hit during the combined transformation attack, the group of warships would definitely be destroyed. Interstellar Battlefield is not an anime movie. The enemy will not wait for you to complete the transformation before attacking you. When the fully transformed warships are combined into strike weapons, they have no way to support the shield. Because at that time, the fully transformed warships have no shield function at all. Of course, according to normal thinking, since they are all fully transformed, there should not be such a loophole. But in fact, it is not that the silicon-based civilization deliberately left a loophole, but that they cannot make part of the warships become shield generator parts, and part of them become weapon parts for combination. They do not have such technology. However, it is possible to transform a single shield generator into a large one, just like forming a large weapon. The fully transformable warships of the silicon-based civilization also have such capabilities. On the battlefield, they have been seen using this method several times, and have withstood many concentrated fire attacks from the Shinju civilization and the Ancient Alliance fleet. On one side, the galaxy led a group of brothers to form a battle group to kill all around, and on the other side, the fully transformable warships carried out various combined attack defenses. In the starry sky, there were also a large number of Awakeners and human warships that specialized in evading and maneuvering to find the opponent when they were in and out of warp without shields to attack. This starry sky main battlefield instantly became an exchange of special technologies between various civilizations, and they instantly became the protagonists of the battlefield. Ordinary warships here are difficult to compete with warships equipped with special technologies, which are completely in a different dimension. They have become a foil. But in such a war, the existence of conventional warships is indispensable. When the special technologies of several major civilizations became the focus of the battlefield, Gaia Life, as a special life form, quietly hunted the Harvester conventional warships on the periphery of the battlefield. Yes, Gaia Life joined the main battlefield after a moment of hesitation. But he did not kill everyone as soon as he entered. Instead, he attacked the Reaper warship slowly. Speaking of which, a special life form like Gaia Life can match the combat power of an entire 6th-level technological civilization. It stands to reason that he would never find a warship to compete with him in such a melee. And in fact, it was true. But this Gaia Life did not use a large-scale attack method. He was like an assassin, a battlefield ghost, quietly breaking through the battleship shield and killing the intelligent life on the battleship, and then quietly escaping into the chaotic battlefield to find the next target. The Gaia Life, which originally had a huge volume, was played by him like this, and became an existence with no sense of existence on the battlefield. Another Reaper battleship was attached to the Gaia Life, and then the Gaia Life was seen attached to the shield of the battleship, using its own ability to absorb energy to overload the shield, and then using a similar mental shock to kill the life inside the battleship. This ability is similar to Adley's mental shock, but the effect is more direct, and can even cause intelligent life to be swallowed by microscopic demons. If it encounters an unmanned warship, Gaia Life will directly wrap up the warship, and then, like an energy-absorbing monster, quickly absorb its energy through contact with the warship shield, and then either overload the warship shield or use this absorbed energy as a weapon to counterattack the warship. Gaia Life is very cowardly, and he currently shows these two methods. Gaia Life was so cowardly that even if it joined the battlefield, its presence was not as high as that of the fleet of the Dia civilization. However, this situation did not last long. Perhaps the losses in the main battlefield finally reached a point that the Reapers could not tolerate. Or perhaps this was the Reapers' plan. After the Galaxy and Gaia Life joined the main battlefield for a while, the electronic warship finally appeared. As soon as it appeared, it instantly changed the momentum of both sides of the battlefield. It's broken. How could the electronic warship be here? After discovering the trace of the electronic warship, the Silver Heart Alliance immediately called Gaia Life through the United Front Command channel. We guessed wrong. The target of the electronic warship is not the residential spaceship cluster in the rear, but the main battlefield here. Gaia, stop it! Chapter 1077. The galaxy immediately stopped slaughtering the Harvester's conventional warships, and quickly moved towards the location of the 6th-level Gaia life. Originally, the Silver Heart Alliance wanted to say that we were tricked by human civilization and the Divine Principle civilization because the electronic warships did not appear there. But after thinking about it, they felt that it was unlikely. After all, humans only said one possibility at the beginning. And it was the United Front organization that thought that possibility was greater. But in fact, where the electronic warships appeared, and where they targeted were completely dominated by the Harvesters. Now it appears in the main battlefield. And so it is. Perhaps the United Front organization thought about it, and speculated. But the Reapers didn't think much about it. And maybe they were determined to harvest the main battlefield from the beginning. This is indeed different from the Reapers' previous style. Because the Reapers often harvest the technology of other civilizations. And the best place to harvest technology is definitely not the fleet, but the residential spaceship cluster. After all, as a technological civilization, its main scientific research team must be in the residential spaceship cluster. But now, the Reaper is acting out of character. That can only mean that the Reaper believes that destroying the conventional forces of the Silver Heart Alliance and the Divine Principle civilization is the primary task of this decisive battle. What the United Front organization did not expect was that the Reaper did this for a very simple reason. Just to prevent the electronic battleship from being pinned down, and their small universe headquarters from being visited by these guys. According to the plan, as soon as the electronic battleship appears, the Lyra, Neutron Battlestar, Galaxy, and Gaia Life will immediately go up to face it. But now that the electronic warship has really appeared, the galaxy of the Galactic Heart Alliance did not dare to rush forward, but instead moved towards Gaia while calling for her life. The Galactic Heart Alliance knew very well that their galaxy would definitely not be able to withstand a single attack from the electronic warship. And the reason why they agreed to this strategy before was entirely because they wanted to keep each other company. At that time, the Neutron Battlestar and the Lyra were still there. And the Galactic Heart Alliance thought that since everyone was there, they would just let other civilizations go first. But he didn't expect that there were only 2 of the 4 beings left. And he was still the closest to the electronic warship. Can he still charge? It's impossible to charge. In fact, not only the Silver Heart Alliance, but also Gaia Life was a little confused. He originally had a similar mentality to the Silver Heart Alliance. After all, in the original plan, he thought that the Neutron Battlestar should take the lead in confronting the electronic warship head-on. And then the flagship of human civilization that he and the Shinju civilization boasted about. The remnant had already died in the hands of the electronic warship in a one-on-one duel. Gaia Life did not think that he would perform better, which was why he was always cautious. But I didn't expect that I would make a mistake today. Damn Reaper. Why don't you go find the residential spaceship clusters of those civilizations? Damn it. What should I do? Seeing the call from the Galaxy Alliance galaxy in the channel, Gaia Life's mind turned quickly. He didn't want to fight the electronic warship head-on. But at this time, he definitely couldn't say what was in his mind. Okay. The ignorant electronic warship finally appeared. Silver Heart Alliance. Hurry up. While the electronic warship hasn't jumped onto the battlefield to slaughter our conventional forces. Go up and stop it. I come over right after I deal with this damned Reaper warship. Huh? How did your galaxy get here? Our galaxy regiment is weak alone. According to the original plan, we have to act together. Gaia, don't pay attention to that ordinary battleship. Hurry up and deal with the electronic warship. The galaxy replied with a message. After sending this message, the leader of the Silver Heart Alliance was anxious on the galaxy. This is a big trouble. This is a big deal. Why did the Reaper do this? It's totally out of the ordinary. After muttering for a while, the leader of the Silver Heart Alliance shouted on the public channel of the United Front, Awakener 1. The situation is a little different from the plan. Our Galaxy Regiment and Gaia Life need your support. The electronic warship appeared too suddenly. We need some preparation time. We need you to assist us in the attack while we fight the flagship with the electronic warship. We must work together and hold on until the Neutron Battlestar arrives. The Awakener 1 was not stupid. From the moment he discovered the electronic warship, he notified all the Awakeners in the main battlefield to keep a distance from the electronic warship. And of course did not forget to bring the 10,000 warships of human civilization. At the same time, the Awakener 1 replied in the camp public channel, "Don't worry. We will not let any Harvester warship escape. You two quickly go and contain the electronic warship. Otherwise, when it jumps to the main battlefield, our efforts to unify the war will be in vain. Just as the United Front was feeling fearful, the electronic warships of the Reapers approached quickly, and during the voyage, they made several short-distance position changes. Soon, they came from 100 light-years away to a place more than 30 light-years away from the battlefield. During this period, within the 4 light-years of where they passed, all the exploration ships of the United Front were transformed into spaceship shells in a flash of electric sparks. It looked as if the electronic warships were moving rapidly in the water while discharging electricity to the surrounding areas. The exploration ship fleet that had become empty shells of spaceships was like fish and shrimps that turned white under the electric shock. After sending the last detection information to their own civilization, they all rose into the sky. The several civilizations on the battlefield were terrified, and the entire fleet of the United Front organization was in varying degrees of chaos. Seeing this, the leader of the Silver Heart Alliance on the galaxy knew that if the galaxy ran towards Gaia Life, his own civilization's fleet would be fine, but the conventional fleet of the Divine Principle civilization might have to retreat. On the contrary, at the moment when the electronic warship appeared, the fully transformed warship that had surrendered to the Reaper became more active, as if it had seen its master coming. From the beginning of the war to now, the United Front has actually been in a strategically passive situation, but has achieved great success on the battlefield. Overall, they have fought the Reapers with a loss ratio of nearly 1 to 2. None of the Awakeners died. The Reapers' 5 billion warships plus the 1.3 billion that came to support them later have been destroyed by the United Front. About 700 million to 800 million. If this continues, the United Front will definitely win on the main battlefield. Unfortunately, the electronic warship has arrived. It is like a famous general who has turned the passive conventional warships of the Reapers into active ones before they really join the battle, especially in the area close to the direction where the electronic warships appeared. The Harvester conventional warships have already begun to crush the enemy warships. The great reputation of the electronic warships has played a practical effect. If the morale of both sides has a numerical value, then the United Front fleet has definitely lost 20 points of morale in this wave, while the Harvester conventional warships had directly increased their morale to full. Chapter 1078. The Awakeners also began to retreat consciously, which quickly turned the advantage of the main battlefield into a disadvantage. And the conventional fleets of the Silver Heart Alliance and the Shinju civilization were also shaken. The appearance of the electronic warship changed the situation on the battlefield in an instant. In addition, the level 6 Gaia Life was hesitant, so that the electronic warships had reached the edge of the main battlefield, and he and the galaxy had not yet gone to stop them. Seeing that the electronic warships were about to jump into the main battlefield and start slaughtering, the Silver Heart Alliance finally couldn't help it. They urged the level 6 Gaia Life again. Gaia, if this goes on, we will all be finished. We have sent a message to notify the Shinju civilization to let their neutron battlestar and that human flagship come to support. But before that we must stop the electronic warships. Otherwise we and the Shinju civilization's conventional fleet will be slaughtered. And then no civilization will be able to compete with the Reaper. I know. Gaia Life was a little impatient. He also knew that now was not the time to waste time. But he was afraid that he would end up like the survivors. But now, unless he ran away directly, he had to rush up to stop the electronic warship. The arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Gaia Life was finally forced by the situation. Galactic Heart Alliance. Let's go together. I will limit the microscopic electrons of the electronic warship, and you hurry up to attack its macroscopic electrons. Hurry up. Don't worry. We are all in the same boat. If you die, we will definitely perish too. We are not stupid. Although we look down on you, there is no need to resort to dirty tricks at this time. The leader of the Silver Heart Alliance replied. Since such words have been put on the table, Gaia Life has no choice but to bite the bullet and rush forward. The galaxy did not retreat either. They pushed the warp speed to the maximum, and even used three-dimensional space shuttle from time to rush forward, and also met the electronic warship together with Gaia Life. However, the galaxy and Gaia Life were late in action. When they decided to stop the electronic warship, the latter had already jumped into the main battlefield. The electronic warship was too efficient in killing conventional warships. It was like a fisherman holding an electric fishing device, and wherever it passed, fish were all white. Countless battleships of the Silver Heart Alliance and the Divine Matrix civilization were still fighting fiercely the moment before. But the next moment, they lost power and control systems, and became empty shells. The electronic warships rushed all the way, harvesting all the way, with unstoppable force and overwhelming power. Before long, hundreds of millions of warships of the United Front had been turned into scrap metal. And the situation became even worse as the electronic warships entered the densely packed area of the main battlefield. As long as they approached the 4 light-year range of the electronic warships, it would not take long for the electronic equipment of the warships to fail irreversibly or even explode, and the warships were easily destroyed. The shields and armor were useless at this moment, and no warship could stand up to the electronic warships. The advantage in numbers was gone at this moment, and no matter how many fleets there were, they were useless in front of the electronic warships. Faced with such an unsolvable massacre, the main fleets of the Shinju civilization and the Ancient Alliance finally couldn't bear it and began to retreat one after another, with the direct purpose of staying away from the electronic warships. And their retreat also directly led to the great defeat of the main battlefield. The originally besieged Reaper fleet took advantage of the situation to counterattack, which accelerated the speed of the United Front organization's defeat in the main battlefield. If they could resist 1 or 2, these warriors who were not afraid of death at all would not have to drive the warships away. But the problem was that they were not afraid of death and could be resurrected from the flagship of their own civilization after the war. But once the warship was destroyed, it would be gone. The time cost of building a new fleet is much greater than that of resurrecting personnel. So much so that the Shinju civilization and the Ancient Alliance have no chance of making a comeback. Weighing the pros and cons, of course, it is more appropriate to retreat. Finally, after the electronic warships slaughtered hundreds of millions of the main battleships of the United Front, Gaia Life and Galaxy arrived in front of it. Galaxy, Gaia Life. It's rare that you still have the courage to die. In this case, I will give you a decent one. The electronic warship obviously also found that 2 beings were coming towards it. The Galaxy brought more than 1 million warships connected to the same command system. And Gaia Life was a cloud comparable to the size of a star, which could be easily detected by the Reaper. Seeing that the 2 dared to rush over, the electronic warship even stopped in the starry sky, waiting as if playing a game. However, the Galaxy and Gaia Life, which seemed to be moving forward just now, came to an emergency stop at a distance of about 4 light years from the electronic warship. They stopped at the same time and sent a questioning message on the United Front channel at the same time. Why did you stop? Good fellow. Cowardly again. The Silver Heart Alliance and Gaia Life on the Galaxy cursed each other in their hearts. At this time, the electronic warship continued to shout in the starry sky, I'm here. Who will come to die first? Oh! Are you here to play 3 Missing 1 with us? What 3 Missing 1? 3 Missing 1 is a small game in the culture of the Harvester civilization. Here, the Harvester is obviously teasing the Galaxy and Gaia Life. Too much. Gaia Life held back, and said to the Galaxy next to him, Silver Heart Alliance. Let's go together. Countdown 10 seconds. Silver Heart Alliance. Okay. 10, 9, 8, 7. When the countdown time agreed by both parties reached 0, neither of them rushed forward. Fortunately, the electronic warship on the opposite side helped them deal with the embarrassment. The electronic warship seemed a little impatient. It sent a broadcast communication to the Galaxy and Gaia Life again, and then moved a short-range position exchange and rushed towards the 2. We have been looking for you for a long time. Gaia Life. What's the point of you hiding? It's better to come out earlier and contribute to our life science with the survivors. Even Gaia Life can't stand this kind of verbal insult. It's unbearable to treat itself as a guinea pig. Come on. I'm not afraid of you. Galaxy. I hold its microscopic electrons. You hold on tight. Damn you. Damn you. The damn Silver Heart Alliance. Gaia Life's charge suddenly turned into anger against the Silver Heart Alliance. Because when the electronic warship used position swap to jump over, the Galaxy actually used their 3-dimensional shuttle technology to retreat half a light year. We agreed to fight together. Isn't this cheating? Gaia. Can you have a little trust in your allies? Do you think we are running? Don't you see that we are avoiding the attack of the microscopic electrons of the electronic warship? I really admire you. Stop talking so much nonsense, and quickly limit its microscopic electrons. The Silver Heart Alliance was also angry. This Gaia Life is usually very smart. Why is it so blind at this critical moment? And even opened its mouth to wrongly accuse others. In fact, the Silver Heart Alliance did not find that the microelectronics of the electronic warship jumped to attack them. They just reflexively open the field of the galaxy, generating countless tiny three-dimensional shuttle tunnels within a light-year range around the galaxy, using this method to block the jump of microscopic electrons. And at the same time, they shuttled back to avoid. This is the trick that the galaxy usually uses when facing electronic warships. Although it has been used all the time, it is also very effective. Therefore, the galaxy can escape repeatedly in a long time. But facing the ally of Gaia Life, the Silver Heart Alliance certainly cannot say this. Chapter 1079. Gaia Life had no time to curse the Silver Heart Alliance, because at this moment, he had already confronted the electronic warship head-on. When the two were about 2.9 light-years apart, the electronic warship used its electronic interference ability to launch continuous attacks on Gaia Life. If it were a normal warship, it would have been destroyed under such an attack. But Gaia Life is worthy of being one of the two special life forms together with the Remnant. The Remnant is a stellar life, while he is the crystallization of the will of the biosphere. And he is the only one among all the crystallizations of the will of the biosphere in the Milky Way that has reached the 6th level of civilization. From the perspective of the human Earth era, this kind of life form is a fantasy existence, because the science of the Earth era cannot explain it at all. Of course, it is different now. Other level 6 civilizations also know what kind of existence Gaia Life is. They are the crystallization of the will of the planet's biosphere, a kind of intelligent life formed by the transformation and fusion of group will, and are proof of the wonders of the world. Gaia is like a collection of biosphere wills. Under certain conditions, the consciousness of the collection reaches a consensus and forms. This self-consciousness gave rise to Gaia Life. Before the spiritual consciousness technology was mastered, Gaia Life was like a ghost. Theoretically, Gaia Life belongs to consciousness. And consciousness does not need to rely on the interaction of electrons to produce thinking. It is different from the thinking activities of the remnants that need to interact with unstable electrons. But consciousness and matter are inseparable. And consciousness cannot exist without matter. Neither can Gaia Life. So the 6th level Gaia Life actually has a physical body. That is, his body that looks like a cloud and as huge as a star. The will of Gaia Life exists by relying on its body. No civilization knows the specific composition of the 6th level Gaia Life form. Even the 6th level Gaia Life itself does not know. But it knows how to use its own power. The 6th level Gaia Life now relies on its own instinctive means to fight against the electronic warship. He has fought against the electronic warship 2.9 light-years away countless times. At this moment, Gaia Life is constantly changing its position in the starry sky. And at the same time, his body has changed from a fluffy state to a large sphere full of wrinkles. From the perspective of the galaxy, the wrinkles are dark and smooth, like a mass of black water with ripples constantly rising and falling, and look like a Cthulhu with a muddy swamp and rolling tentacles. Many intelligent beings who saw Gaia's life on the battlefield have begun to be confused. They saw balls with strange shapes appearing in the dark starry sky. They seemed to be Gaia's clones. At the same time, in their hearts, they also unconsciously developed a fear of the abyss. That feeling was like looking into the eyes of the abyss demon. That was not an illusion. It was the result of Gaia's life constantly changing its position in the starry sky. As Gaia's life continued to move, the entire area where he was seen to have turned into a Cthulhu world. And countless intelligent life seemed to see the horrific scenes in their nightmares in a trance. It was very scary and very mysterious. And this was a kind of mental attack from Gaia's life. The scene seen by the wisdom on the battlefield was actually affected by the mental attack from Gaia's life. Gaia Life targeted the electronic warship that was jumping over from 2.9 light-years away. But near where he was also affected by the fluctuations from some microscopic quantum world. So some illusions appeared. Gaia Life's attack naturally could not reach as far as 2.9 light-years. So when he was performing it, he also kept moving and rushed towards the electronic warship that was also rushing over. In less than a few breaths, the two completed several short-distance movements and shortened the distance to within 1 light-year. At this time, Gaia's spiritual attack was very obvious. The electronic warship seemed to be stuck in a quagmire at this moment. Its originally fast-moving macroelectrons slowed down as if they had touched a low-speed light area. Then the macroelectrons were seen flashing continuously, like a light bulb that was constantly turned on and off, with a very fast frequency. The galaxy, which was about to fight back with the three-dimensional shuttle technology, immediately stopped moving forward, because the Silver Heart Alliance, which once thought it was knowledgeable, had never seen such a situation with an electronic warship. Gaia Life? Are you okay? Have you suppressed the microscopic electrons of the electronic warship? To be honest, the Galactic Heart Alliance was also very sad. So after not understanding the situation, they also asked with concern, indicating that there was a reason why they had not jumped over to help. When in doubt, use quantum mechanics. If the Lyra was here, it would definitely be able to see from the perspective of the microscopic quantum world that a strange quantum fluctuation was born from the demon-like surface of Gaia Life, and then rolled up a strange quantum storm in the quantum world. This storm is rolling towards the microscopic electron that is constantly jumping in the starry sky. The macro electrons of the electronic battleship are constantly flashing, which is actually because the micro electrons are constantly acting as electronic cloud shields around them to help the macro electrons resist this quantum storm. However, this electronic cloud shield is not really blocked by the micro electrons themselves, but the micro electrons jump up and down around the macro electrons in a certain pattern, using the principle of electron jump to release energy to the outside to fight back. But this time, the jumping up and down of the micro electrons does not produce photons, but a quantum disturbance. This is somewhat similar to the situation when the electronic warships performed the identical spin strike, and the microelectronics resisted the energy impact of the quantum world. The difference is that the microelectronics are busier this time. The beating frequency is faster, and the pattern is different. So much so that the macroscopic electrons show rapid changes in light and dark. The first round of contact between the two sides is like Gaia Life rolling up the surging sea tide to the electronic warship. And the electronic warship is like a peerless master standing steadily in the water and releasing bursts of qigong through rapid breathing to resist the impact. Gaia Life's attack, which could kill the intelligent life in a group of warships, was blocked by the electronic warships. But the Reaper warships within the attack range were not so lucky. The intelligent life in them seemed to have seen the nightmare in their dreams, and died in shock. Their spiritual consciousness was directly dispersed by this wave of attack from Gaia Life, and their thinking organs became disordered and distorted under this attack. They are already dead, and cannot die anymore. If the power of this impact is weakened a little, to the extent that Adley used, then these intelligent beings may not die directly, but will become a group of strange unconscious creatures. From the perspective of Earthlings, they may be called zombies. Chapter 1080. Obviously, Gaia Life wanted to kill the personnel in the cockpit of the electronic warship directly through mental attack. After being in the Milky Way for so long, many level 6 civilizations have known that the most likely way to defeat the electronic warship is to destroy its macroelectrons, because its macroelectrons are made by the Harvester's special technology, while the microelectrons are the creations of level 7 civilizations. Gaia Life also has self-knowledge. He does not think he can kill the creations of level 7 civilizations, so his target is always the macroelectrons. I just didn't expect that the attack method that I thought was feasible and proud of was actually blocked like this. The huge macroelectron in the starry sky flickered, and when it became hazy again, it meant that the mental attack of Gaia Life was withstood by it. Gaia Life was originally within 4 light years of the electronic warship, so after the electronic warship resisted its mental attack, the counterattack came in an instant. If you look at it from a macroscopic level, you can't see the attack of the electronic warship at all. You can only see that the hazy state of the surface of the electronic warship becomes lighter, and then the Gaia Life 2 light years away reacts. Gaia's body was twisting, and its rippled water ball shape immediately changed. It seemed to be stretched from both ends like a dough, and then the middle part quickly shrank to the other end, completing a rapid space movement. Gaia used its body characteristics, like an elastic water ball, to avoid a microelectron attack from the electronic warship. But the movement of microelectrons is not movement at all, but a probabilistic movement of a range of electronic cloud states. Theoretically, microelectrons are everywhere within a 4 light-year range. Sure enough, Gaia's movement method, which seemed very advanced to ordinary level 6 civilizations, could not avoid the harassment of microelectronics. The microelectronics rushed into Gaia's body, as if they wanted to kill Gaia, like the survivors. However, the Harvesters miscalculated this time. After the electronic warship rushed into Gaia's body, they did not find anything that could be disturbed or destroyed, because the strange matter that made up Gaia's body did not have electrons at all. What the Harvesters did not know was that Gaia was also waiting for the arrival of the microelectronics of the electronic warship. At the moment of the microelectron attack, the Gaia Life changed its body shape again, rolling up its originally spherical and transparent body to become more solid, and its body further shrank, rapidly shrinking from the size of a star to the size of an ordinary star. As the Gaia Life body changed, its body also changed from being very empty and transparent to something like transparent colloid, looking very much like a jelly the size of a planet. Careful observation shows that lightning with unpredictable movement patterns is flashing inside this big jelly. The lightning rushed around like a stream of light, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. When it was slow, it was obviously slower than the speed of light, as if it was restricted by something. At the same time, a message came from the Gaia Life thinking organ. "Ah damn Silver Heart Alliance. I have trapped the microelectronics of the electronic warship. What the hell are you still watching? Go and destroy its macroelectronics." It turned out that the Gaia Life trapped the microelectronics with its own body. It seems that at this time, the 6th level Gaia Life has also given up. The lightning-like thing wrapped by it must be the microelectronics of the electronic warship. The body of Gaia Life is very strange. It can actually use this method to trap the microelectronics of the electronic warship that countless level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way are terrified of. And from the looks of it, the microelectronics seem unable to break free, especially when the speed of the microelectronics slows down. It is obvious that the macroelectronics on the other side of the starry sky are a little anxious, and they seem to rush forward and continue to approach. I don't know if it is intentional. Oh, I come right now. Hold on. I know you can do it. Gaia. The galaxy of the Galactic Heart Alliance responded. They obviously didn't expect that Gaia Life could trap microelectronics so smoothly. It was so smooth that it was unbelievable. They even seriously suspected that it was intentional by the Reaper. After all, the Reaper has done this kind of thing many times. The Galactic Heart Alliance was still a little afraid to go up, but now is different from the past. The Galactic Heart Alliance also knows that it can no longer hesitate. So while replying to the message, I saw the stars around the galaxy again, and led its millions of warships, like a group of bees that can shuttle in 3 dimensions, to kill the macroelectrons at the other end of the starry sky. During the attack, the Silver Heart Alliance still shouted to Gaia Life with a strange thought. Gaia, how long can you hold on? Or we can help you destroy the microelectrons directly, if you need us to provide energy or something. Just ask. Gaia Life was a little angry, but after thinking about it, he said, no, I really can't erase this microelectron, but I can make it unable to escape in a short time. I am sure I can trap it for at least 30 to 50 years. You'd better hurry up. Otherwise we will all be finished. Also, quickly notify the Divine Matrix civilization and that human civilization, and let them rush to me as quickly as possible. Gaia Life was bragging. In fact, he knew that he might not be able to hold on for that long. But if he didn't say that, he was afraid that the Silver Heart Alliance would just run away. Just after he finished speaking, a void attack from a fully transformed warship directly hit Gaia Life, and its body became several points lighter. If Gaia Life hadn't reacted in time and used the global structure to withstand this attack, it might have been punched out. The somewhat exasperated Gaia Life immediately endured the discomfort and sent a message to the galaxy. The Silver Heart Alliance. I'm so tired. Quickly tell the Awakener coward over there, and your own fleet, come and help me clean up the flies nearby. It's so annoying. You can't move? Isn't that bullshit? Gaia didn't answer because he didn't have the energy to answer. Instead, he focused on suppressing the microscopic electrons trapped by him. Just now, he was distracted and sent a few messages, and the microelectronics almost ran away. The Silver Heart Alliance didn't ask again, because they had discovered that the body of the 6th level Gaia was constantly changing, and sometimes there were convex corners, as if something was about to rush out. At the same time, the Silver Heart Alliance also noticed that the stream of light in the translucent body of Gaia was no longer a stream of light, but a hazy one. The difference was that some places were more hazy, and some places were less, where the haziness became more. That is, where the body of Gaia was deformed. It seemed that the microscopic electron was also trying to break through the shackles. Chapter 1081. Seeing this, the Silver Heart Alliance was no longer vague. The most urgent task was to send more warships to protect Gaia Life from being attacked by the Reaper fleet, and also to destroy the macroelectron. The Silver Heart Alliance did not hesitate to send the battlefield situation to the Awakeners through the United Front public channel, asking them to follow Gaia Life's arrangements, and also ordered their own civilization's fleet to come to protect Gaia Life at all costs. Of course, The fleet of the Divine Principle civilization was also indispensable. Several civilizations knew that the opportunity was too good to pass up, so they all headed for Gaia Life's location. Thus, a battle broke out around Gaia Life's location. The regular fleet of the Reapers, the elite fleet driven by the pseudo-lifeforms, their trump fleet, and the fully transformed fleet of the surrendered Silicon-based Federation all swarmed towards Gaia Life, as if they were going to tear Gaia Life apart and save the suppressed microscopic electrons. At the same time, the macroelectrons of the electronic warships also rushed towards Gaia Life at the highest warp speed. The Silver Heart Alliance saw it, but their galaxy was originally behind Gaia Life. Now that they detected this situation, they had to pass Gaia Life before they could resist it. Moreover, they thought that even if the macroelectronic warship approached, it would be nothing. Without microelectrons, the galaxy was not afraid of it. However, a word from Gaia Life forced them to use warp speed and three-dimensional space shuttle to stop the electronic warship macroelectronics from approaching at the fastest speed. Don't let the macroelectronics get close. I feel that the closer it gets, the more agitated the microelectronics will be. Hurry up. Stop it. Stop it. This made the Silver Heart Alliance suddenly wake up. They knew very well that the electronic warship was a pair of electrons. There was a connection between them. The closer they were, the stronger the interaction would be. No wonder macroelectronics rushed to Gaia Life so impatiently. However, it was too late. The Silver Heart Alliance had pulled the galaxy too far back because of fear. In addition, they hesitated after seeing Gaia Life succeed, which wasted a lot of time. The same was true for the Awakeners and the 10,000 warships of mankind. Their mission was not to be electronic warships, so they had more reason to run far away. Although they rushed back now, they were not as fast as the galaxy. In this way, the electronic warships were allowed to travel unhindered in the first half of the journey. Admittedly, some main battleships arrived first and went to stop them, but the Reapers were not without elite warships, and they even had fully transformed warships. In this area, because of the arrival of electronic warships, the number was far greater than that of the United Front organization. Those warships that went to stop macroelectronics were blocked several light years away or annihilated by the Reapers' fleet before they could get close. When the galaxy arrived at the starry sky where Gaia Life was, macroelectronics had already arrived 1 light year away from the galaxy, surrounded by a large group of warships, and was also only 1 light year away from Gaia Life. Harvester. Electronic warship. Teleport another one for us? Huh. You're done. The people of the Silver Heart Alliance on the galaxy were very excited. They seemed to have seen the scene of the electronic warship being destroyed by the galaxy. Without microelectronics, this broken macroelectronic cockpit obviously couldn't be moved. It was speeding all the way here at warp speed, and it even needed other warships to escort it. The galaxy immediately entered combat mode, with stars all over its body, and the warships around it did not hesitate to attack the void. They fired randomly. Anyway, the galaxy had turned the attack to the electronic warship. The macroelectronic warship was already within a light-year range of the galaxy. And now, this was the world of the galaxy. Macroelectronics was also electrons, and also matter. If it was directly hit by such a large-scale void attack, it would also directly turn into void space matter like other warships. And when it reached the galaxy's territory, it did not dare to guarantee that it could avoid the elusive space gate. However, it still dodged the first salvo attack. But their evasion method also confirmed that the Silver Heart Alliance could not exchange positions or teleport, because it relied on predicting and evading by detecting the location of the space gate in advance. This made the Silver Heart Alliance very excited. Let's see how many times you can dodge. At this moment, the galaxy seemed to have transformed into a wizard who controlled space, while quickly passing through the space gate to kill macroelectronics. It also controlled the space channels around itself, causing space gates to appear one after another, transmitting the attack to macroelectronics' head. In the eyes of the Awakener, who has not arrived yet, this scene is like macroelectronics running in a tunnel full of lasers. Space gates are constantly opened in the dark starry sky, and then a void strike hits macroelectronics directly. At this moment, macroelectronics is like an embarrassed figure, rolling and crawling in the void strikes. There is hope. There is hope. Hit it quickly. The galaxy's rubbish computing power. Predict and predict. Predict whether it will work. It can't even hit it. The Awakener Juan was so anxious that he felt that if he were to do it, he could deal with macroelectronics with a salvo. Okay. It hits. Finally. A void strike from the side of the void landed on the path that macroelectronics had to pass. At this moment, macroelectronics had just dodged the previous few void strikes. And there were also void strikes from other positions. Macroelectronics' evasion positions were completely blocked. And it seemed that there was no escape. It really couldn't be avoided. But the United Front organization was still a little too happy. Because they saw the light. A flat round light was born from the void. And then blocked the void strike in macroelectronics like a shield. Yes. A piece of light. Using the word piece to describe light. Because in fact it is not normal light. And its appearance cannot be seen from the perspective of normal photons. Because it is a photon itself. It is a macrophoton. All the civilizations present realized what it was. When fighting against the neutron war star, the electronic warships had used this attack method. But there was a difference. The red photons that appeared now were not spherical, but flat round cakes. Of course, the Galactic Heart Alliance can be sure that it is a macrophoton. But they don't know that this thing can actually be used for defense. And the defense is still the attack of nothingness. But shouldn't this thing appear only when there are microscopic electrons? Could it be that the Silver Heart Alliance immediately paid attention to Gaia life? Sure enough, at the moment when the macrophoton appeared, the microscopic electrons bound by Gaia life had completely turned into a dense cloud. And the dense cloud had expanded several times. At the moment when the macrophoton appeared, the body of Gaia life was revealed at its edge. But it was quickly suppressed by Gaia life. Seeing this, the Silver Heart Alliance was really shocked. They hurriedly tried their best to concentrate on attacking the macroelectrons, turning the computing power of the galaxy to overclocking, and attacking the macroelectrons crazily. Countless space gates opened at this moment, and a series of crisscrossing void strikes also hit the macroelectron. However, when a macrophoton appeared, a second macrophoton appeared. So, all the civilizations present saw such a scene. As the macroelectron rushed left and right, pieces of photons as big as stars were born from the void. And like shields, they blocked between the macroelectron and the space gate at various angles. After blocking, the macrophoton disappeared, looking like a piece of flashing CD. At the same time, where the macrophoton and the void strike collided, thermal radiation that was enough to break the star was born and rippled in all directions at sublight speed. Chapter 1082. The Galaxy Axis Alliance is getting more and more anxious. Not for anything else, but because the macrophotons emitted by the electronic warships seem to be getting more and more frequent and accurate. At the beginning, the position of the macrophotons blocking the void attack sometimes deviates. But as the electronic warships continue to approach the trapped microelectronics, the macrophotons are generated faster and faster. And each time, they can accurately block the void attack from the three-dimensional space gate. At the same time, the main battleships around the electronic warships are also fighting desperately. The fleets of the Unified War Organization are swarming. And the Reaper fleet is also desperately resisting. Under such circumstances, both sides were losing warships every moment. And the entire star field centered on the electronic warship route was filled with warship wreckage. The cruelty of the war did not make the soldiers who charged into battle timid, but they became more and more excited. And each civilization commander also issued a death order. The current situation is either you die or I die. Gaia Life has done its best to trap the microelectronics of the electronic warship, but it cannot capture the macroelectronics. So what awaits the United Front organization will be failure. However, the situation was not optimistic. The Gaia Life that trapped the microelectronics there and could not move had already begun to call out in the public channel, shouting for the galaxy to hit the electronic warship directly in the face, and shouting for the Awakener to come to help quickly, because he felt that he could not hold it back any longer. The microelectronics turned into an electronic cloud and rushed around inside, and it almost jumped out many times. Seeing this situation, the Silver Heart Alliance began to be afraid again, and they were considering whether to escape in advance. But fortunately, they held back this time, because they also knew that this was the last fight. Push forward. Push forward. Commander of the Shinju Civilization Fleet. You must also push forward. Push forward. We cannot let the electronic warships get any closer. You decide? As various orders were issued, more than 10 billion warships gathered in this star field, all fighting within 1 or 2 light years, and all trying to kill the electronic warships. This situation has not occurred in the Milky Way for a long time. In the past, when seeing electronic warships, these conventional warships either ran away or were slaughtered. But now they rushed towards the electronic warships, like moths to a flame. Large-scale, small-scale melees bring about rapid and huge losses. In just a few hours, the total number of warships lost by both sides reached more than 1 billion. In such a large-scale group battle environment, it seems that there is no difference whether a single warship has a shield or not. Because the way the 6th-level civilization attacks the opponent is basically to concentrate fire and pursue a one-shot kill. It is rare to see two warships grinding each other's shields. Moreover, this close-range battle is already considered close combat. What weapon is the best and most lethal in close combat? It must be a space-cutting weapon. Space-cutting weapons can be defended to a certain extent by space shock at long distances. But the energy consumed by continuous shock space is much greater than that of firing a space-cutting attack. At long distances, it can indeed be used to eliminate space-cutting attacks. But it is not effective in close combat. The shields of all civilizations present cannot withstand the attacks of space-cutting weapons. If they are cut, they will basically end up being cut in half. Of course, there must be means of defense. But at least, we have not seen them in the Milky Way so far. Perhaps some races with special talents in shield technology can make various air-type shields that can resist space cutting. Fortunately, the Awakeners also returned to the fiercely fighting star field. With their joining, the battlefield situation was not completely reversed. Because on the one hand, the number of Awakeners was too small. And on the other hand, the Harvesters also had fully transformed warships to help. Although the Awakeners had the upper hand in communication with the fully transformed warships, it was difficult to destroy the other side for a while. After all, although they could hit the other side could not hit them. But the fully transformed warships still had high defense, and it was very difficult to destroy them with a single ship. The Awakeners only maxed out their dodge skills and predictive strike accuracy, and the power of their warship weapons was not as great as that of the Silicon-based consortium. Moreover, the Awakeners' goal was not to deal with the Harvesters' conventional warships, but to assist the galaxy in destroying the electronic warships. However, before they could get close to the electronic warships, the battlefield situation changed again, as the macroelectronics and microelectronics of the electronic warships kept approaching. The macrophotons that were originally used to defend against the macroelectronics were now increasing in number. Seeing this situation, the Galactic Alliance, the Awakeners, the Gaia civilization, Gaia Life and humans all understood what it meant. Especially Gaia Life, who was the clearest now. The electronic cloud state of the suppressed microscopic electrons has been leaking out frequently, and Gaia Life has tried its best to pull it back. I am afraid that in a day or two, the microelectronics will run away. The situation is much worse than Gaia Life expected. At this moment, macrophotons continue to come up from the void near the electronic warship. More and more. And there is already a scene of using macrophotons to attack neutron war stars in the past. They are all around the electronic warship. The people of several civilizations were terrified, because a warship was stuck by the macrophoton. And then, the warship was stuck on it like a fly stuck on a light bulb. But it was not over yet. After it touched the warship, a huge heat radiation that was enough to destroy the planet instantly erupted at the contact point. However, the warship of the 6th-level civilization was extremely powerful, and this kind of powerful heat radiation was not enough to destroy it. However, there was more than one macrophoton. After the warship was stuck, several more macrophotons appeared in the void next to it, and merged with the previous macrophoton. Photons are fermions, and can be stacked infinitely. But a warship does not need too many macrophotons. The stacking of just a few macrophotons can generate enough temperature to melt a warship. A warship was melted by macrophotons. But obviously, this killing method is very inefficient. At least electronic warships usually do not use this method to destroy warships. It is probably because using this method to attack warships will burn the entire warship. After destroying the warship, the stacked macrophotons also shrank and disappeared from the macroscopic perspective. It was just that the high-intensity heat detected by the detector at that location told all civilizations that there was a battleship there just now. But now it has turned into light. The situation is still getting worse. When the electronic battleship came to a position about 0.66 light-years away from Gaia Life, Gaia Life finally could no longer suppress the microscopic electrons. The connection between the two electrons of the electronic battleship was finally strong enough to drag the microelectrons out. And it was at this moment that the end of the fleet near the electronic battleship came. Chapter 1083. The microscopic electrons returned, and the electronic warship immediately launched its most common attack method. At this moment, the two sides who were still fighting seemed to be frozen in time in the starry sky, and then saw the warships of the United Front organization lose power, lose the electronic control system, and lose light. The electronic warships slaughtered the warships within 4 light years with overwhelming force. The Shinju civilization and the Ancient Alliance had the largest fleets and suffered the greatest losses. They had no time to run away. The billions of warships that were fighting fiercely with the Reaper fleet were completely wiped out by the electronic warships in a flash. That scene was like the master standing in the void snorted, narrowed his eyes, and countless small fish lost their lives. All the Awakeners within 4 light years of the electronic warship were defeated, because the Harvesters wanted to kill them the most. Except for the Silver Heart Alliance. The 10,000 human consciousness-linked warships that followed the Awakeners were almost wiped out, and only a few hundred warships that were not within 4 light years of the electronic warship survived. The Awakeners were even worse. Those who received the Awakeners' Phantom Command and rushed in to help were all finished. Originally, there were more than 10,000 Awakeners in 3.5 years, but after this wave of attacks, there were only 170,000 or 180,000 left. Fortunately, the Awakener illusion did not rush in. Otherwise it would definitely be gone. On the contrary, the galaxy of the Galactic Alliance was very strong. On the one hand, they ran all the way when they saw the situation was not good. And on the other hand, the electronic warship focused on the Awakener warship. However, although the galaxy was not destroyed for the time being, it was no different from being destroyed, because its conventional power system was destroyed by the electronic warship. Now it only has space shuttle to use, and it has not run out of the 4 light-year range of the electronic warship. The galaxy has already tried its best. In normal times, they can avoid the attack of the electronic warship with the help of the short-range 3-dimensional space gate. Well, actually, it dodged many times this time, but because the distance was too close, it had no time to run. Moreover, it dodged countless times. If it failed to dodge once, it would be in trouble. There are some things, but not much. You can just be our nourishment. Silver Heart Alliance. Your galaxy is good. We want it. In a pile of lifeless warship wreckage, the electronic warship stood there like a proud king. In just over 10 minutes, it slaughtered tens of billions of warships on the United Front side. The efficiency was shocking. The main battlefield had completely collapsed, and the warships that were not destroyed by chance had no intention to fight. It was too brutal and had no power to fight back. Gaia's life was safe and sound, because this attack could not hurt him at all. But his situation was also very bad at the moment, because while slaughtering the surrounding warships, the electronic warships were also attacking him in another way. It was not a new trick, but a macro-photon attack. Photons are obviously wave-particle duality, but the Harvesters used some technology to turn them into photons with only particle performance. And macro-photons can not only be used as shields, but also as offensive means. Now Gaia is surrounded by macro-photons. While the electronic warships were slaughtering the fleet of the United Front, they also set their sights on Gaia. The macro-photon attack was launched at that moment, and macro-photons as big as stars appeared out of thin air in the void, densely surrounding Gaia and blocking all its escape routes. Macro-photon cage? No. The Harvester told all civilizations that it was not a cage, but purgatory. Gaia had nowhere to escape, and could only watch countless macro-photons swarming towards it. A macro-photon stuck to him, and Gaia felt that his movements seemed a little slow. 2 macro-photons stuck to him, and Gaia felt a little hot. But the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and countless macro-photons were swarming up. They were stacked together, as if to seal Gaia in the light. Gaia also began to struggle, curling up, spreading into clouds, and twisting into ripples. In the process, Gaia was also trying to absorb the energy of macro-photons and transfer it out. He did it. Many macro-photons were absorbed by him, and then radiated into the starry sky, which made Gaia feel a lot more comfortable. But as the number of macro-photons increased, Gaia's life was reduced to wailing and roaring, because the heat was too high. The stacked macro-photons seemed to be transformed into countless overlapping scorching suns, and the instantaneous temperature they produced continued to stack and get higher and higher. As we all know, the temperature of the universe has a lower limit, but no upper limit. It is unknown where the electronic warships get so much energy from. The macro-photons seemed endless, born from the void and then rushed towards Gaia's life. And at the same time, the temperature there broke the limit again. Heat waves rolled out, rippling in the entire void. After an unknown amount of time, the surging heat radiation finally reached another extreme. And then real light began to appear where they piled up, which was the radiation of normal photons. It seemed that the temperature of creation appeared there, but it did not explode like a Big Bang, but continued to become ordinary photons and dissipate with the appearance of the first photon. 1, 2, 3, 4. The speed of normal photons appearing was getting faster and faster. When it reached a certain number, the original macro photon seemed to shrink back to the microscopic level all of a sudden, and disappeared in a flash. But the Gaia life that was originally wrapped by them also disappeared. When the macrophotons piled up to the final temperature limit, it had stopped struggling and roaring. And at this moment, Gaia life finally turned into light. Its huge body had disappeared as the macrophoton shrank. But it did not disappear completely, because where it disappeared, in the empty space, there were still photons radiating to the universe. There appeared a light source. It was a very small light source, not a star, with no matter fusion reaction and no mass gravitational effect. The light that was born in that small space was like a sourceless water that was constantly generated in the void, and then quietly radiated in all directions of the universe. From a distance, it was a star emitting cold light. All the level 6 civilizations didn't know what happened there, and the harvesters themselves didn't know the principle. They only knew that Gaia life turned into light, and the original thermal radiation seemed to be taken back by the universe, because the light source was a cold light source. It just glowed coldly, and no one knew when it would go out. Probably when the body of Gaia life is consumed, the cold light source will go out. Yes, the level 6 Gaia life died under the attack of macrophotons. Only the cold light proved that he had fought here before. Chapter 1084. Above the main battlefield, the electronic warships stood majestically in the void. On the other side of the starry sky, the Lyra and the neutron battle star were still on their way. The Lyra and the fleet of the Shinju civilization that went to support had successfully eliminated the Reaper's fleet. While defeating it, they also left a large fleet to escort the 4 civilizations' residential spaceship clusters away. Yes, hiding in the small universe is not advisable, so they can only escape into the void first. The Milky Way is very large, and the main force of the Reaper is in the main battlefield of the shield arm. The residential spaceship clusters of the 4 civilizations randomly choose a direction to run, and then use unmanned spacecraft to erase the warp speed track. The Reaper is actually not that easy to find. If we can defeat the Reapers, we can search for them by broadcasting in various regions of the Milky Way. If we cannot defeat them, we can only continue to hide. But if that happens, we may only be able to survive. After all, there is no small universe to hide in. And even if we are not discovered in a short period of time, the possibility of creating special technological products is very small. Because the special technological products of a civilization are like creating wonders. There is no small universe that has been hoarding materials for many years, so they can only be obtained through the large universe. If we mine and obtain resources on a large scale in the large universe, it is likely to be detected by the Reapers. So even though the residential spacecrafts of the 4 civilizations left, it was only a temporary comfort to the fleets of several civilizations fighting on the battlefield, and temporarily relieved them of worries. But it was enough. At least the troops sent to support the residential spacecraft cluster were not in vain. The current situation is that the United Front organization was defeated in the main battlefield, but won an absolute victory in another battlefield. However, all civilizations know that the most critical thing in this war is the electronic warships. As long as there is no way to deal with the electronic warships, there is no victory. So the Lyra and Neutron battle star had just finished dealing with the battle in the residential spaceship cluster, and they immediately rushed to the main battlefield of the shield arm. The call of the Galactic Heart Alliance, the call of Gaia Life, the urging of the Awakener, and all the conversations on the public channel of the United Front were known to the Lyra and Neutron battle star. After all, although the distance was far, there was communication relay, but they still couldn't catch up. Before the two arrived, the 6th level Gaia Life still died. When the Gaia Life was killed by the macro photon attack, the Lyra and Neutron battle star were still more than 50 light years away from the main battlefield. At the speed of both ships, it will take about 3 months. Tianqin can certainly activate the warp enhancement device, but it is about to reach the battlefield. So it is better to be steady at this time. Neutron Battlestar was also using the jump style to move forward before. But when it arrived here, it also switched to normal warp speed. Both of them have the same idea. And the two warships that returned to the main battlefield this time were Tianqin and Neutron Battlestar. The fleet that went to support before was left to the escort of the residential spaceship cluster. Even if the battlefield is lost, the residential spaceship cluster with a fleet at least has some security guarantees. The flagships of the two civilizations came back to deal with the electronic warships. But they didn't expect that the level 6 Gaia life and the galaxy would be defeated so quickly. Now the situation on the shield-armed battlefield has become that the enemy is strong and we are weak. The United Front Fleet was hit by a wave of electronic warships, and 4 out of 10 were destroyed. All the warships within its 4 light-year range were destroyed. The magical thing is that after killing the level 6 Gaia life, the electronic warship did not choose to launch a devastating attack on the fleeing galaxy, but just stared at the galaxy, watching it desperately run back, and then let it stay within its 4 light-year range. The galaxy, whose warp system was destroyed, had no way out, and could only watch the electronic warship follow it. This situation made the people of the Silver Heart Alliance on the galaxy feel humiliated. They were like mice being played by cats, and they couldn't run away. The other party could destroy them at any time. If the warp system hadn't been destroyed, the galaxy would never be so embarrassed, and it might even be able to escape from the battlefield through the 3-dimensional space gate. But now it had no way out. Even the leader of the Silver Heart Alliance wanted to activate the self-destruction program of the galaxy more than once. They couldn't run away anyway, and they were fooled like this, so they definitely couldn't let the Reapers get away with it. The Silver Heart Alliance was quite resolute in this regard, and they didn't surrender like the Silicon-based Federation. Perhaps they also saw the Lyra and the Neutron Battlestar that were coming, and felt that they still had hope. When the electronic warships, the Neutron Battlestar, and the Lyra started fighting, wouldn't they have a chance to escape? So, the galaxy spent several months in fear, and during this period, the electronic warships did not destroy them, but only occasionally sent a few broadcast messages with quite humorous content. On the other side, the Awakener Juan ran away, and it took the remaining Awakeners and the surviving human consciousness link warships and rushed towards the Tianqin and Neutron Battlestar. Do we still have hope? Just after reuniting with the two warships, the Awakener Juan asked this question in a persuasive manner. The combat power shown by the electronic warship was too unstoppable, and he had no confidence now. Yes, it was not the human civilization that answered him, but the Neutron Battlestar of the Shinju civilization. You take them and watch. And by the way, reassemble the fleets that are fleeing everywhere. And after we win, launch a major counterattack against the Reapers. But before we win, don't get close to the 4 light-year range of the electronic warship. Leave it to us and human civilization. By the way, we mean just in case. If the war is really unfavorable, we just want to ask you one last time. Is the Stargate leading to the Triangulum Galaxy really that far away? The Awakener Juan responded, far. It is impossible to go there without long-term preparation, and the Reaper will not give us a chance. So, we understand. The galaxy of the Galactic Heart Alliance. This time, they are completely defeated. The electronic warship has not destroyed it yet. Perhaps it just wants to let the leadership of the Silver Heart Alliance see the final despair. I didn't expect the Harvester to have such a hobby. It seems normal to play with a mouse that has not been caught for tens of millions of years. That's right. The Awakener had a brief exchange with the Shinju civilization and continued to drive backwards. The Tianqin and the Neutron Battlestar went straight to the electronic warship. At this moment, the electronic warship at the other end of the starry sky obviously noticed it. It seems that the Harvester found that only 2 warships came, and it also sent a broadcast. Shinju Civilization Neutron Battlestar. You were very lucky last time. I didn't expect you to dare to come. I have to say that you were very courageous. But it's over. In fact, we should have accelerated the progress a long time ago. And of course it's the same now. Chapter 1085. It is the same now. The Reapers are obviously very confident. In their opinion, the United Front organization made a mistake. If the Neutron Battlestar was here when the microelectron was trapped, the electronic battleship might really be in danger. But the foolish United War Organization chose to split up. And now, the Reapers think they have already won, because there are only 2 battleships coming. One is the defeated Neutron Battlestar, and the other is a strange battleship that they have never seen before. They think it should be the flagship of an unknown civilization. Of course, the Reapers were not stupid. They had discovered that the construction style of the Lyra was similar to that of some warships on the battlefield, except for the small number of warships that were with the Awakener. But most of them were destroyed by the electronic warships. The combat power of those warships was almost the same as that of the Awakener. So they had a preliminary guess about the Lyra, thinking that it was a flagship with unique technological products, and it should be similar to the Awakener. Although the combat power of the Awakener was strong, it was also inseparable from electronic equipment. If it did not have a tortoiseshell like the neutron battlestar, it would not be able to avoid the electronic destruction attack of the electronic warship. In the eyes of the Reapers, no civilization can create another system without the electronic system. This is the law of cosmic physics. That is to say, no technological civilization can resist this attack. The flagship of the Galaxy Alliance is actually powerful enough, but it is still no match for the electronic warship. If it cannot avoid the microscopic electronic attack, it will be directly destroyed. Now the Galaxy is not directly destroyed because the electronic warship can destroy it at any time. Also, as an opponent for tens of millions of years, the Reapers really want to tease the Galaxy and also want to take it back for research. So when the people of the Galactic Alliance on the Galaxy were looking at the approaching neutron battlestar in Lyra, and hope was ignited in their hearts, the electronic warships took action. The Galaxy had been within its attack range because it had lost its warp ability, so it was just a matter of pressing a button to take action. The Galaxy also completely lost power in a burst of electronic lightning. Then a conventional fleet of Reapers rushed over, intending to salvage the wreckage of the Galaxy for research. Yes, the Galaxy was gone too. The electronic warship did not keep it until the neutron battlestar arrived, but just let it feel hope, and then immediately sent it to despair. As for the electronic warship, it stopped, and it just stayed in the starry sky, quietly waiting for the neutron battlestar and the Lyra to approach. There is something strange. Human civilization should not be impulsive. Discovering this situation, the people of the Shinju civilization on the neutron battlestar immediately sent a message to the Lyra. The electronic warship seems to want to wait for the opportunity. Perhaps it is now preparing for the kind of attack that can cause a large number of anti-electrons to appear on our neutron battlestar. It must be said that the Shinju civilization guessed very accurately. The electronic warships are now preparing for the identical spin strike, waiting for the neutron battlestar and the Lyra to enter their strike range, and then launching the attack, intending to eliminate the last resistance in one fell swoop. How big is the strike range? Is it also 4 light years? The human on the Lyra asked. It's not that exaggerated. The 4 light-year strike range refers to its electronic destructive strike. As for that kind of attack, we also paid attention to it when we received the attack before. The range should be only a few dozen astronomical units, or even a few astronomical units. At that time, only our neutron battlestar was there, so the data is not accurate. My goodness, even a few astronomical units are not small. If it is dozens of astronomical units, the entire star system will be destroyed once it is launched. You should know that the attack range of the Tianqin is only about 50 to 60 astronomical units. This range is roughly the distance from the Sun to the Kuiper belt in the solar system. This is why humans say that the quantum exile attack of the Tianqin can exile the entire star system. However, in the process of communicating with humans, the neutron battlestar and the Tianqin finally came in front of the electronic battleship, which means 4 light years away. The electronic warship was hovering in the void. Naturally, the neutron battlestar and the Lyra would not rush into its attack range at the first time. The two stopped when they reached 4.3 light years, and they did not stick together like before, but were separated by a distance of about 1 light year. The three just stopped in the void, and no one was the first to attack. At this time, the Shinju civilization sent a broadcast message in the direction of the electronic warship, Harvesters. For tens of millions of years, you have been wantonly in the Milky Way with a 7th-level civilization creation, thinking that you are the best race in the Milky Way. But what qualifications do you have to be proud? You are just a thing that has taken a high-level civilization creation. Today, even a 7th-level civilization creation cannot protect you. Heh. Didn't you see the result of the so-called alliance? Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk to a defeated general. The electronic warship did not jump over to launch an attack immediately, but responded to the broadcast. Let us guess. Shinju civilization. You can still say such words at this time. And you don't even run away. If you are not stupid, then you must have something to rely on. And this reliance is probably that battleship. By the way, what battleship? What is the name of your civilization? Tell us your name, so that after we accept your technology, we can write a sentence in the database. This is the technological information from a certain civilization, so that the name of your civilization can also be remembered by the universe. The harvester felt that he was very loving to ask for the name before destroying the other party, and he was considerate to write the name of the civilization he harvested into the database, which was simply a great favor. Human civilization. The Lyra responded briefly. Very good. The harvester proudly broadcasted again. You must watch carefully. This starry sky is the grave of your 2 flagships. But you won't wait too long. Your group of escaped residential spaceships will soon come to accompany you. Not too long. Well, how about this? We will give you one last chance. Surrender to us, and make special technological creations for us, so that your civilization can exist decently. We will give you the last 10 seconds to consider. 10 seconds is too little. How about 10 minutes? We are a technological civilization, and we need to discuss with each other. The Tianqin replied. In fact, humans want to delay some time, because the Tianqin is now preparing to launch quantum exile, and the special technological creations have begun to charge. When the progress reaches 100%, they will directly jump over through quantum tunneling to fire at the electronic warship. Okay, I give you 10 minutes. The Reaper replied very straightforwardly. However, just like a person, you should look at what he does, not what he says. The Reaper civilization agreed so straightforwardly on the surface, but in fact they did not really give humans time. About 10 seconds later, the electronic warship should have completed the charging of the identical spin strike. So it moved. Chapter 1086. Humans were well prepared. After all, the so-called 10 minutes was just a bluff. The Reapers knew the details of the neutron battlestar, so the electronic warships did not choose to attack the neutron battlestar immediately, which gave the Shinju civilization a false alarm. Human civilization. Be careful. The electronic warships are coming for you. The Shinju civilization also made a broadcast to warn, but their broadcast was obviously not as fast as the electronic warships' attack. After the electronic warships took action, they immediately used position swap. The macro-electrons were moved forward 2 light years, and then the micro-electrons were pulled back through the connection between the electron pairs to carry out electronic destruction on the Lyra. In the eyes of the Reapers, since this human civilization is in the same group as the Divine Principle civilization, it must know the power of the electronic warships. But it still dares to face the electronic warships. That can only mean that this human civilization that they heard of for the first time is also a capable civilization. And this flagship must have something special. So they started with a quick attack, not intending to give the Lyra time to react, and even used verbal deception. The previous situation of being trapped by the 6th level Gaia life has awakened the Reaper. Although the United Front organizations are all defeated, they are also the top existences in the Milky Way. If you don't take it seriously, you may really capsize in the gutter. As for using electronic destruction to attack, the Reaper believes that this attack is enough to destroy the Lyra, and it is also the most effective and fastest way to test. And the Lyra must have some means that he doesn't know about. So either destroy the Lyra with one attack, or test out its means. As for the neutron battlestar on the other side, the all-spin strike was prepared for it. Once the Tianqin was dealt with in no time, it would strike the neutron battlestar, and the war would be over. Here it comes! On the Tianqin, Yu Yuan, who was in the state of consciousness connection, clearly saw the macroelectron suddenly disappear and reappear, and at the same time, inexplicable fluctuations appeared in the quantum world. The pilot, who was in the state of consciousness connection with Yu Yuan, also saw it, and remembered that it was the fluctuation of the macroelectron position exchange displacement. The next moment, they saw another kind of fluctuation. This kind of microscopic quantum fluctuation is somewhat similar to the fluctuation of macroscopic electron displacement. But human drivers can feel the difference. It is weaker and more hazy. It's a microscopic electron. The drivers in the state of consciousness connection communicated instantly. At the same time, a dark space map appeared in the minds of all drivers, including the main driver Yu Yuan, and the thing in the picture that was displacing in an extremely dreamy form, like a blurred light spot, was the microscopic electron perceived by everyone. There are many microscopic electrons in the universe, and it is unrealistic to feel every microscopic electron. But the microscopic electrons of the electronic warship are different. The fluctuations caused by their actions in the macroscopic world are more obvious than any natural microscopic particles. Of course, this is relative to the perception of humans and awakeners. But even with the third-person driving mode, it is actually difficult for humans to accurately see a microscopic particle in the vast sea of stars. However, the microelectronics of the electronic warship make too much noise when they move, and it is difficult not to feel it. However, if human pilots were asked to describe what they saw, they would definitely not say it was an electron, because they did not see the electron, but an indescribable feeling, like a probability cloud, or they felt which position in the quantum world was more likely to have a quantum standing wave. And this place was the location where the microscopic electron of the electronic battleship jumped. At this moment, the microscopic electron was killing the Tianqin through the transformation of its own probability cloud. Since it has seen it, the Lyra will certainly not wait foolishly for the microelectronics to jump into its interior and destroy its electronic equipment. So, the harvester in the electronic warship saw such a magical scene. When the microelectronics were about to jump into the Lyra, a pixel grid suddenly appeared on the watery shell of the Lyra. Then the entire Lyra showed a trend of fading, and then its surface showed more dense cracks, followed by more subtle lattice pixels. The pixels became more and more dense, and finally turned into nothingness and disappeared in the harvester's vision. This was like something that turned into ashes and was blown away by the wind, and finally turned into stars and disappeared in reality. This process was very fast, and in just a moment, the Lyra disappeared. The harvesters on the electronic battleship were obviously surprised. They had never seen such a situation. Huh? The harvesters in the electronic battleship sent a surprise message, and then saw their macroelectrons exchange positions with microelectrons again. And then the microelectrons jumped away from the exchanged positions in a leaping manner. As soon as the microscopic electrons jumped away, a void strike hit that location. When the electronic warship that had completed the evasion scanned the battlefield again, it was discovered that the void strike just now came from the Lyra. After the Lyra disappeared, it appeared about 1.2 light-years away from the electronic warship macroelectron, and then struck the macroelectron of the electronic warship from a distance. After dodging this void strike, the electronic warship on the other side launched another electronic destructive strike. The Reapers did not stop because they were surprised by the Lyra. On the contrary, their strike density became even greater. Microelectrons attacked the Lyra again. It was obvious that the Reapers could not accept the fact that their attacks were avoided, or they were forcing the Lyra to use more means so that their own people could analyze. However, just like before, the Lyra once again turned into tiny pixels and disappeared like ashes blown away by the wind. Then, in the next moment, another void attack hit the macroelectron. This time, the Lyra appeared closer, only 0.86 light-years away from the macroelectron. The other party tried to get close to us. After only 2 strikes and 2 dodges, the Reaper came to a preliminary conclusion. In order to confirm his judgment, the Reaper continued to launch electronic destructive strikes against the Lyra, and at the same time, through position swapping and displacement, he was alert to the location where the Lyra appeared. After several strikes, they found that the flagship of the human civilization was indeed approaching them. Are they not afraid of the identical spin strike? The Reaper expressed such confusion. After all, the neutron battlestar had already suffered an identical spin strike, and the human civilization as an accomplice could not have been unaware of it. But they still tried to approach the electronic battleship. That can only mean one thing. This human civilization also has another means of attack, and it must be hit in close combat, or that kind of attack means has a limited range, and it can only be hit if you get very close. I just don't know how close you need to get. Chapter 1087. Another void attack appeared, but this time, the electronic warship did not move to avoid it, but used macrophotons to resist it, just like it resisted the attack from the galaxy before. The Reapers did this obviously to counterattack quickly, because after more than a dozen electronic destructive attacks, they found that if they used position swap to avoid the attack from the Lyra and then counterattacked, they would not be able to hit the Lyra at all. That warship is very similar to the Awakener, and it seems to be able to predict and dodge. So this time, they won't hide, but will directly stimulate macrophotons for defense. And then microelectrons will directly jump over again. What kind of special technology is this that can hide so well? The result is just like the question that no one answered from the Reaper. The Lyra once again turned into pixels and dissipated. And the electronic destructive attack of the microelectronic jump was once again in vain. The Reapers also believed in evil, and they quickly increased their offensive strength. And in the intervals of electronic destructive attacks, they also used macrophoton attacks. In a short while, a group of huge macrophotons like round cakes appeared in the starry sky again. They were born out of thin air, and soon filled the starry sky battlefield where the two were fighting. And then one macrophoton after another surrounded the Lyra. But what the harvesters don't know is that for humans, this kind of macrophoton is easier to dodge than electronic destruction, because they are too slow. Quantum macro tunneling allows the Lyra to jump out of the encirclement of macrophotons, and then launch a space-cutting attack on the electronic warship. However, it was also dodged by the electronic warship, which made the humans on the Lyra feel relieved. It stands to reason that electrons cannot be divided anymore, and ordinary means certainly cannot cut them. But since macroelectrons dodge, it means that space cutting is also effective against them. But the electronic warship is too flexible and cannot be hit. What humans don't know is that the Reapers are now in the same trouble. They found that their electronic warships couldn't hit the Tianqin of human civilization. This situation shocked them. After all, since they got microscopic electrons and built macroelectronic cockpits according to the instructions with their own special technology, they have never encountered such a situation. It's just that the neutron war stars are thick-skinned and can directly ignore electronic destructive attacks. Or special life forms, like Gaia, are immune to electronic destructive attacks. But now there is a civilization that is obviously a technological civilization warship, but can avoid electronic destructive attacks. It's a pity that Gaia couldn't see the scene. Otherwise he would definitely change his opinion. And maybe he would apologize for saying in front of the Awakener that technological civilization can never compete with electronic warships. Okay. Human civilization really has hidden means. Let's go too. The people of the Shinju civilization in another area of the battlefield saw it, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, they saw them controlling the neutron battle star to start the jumping mode and jump to the battlefield. However, when they jumped on the edge of the battle between the two sides, they found that the electronic warships actually ignored them, and had a tendency to fight further and further away. What the Shinju civilization didn't know was that the Tianqin's fighting style really made the Reapers angry, slippery and very hateful. So, the electronic warships focused on the Tianqin, and the electronic destruction attack was launched as usual. And the macrophoton attack did not stop. Before the two sides started fighting for long, the starry sky was full of macrophotons. And the battle between the two sides was like two masters who could teleport, constantly flashing and moving in the starry sky with a distance of light years. In many cases, the Tianqin launched an attack on the electronic warship after completing the movement. But in more cases, it just completed the quantum tunneling teleportation and found that the microscopic electrons had jumped to the forehead. And then the Tianqin had to start quantum macro tunneling again to avoid it. After completing the evasion, the Tianqin appeared in the unexpected position of the electronic warship in the starry sky and launched an attack on it. The two sides went back and forth, teleporting in the starry sky while attacking each other. That looks like two fighters flashing and fighting each other. It's just that here it becomes two warships. One is a melon seed-shaped streamlined warship, and the other is a spherical warship. The damage caused by both sides gradually expanded. Since the location of the shield arm is very close to the center of the Milky Way, the interval between the stars is naturally very close. And the battle between the Tianqin and the electronic warship is basically completed in the teleportation. Of course, there is also warp coordination. After all, the teleportation of both sides cannot be used without cooling time. In such a contest, the battlefields of both sides quickly move from one star field to another. During the exchange of fire, some unlucky star systems were also implicated. Some planets and star systems were used by the Tianqin as visual cover to buy time to launch attacks on electronic warships. After completing the attack, the electronic warships that escaped the attack immediately attacked the area where the Tianqin was located. Macrophoton suddenly appeared and directly turned a star into a cold light source in the starry sky. Similarly, in order to hit the Tianqin, the electronic warships would deliberately teleport into the star system to avoid the visual field, and then wait for an opportunity to attack. At this time, humans will not hesitate to attack the star system in order to force the electronic warship out. A few void strikes or space-cutting weapons will directly blow up the entire star system. Such an environment will certainly affect humans' perception of the microelectronics of the electronic warship. But at the same time, the accuracy of the electronic destruction strike of the electronic warship will also become inaccurate due to the material explosion in the macroscopic world. This was discovered after the Tianqin fought with the electronic warship. The battle between the two sides quickly became the focus of the main battlefield. The warships near the battle position of the two sides were either destroyed by the macro photons of the electronic warships or killed by the occasional shot of the Tianqin. Similarly, the process of the two sides exchanging fire was so fast that ordinary warships could not keep up with its speed at all, and could only pray that the two would not hit each other in the face. Even the Shinju civilization that wanted to rush into the battlefield to help was embarrassed to find that the neutron war star was not as good as the Tianqin of humans in displacement. Just now, the neutron war star jumped over to give the electronic warship a supergravity stranglehold, then trapped it, and then let the Tianqin launch quantum exile. However, just after jumping over, the Shinju civilization discovered that the electronic warship swapped positions and teleported to 3.2 light-years away. And the human Tianqin also disappeared and reappeared, and also reached an area 2.9 light-years away to attack the electronic warship again. The two fought farther and farther. And the most important thing was that the two were very flexible in changing directions, so that the neutron battle star that should have been able to catch up became clumsy because of the frequent changes in direction in the process of continuous flashing and displacement. The harvesters also found that the strange teleportation of the Tianqin of human civilization was not as far as their own electronic warships, which made them feel a little better. But they also discovered that the Tianqin had an unimaginable warp speed, which was faster than what they thought was the warp speed limit of a level 6 civilization. The Tianqin used this speed and its long teleportation distance to constantly entangle with the electronic warship. The two sides have been fighting for more than 100 light years from the start of the exchange of fire. But still no one can do anything to the other. Of course, this may be because neither side has the opportunity to launch their own killer attack. Human quantum exile has long been prepared, and the electronic warship's identical spin attack has also been charged. But both sides obviously know that the other side has a melee method. So they are constantly moving closer and farther away from each other to test each other, and both want to give the other side a fatal blow. But neither has the opportunity to launch their own killer. Chapter 1088. The electronic warship and the Lyra fought in the starry sky. Because both warships had similar teleportation technology, the fighting was different from other warships. It can be said that it was no longer in the same dimension as the conventional level 6 civilization warships. The two warships attacked and dodged each other in the starry sky, and then flashed away several light years away. Ordinary level 6 civilizations could not keep up with the rhythm at all, even if the detectors were not scattered all over the battlefield in advance. They could not detect where the two warships would fight in the next moment. Not only that, the attack methods of the two warships are also quite special. There is no need to say much about the Tianqin. So far, it has used the conventional attack methods of the 6th level civilization, namely the void attack and space-cutting weapons, and of course the tachyon lightsaber. But in terms of frequency of use, the void attack is the most used. Almost every time the quantum macro tunneling is completed, the Tianqin will fire at the electronic warship, but it does not always hit the macro electrons, but also hits the micro electron position. The purpose is naturally to block the position exchange action of the electronic warship. However, if you only attack the location of the microscopic electron, the electronic warship does not need to exchange positions to avoid it, because the microscopic electron of the electronic warship moves in the form of jumps, and it dodges very quickly and cannot be hit at all. After trying several times, the Tianqin still put the target back on the macro electron. However, you can't just attack the macro electron position, because if you do that, the electronic warship can also easily dodge it. So after a battle in the starry sky, the Tianqin adopted the strategy of pointing east and hitting west, moved to an unexpected position through quantum macro tunneling, and then perform space-cutting strikes on macro electrons while turning your head to launch a void strike on the position of micro electrons. This tactic once made the electronic warship very embarrassed. It was almost beaten by the Reaper to doubt itself. The reason is very simple. They found that the flagship of human civilization, Tianqin, can not only see the position of microelectrons, but also strike very accurately, and sometimes even slightly predict whether the macroelectrons will swap positions with microelectrons. The most important thing is that the Lyra is very slippery. It seems to be able to predict the attack direction of the electronic warship and then accurately avoid the attack of the electronic warship. After many attempts, the Reaper found that the macro photons of the electronic warship could not hit the Lyra at all. The only way to hit it was the electronic destruction attack. There was even one time when the Reaper thought that the Lyra was getting close, so he wanted to go over and give it an identical spin attack. However, when the electronic warship suddenly jumped forward by means of position exchange, the Lyra suddenly seemed to have the ability to predict danger, and immediately activated the macro tunneling and flashed back a distance. It's outrageous. The Reapers have never seen a warship with such powerful combat power. Human civilization. We remember. The Reapers are very uncomfortable now, because they found that the electronic warships can't take down the Lyra. Perhaps the only good news for them now is that the Lyra is very afraid of electronic destruction attacks. But the bad news is that the Lyra can hide. It can't hit. It can't hit at all. Void attacks can't be seen at all from the perspective of visible light. And space-cutting weapons can only be detected by the severing of the background stars in the universe. Only the tachyon lightsaber is more conspicuous. But when two warships are fighting, the tachyon lightsaber is the least used. The electronic warships, on the other hand, do not have these attack methods. After discovering that macrophoton attacks pose no real threat to the Tianqin, the electronic warships mainly used electronic destructive attacks. So from the perspective of the starry sky, the Tianqin and the electronic warships did not seem to be fighting, but rather both sides were constantly teleporting in the galaxy, flashing from one star field to another, as if they were competing in speed. But only when you get close to the two warships can you know how fierce the confrontation between them is. Wherever the two warships went, basically all the warships around them were affected by the confrontation before they even had time to react. Especially wherever the electronic warships went, all the warships of the United Front organization were instantly turned into scrap metal. The Tianqin was not as good as the electronic warships in this regard, but it could also evade the electronic warships and get close to the face of the Reaper conventional warships to give them a sharp blow. Direct close-range space weapon slashed down, cutting the shielded warship in two, which was very violent. Seeing that the Lyra could still free up its hands to deal with its own warships while fighting against itself, the Reapers finally realized the seriousness of the matter. They greatly underestimated the level of human civilization. Now all the Reapers on the electronic warships are grateful that their previous strategy of attacking the cluster of spaceships of the United Front organization was effective. And they were also grateful that they chose to destroy the United Front fleet first. If they had fought with the Lyra, Neutron Battle Star, Level 6 Gaia Life and Galaxy at the same time from the beginning, I am afraid that the electronic warship would really capsize. Even if it weren't so. If the electronic warship had chosen to destroy the United Front's residential spacecraft, then the main battlefield would probably have failed now. Human civilization. I have to say that you have impressed us. I didn't expect that there would be such an existence in the Milky Way. It seems that over the past tens of millions of years, there have been many ancient civilizations, like the Shinju civilization in the Milky Way. Finding that he couldn't take down the Tianqin for a while, and the other party couldn't do anything to him, the Reaper began to verbally attack in the starry sky. However, humans did not respond to them, because only humans themselves understand that the Lyra is not as powerful as it seems. First of all, the teleportation distance of the Lyra is shorter than that of the electronic warship, although the warp enhancement device makes up for the gap to a large extent. The driver on the Lyra must maintain a high degree of concentration. Only in this way can they detect when the microelectronics of the electronic warship will attack. Moreover, when frequently performing quantum macro tunneling, the driver of the Lyra does not have much energy to pay attention to what the Reaper is saying. In fact, after fighting for so long, the people on the Tianqin also found that if the Tianqin was equipped with various shields, it might not only be useless at this time, but also become a drag. The human did not reply, but the Shinju civilization, which had been trying to keep up with the battle rhythm of the Tianqin and the electronic warship, replied, "Ha ha ha. Reaper, your death is coming." Although the Shinju civilization could not keep up with the battle rhythm, the Neutron Battle Star could at least follow closely behind the two. They saw the battle between the Tianqin and the electronic warship most clearly except for the parties involved. Of course, they also found that the electronic warship could not do anything to the Tianqin. And they also knew that the Tianqin had a killer. Chapter 1089. Under such circumstances, how could the Shinju civilization not know what to do? Rather than following the two warships and trying to join the battle between the two, it is better to turn back and slaughter the regular fleet of the Reapers. Those warships are like lambs in front of the neutron battle star, and can be slaughtered at will. The electronic warship is powerful, but the Reaper is only as strong as one electronic warship. Without the electronic warship, in the eyes of the Shinju civilization, the remaining Reapers are like chickens and dogs. Vulnerable. The Shinju civilization said so and did so. Anyway, the neutron battle star couldn't keep up with this kind of flexible maneuvering. So it was better to turn around and destroy the regular fleet of the Reapers. Of course, they didn't forget to send a brief message to humans before they took action. What else can humans say? The original plan was for both sides to act together. The neutron battle star was responsible for restraining the electronic warships, and it would be best if they could withstand a full-spin attack. But the development of the war was unpredictable. The electronic warships chose to destroy the Tianqin as their first goal at the beginning. And in order to avoid the electronic destruction attack of the electronic warships, the Tianqin had to frequently perform long-distance quantum tunneling movements. The key was that they couldn't move in one direction all the time. Otherwise they would be predicted by the electronic warships. Of course, because they needed to counterattack. This led to the battle between the two sides, with very fast position changes and faster rhythm. The Shinju civilization felt this most deeply, and the Awakeners saw it most clearly. During the battle between the Tianqin and the electronic warship, the Awakener one once again led the remaining Awakeners to call on the fleet to cheer up again and launched a counterattack against the Harvester. After returning to the battlefield, the Awakeners noticed the battle between the two warships, and they could see it very clearly in their third-person driving mode. The Awakener one was also amazed at this. He really didn't expect that the Tianqin would have such a powerful combat capability. Humans had indeed told him about the quantum exile attack, but the pioneers didn't say anything in detail. Therefore, seeing such a powerful Tianqin, the Awakener one was also surprised. Human civilization, that once weak existence, has now stood at the top of the galaxy's combat power. How long has it been? The Awakener one knew that the reason why the Tianqin could predict and dodge the electronic warship was the credit of the third-person driving mode. He asked himself that he could see it, but he couldn't avoid it. Humans have mastered another unique technology, which is called quantum macro tunneling by humans. The pioneers are so powerful. The Milky Way is really full of hidden talents. It seems that we are short-sighted. The Awakener one looked at the distant starry sky from his warship. There was the battle between the Lyra and the electronic warship. The two warships were fighting frequently in the dark starry sky. No one could get close, and no one dared to get close. Human civilization must win. The Awakener one silently cheered for the humans in his heart, and then turned the warship and rushed towards the conventional Reaper warship. Other Awakeners followed closely behind. They wanted to destroy all the Reaper fleets, then kill the Reaper's nest, wipe out their small universes, and clear the obstacles for the long voyage. When the Awakener returned to the main battlefield, he saw the neutron war star of the Shinju civilization killing people everywhere. It was like a wild bull, rushing to where the warships were densely packed. No fleet or warship could stop it. A supergravity strangled a large group of warships, and the neutron war star continued to jump to another starry sky in the form of space elasticity, and then massacred the warships there again. It was like a wolf among sheep. The Reapers had also tried to use space-cutting attacks against the neutron battle star, but they thought too much. Their space-cutting weapons had no effect at all in front of the neutron battle star. The Shinju civilization used gravity-specific technology to activate the high-frequency gravitational oscillation or high-frequency space oscillation of the neutron battle star, which directly eliminated the space-cutting attacks that could not be avoided. As the saying goes, only magic can defeat magic. The way to resist space-cutting weapons is still the high-frequency oscillation of space. However, this technology of causing high-frequency vibration in space can only be done by the Shinju civilization at present, and it can only be accomplished by relying on the strong gravity of the neutron battle star itself. So if space cutting is not used to deal with neutron battle stars, it is still a weapon for the 6th-level civilization to strike. It is still a way of striking that ignores the existence of conventional shields. After the Awakener joined, the advantages and disadvantages of the battlefield were reversed again. Without the electronic warships, the United Front side has an absolute advantage. Under such circumstances, some of the silicon-based warships that had surrendered to the Harvesters began to waver. Seeing that the situation was not good, Some fully transformed warships began to consciously move towards the outer space of the battlefield, trying to leave the battlefield and escape. The Silicon-based consortium was not stupid. They also saw the situation of the electronic warship. Although the Electron was not defeated, it was the first time in tens of millions of years that a technological civilization could confront it head-on. That was enough. And they could be sure that the electronic warship was definitely not pretending this time, because such a battle was completely different from the original battle between the remnants and the previous Gaia life. And there was no intention of the two locking each other in a stalemate. It was a battle that was so dazzling that it was impossible to keep up with the rhythm. Although the specific situation of the battle between the two was not detected, it was definitely extremely dangerous. The most important thing is that the electronic warship has encountered an opponent and has not been able to destroy it. The electronic warship is the military guarantee of the Reaper and the recognized symbol of invincibility in the galaxy. Now that it has an opponent, it is no longer invincible. It can be defeated, and the myth of invincibility is shattered. Even if humans cannot win, it doesn't matter, as long as they can draw. The Reaper will be finished, because the United Front organization is not just human civilization. A man of insight is a hero. The Silicon-based Federation did not want to be buried with the Reapers. So when they saw the neutron battlestar rushing over, they immediately shouted, "We are one of them," and then aimed their guns at the Reaper fleet. However, not all of the Silicon-based Federation rebelled again, and their leaders did not, because the fleet they led had been brainwashed by the Reapers. In fact, if there was enough time, all the surrendered Silicon-based civilization individuals would definitely be brainwashed. Some of the battleships of the Silicon-based United Civilization shouted, "We are one of them." But the neutron battlestar did not care about that, and just crushed them. The victory of the United Front is in sight. And the Shinju civilization obviously does not like the Silicon-based Federation. You say that we are our own people? What were they doing before? The Awakeners did not care about them. And the Silver Heart Alliance is even more so. They now hate the Silicon-based Federation very much. Although the flagship of the Silver Heart Alliance was destroyed by the electronic warship, they did not perish. They still have a cluster of living spaceships and a fleet on the battlefield. After the galaxy was destroyed, the fleet commander immediately took over the power baton and became the temporary leader, continuing to lead the remaining fleet to fight. At this time, the Tianqin and the electronic warships had already reached more than 100 light years away. It seemed that they both found that neither could do anything to the other in a short period of time. After frequent displacement and attack, the two warships stopped tacitly. Now the two warships are about 3 light years apart, facing each other from a distance. And in the middle of them is a star system. A star system that is unlucky and will be affected by the war. Chapter 1090. Both parties seem to be in tacit agreement. But in fact, they each had their own difficulties. Humans did not know the specific range of the identical spin attack, nor did they know whether they could see it. So they were very cautious when operating the Tianqin to fight. Every time they approached, they were very cautious, for fear of running into the identical spin attack range of the electronic warship and being killed in one shot. After all, the Shinju civilization had already described that effect in detail to humans. Although the Tianqin was made of quark material armor, it might not be able to withstand that kind of space range attack. Of course, the main thing is that they are afraid that they will not be able to observe and jump out of the attack range in advance. This is what humans are most worried about. So every time the Tianqin quantum macro tunneling occurs, it does not jump to the face of the electronic warship at once, but approaches again and again, a little bit each time, trying to get into the range of its quantum exile attack. This behavior of the Tianqin was naturally noticed by the Reapers. The Reapers are now certain that the Tianqin has some kind of killer weapon, but they don't know what it is. It is precisely because they don't know that the Harvesters are very cautious. If it were before, the Harvesters would not be like this, because before encountering the Lyra, the electronic warships were all crushing combat methods. But now, the strength of the Lyra makes them realize that human civilization is definitely not simple, and their combat power has indeed reached a terrifying level. After the electronic warships fought with them, many Harvesters were in a heavy mood, because they knew very well how powerful the electronic warships were. The microscopic electrons were the creations of the 7th level civilization. But now there is a 6th level civilization that relies on its own technology to fight against them on equal terms. And judging from the current situation, the Lyra must have a trump card. Ordinary battles have ended in a draw. If the opponent uses the trump card, it will be a disaster. We can't let it capsize in the ditch. Fortunately, the Reaper also noticed that the Lyra's trump card seemed to have to be very close to be activated. Or in other words, to ensure a hit. In order to confirm this judgment, the Reaper controlled the electronic warship and the Lyra to fight from this star field to that star field. The battlefield range was directly expanded by hundreds of light years by the two flagships. During the fight, the electronic warship was constantly testing the Lyra. The Reaper controlled the distance of the position exchange. Just like the Lyra, each time it teleported, it would get closer a little bit, and then jump out to see the other party's reaction. The two sides started with a big fight, and gradually turned into a competition of agility through teleportation. So more than 100 light years away, the battle between the two warships once became very quiet, and both sides were just teleporting, as if they were really competing to see who had more flexible maneuverability. From an optical perspective, the afterimages of the two warships were definitely all over the battlefield starry sky. Both sides also used this method to test each other's teleportation cooling time. And now, this test seems to have ended at the same time. Probably because both sides have already judged each other's teleportation ability in their hearts. Then the only thing left is the attack distance and attack range. Moreover, both sides were actually quite anxious. So after a period of silence, they started moving again. The electronic warship at the other end of the star system directly started to exchange positions and move, drawing countless Z-shaped routes in the starry sky, rushing towards the star in the middle. The Tianqin was not idle either. With the help of the warp enhancement device, it rushed directly towards the electronic warship at 256 times the speed of light. One of them took a Z-shaped route, and the other took a straight line, moving towards the star system in the middle, because this star system was tacitly regarded as a new battlefield by the two civilizations. At this moment, the two warships were like two swordsmen who agreed to determine the outcome with the last move. Both sides tacitly regarded this star system as the place for the last fight. It was only a few light years. The two warships quickly closed from 3 light years apart to 100 astronomical units through the combination of warp and teleportation. This distance has already put both sides in the star system. And this is also the safe distance that both sides have explored many times. If they get closer, whether they will enter the opponent's range attack area is unknown. So after the two warships got close to each other, they moved sideways tacitly. The movement was like a swift turning in space, without slowing down at all, and the direction was the middle star. Relative distance, 98 Australian dollars, 96 Australian dollars, 91 Australian dollars. Focus. Focus. Hee. As expected, the other party did not use position swap displacement. On the Lyra, people were nervously exchanging information, and the drivers were concentrating on the electronic warship on the opposite side. As long as they found something wrong with the electronic warship before the Lyra launched the quantum exile attack, they would immediately share the information with their companions in the perspective sharing system. What people didn't know was that the harvesters on the electronic warship were also very nervous at this moment. They were also constantly watching the distance between the two, and they were also ready to launch the same spin attack. And of course, they were also ready for position swap displacement. Whenever they find that the other party has launched an unknown attack, the electronic warship will definitely jump out at the first time. And the idea is exactly the same as that of human civilization. That's why when the Tianqin and the electronic warship turned and gradually approached each other, they did not use the teleportation movement method, but slowly approached at warp speed. Both sides have made preparations. Now it depends on who has the longer hand. Looking at the decreasing numbers, both sides held their breath. Finally, when the distance was shortened to 78 Australian dollars, the electronic warship launched an identical spin attack. The identical spin strike is obviously a ranged strike, and ranged strikes are naturally three-dimensional. The electronic warship launched the strike at 78 astronomical units, which means that the radius of the identical spin strike is about 39 astronomical units. The strike started from the interruption between the warships of both sides, and the spherical area with a radius of 39 astronomical units covered the Tianqin. Obviously, such a large radius directly included the stars and many planets in this star system. Within this range, any substance with an electronic structure will be hit indiscriminately. They have a 50% chance of becoming positrons, and then immediately annihilate with the electrons that were originally in a Pauli-incompatible state with them, thereby releasing huge energy. The armor of the Lyra is made of quark material and is not included in this list. But the interior of the Lyra is not made of quark material. The so-called range attack is an attack in the entire space, both inside and outside the warship. So if it is hit by one, the Lyra will be finished. Chapter 1091. Unless the Lyra can pile up quark materials thicker like the neutron battlestar, it can form a material standing wave barrier in the quantum world. This kind of thing can block the impact from the quantum world to a certain extent, just like the neutron battlestar, which only loses a layer of skin after being hit by an identical spin attack. Fortunately, the identical spin attack is not truly instantaneous, and it obviously has a process of winding up and loosening up. Although the electronic battleship had been wound up before, there is also a process when releasing power. And it is this process that humans in the third-person driving state perceive. The drivers who have been concentrating first notice that the macroelectrons of the electronic warship have changed. It was originally wrapped in an electron cloud formed by microelectrons. But just before, the drivers suddenly noticed that it actually had a microspin attribute, and the value was 1/2. Such a change immediately alerted the drivers. In previous observations, the macroelectrons of the electronic warship were either in a static state or in a rotating state, but there was no spin attribute. Now that this property suddenly appears, there must be something strange. The human driver quickly realized that something was wrong, and then completed the sharing of observation information in a flash. Then the driver in the main driving position immediately made a judgment, and then completed the information processing with the assistance of the Tianqin intelligence system, and turned the instructions into information and sent them to the Tianqin control system, allowing Tianqin to make the next move. They have long known that the electronic warship is composed of a macroscopic electron and a microscopic electron, and the spins of these two electrons satisfy the shared electron pair relationship. Their spin properties are one up and one down, and there are gears that mesh with each other in the quantum world. Now, seeing the changes in the electronic warship, the human pilots have a deeper understanding of it. They see that the strange spin characteristics of microscopic electrons actually appear on macroscopic electrons, as if the microscopic characteristics are transmitted to it by microscopic electrons in some way, just like the way a small gear drives a large gear, and the macroscopic electron is the large gear, and they are like two gears, one large and one small, meshing with each other. And now the microscopic electrons have actually been fully wound, and the electronic warship is already in a state of tightening the spring, the state of release. This process is much faster than winding up, but in the third-person driving perspective of the skydifying, it is still like slow motion, making people see it clearly. A strike method related to microscopic electron spin. It is indeed the killer of the electronic warship. The skydifying observation method allows human drivers to obtain correct information. But the situation is very bad. The electronic warship is farther than the Tianqin in terms of teleportation, and the strike range is still wider than the Tianqin. Although the Tianqin had also completed the preparations for the quantum exile strike, it could not reach the electronic warship. It was attacked first. What to do? It was still in time to launch quantum macro tunneling to evade, but it seemed that there was no need to retreat. In an instant, Yu Yuan, the main pilot, made a decision. The Tianqin could not retreat. On the contrary, it had to jump over and jump onto the face of the electronic warship. Such a judgment could not be asked to anyone, and no one discussed it with him, because the reaction time of such a battle was extremely short. It could even be said that if the third-person driving mode was not too abnormal, and the quantum macro tunneling technology was not too powerful, the warships in the range of the identical spin strike would not have had any reaction time at all. Warp speed is definitely not an option. The reason why it was adjusted to the electronic battleship was based on the quantum exile attack of the Lyra. And of course, there was some gambling involved. The range of quantum exile is about 60 astronomical units, and the radius is about 30 astronomical units. And this range attack has a characteristic. That is, when it strikes, it will not include its own position. At least the Lyra will not. Otherwise it would be equivalent to hitting itself. Then the electronic battleship's identical spin attack cannot include itself in the strike range. The first to strike wins. The last to strike wins. But there is also a saying that the last to strike wins. Tianqin teleported to the electronic warship's face and gave it a quantum banishment when it launched an identical spin attack. This is feasible. Yu Yuan had even thought of it before. If Tianqin launched the attack first, would the electronic warship dodge it, and then jump to the face of Tianqin to launch an identical spin attack? This is possible. But humans can only choose to believe that their quantum banishment can kill the electronic warship. Similarly, the Reapers also considered this when they tacitly made the move of one move to decide the outcome with human civilization. But they are more confident than humans. They firmly believe that no warship can escape the electronic warship that has been wound up. Even the powerful warship Tianqin that suddenly appeared can't do it. It is precisely because of this confidence that the Reapers immediately launched an attack after discovering that Tianqin entered the range of the all-spin attack. They are confident that they must take the initiative. In fact, the Reapers were also very nervous. They were also afraid that the Lyra would dodge and then jump over to attack the electronic warship that was in the state of resisting quantum tides. So after the Lyra entered the attack range, the Reapers hesitated for a while. This was a thought they had never had since they got the microscopic electrons. But it was only for a moment. And they made up their minds and decided to take the initiative. Because the Reapers were also afraid that the Lyra would take the initiative. And then, they would be hit directly without reacting. When two warships are equipped with super high technology and are evenly matched, they will either fight until there is no winner. And in the process, both sides may be killed by the other side. After all, both sides have their own killer moves. Which is why there are often scenes where one move determines the outcome. The reason is similar. In fact, the Reapers were right to take the initiative. At least they did successfully launch an identical spin attack on the Lyra. Although they did not hit it. Hesitation will lead to defeat. When positrons appeared inside the stars and planets of this star system, and then annihilated with electrons, the Reapers found that the Lyra had disappeared before that, and then appeared in other locations as before. And the current location was exactly what they did not want to see. The most worrying thing happened. The Reapers found it incredible that this warship as smooth as water actually avoided the identical spin attack of the electronic warship. You know, that is the 7th level civilization technology. This civilization that came out of nowhere actually has a warship that can avoid the 7th level civilization technology. Did they also get the 7th level civilization creation? No one answered the Reapers. And they themselves did not have extra time to think about it. Because they found that the Lyra was close to their face. Teleport. When I came over, I realized that the situation was not good. Oops. The other party is going to launch an unknown attack. What should I do? Can the electronic warship withstand the unknown attack? It's just the characteristic technology of the 6th level civilization. Microscopic electrons are the creation of the 7th level civilization. There must be no problem. Should I just ignore the macro photons to resist? Or ignore the quantum tide and force the position exchange and movement to avoid it? Or should I launch an electronic destructive attack on this nearby warship again? There's a saying that the best defense is offense. At this moment, the Harvester in the electronic warship seemed to have spent 10,000 years in his inner world.